คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์1ที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง599 บาทสมัครเลยถึง31ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้สิงน่ารักสิงนักร้องสิงมือปราบสิงนักเดินทางสิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรมเติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลกให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัดมาพร้อมบอลสดหนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทยรวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง49 บาทถึง31กรกฎาคม2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
ครับอยู่กับผมร็อกลี่อีกครั้งหนึ่งครับ
ค่ะและอิงกี้นิชาค่ะ
ในวันที่2แล้วนะสำหรับ GAMERSGALAXY ครับ Dota 2 Invitational Series หาดใหญ่ Thailand 2022 ครับทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่เป็นระดับโลกเลยนะที่จัดแข่งในประเทศไทยครับแล้วเป็นครั้งแรกในภูมิภาคอาเซียนในปีนี้ด้วยนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
และในวันนี้ครับเราอยู่กันในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจเหมือนเดิมในวันที่2นะเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ยมีการแข่งไปทั้งหมด6เกมแล้วนะครับวันนี้ยังมีอีก6เกมและเราก็จะรู้แล้วนะครับว่าใครจะเข้ารอบในส่วนของ Play Off ไปวันนี้เหมือนเดิมครับ6เกมที่เราจะได้ดูกันจะเป็นแบบ Best of One ครับเจอกันหมดทุกทีมแล้ววันนี้จะครบและพรุ่งนี้จะได้4ทีมที่ไปเข้าสู่รอบเซมิไฟแนลครับและจะเป็นการแข่งกันแบบไขว้นั่นเองนะครับก็คือที่1เจอที่2ของแต่ละกรุ๊ปนั่นเองนะครับแข่งกันแบบ Best of 3ครับพอได้ผู้ชนะของทั้ง2กรุ๊ปขึ้นมานะครับก็จะไปแข่งรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับซึ่งแข่งแบบ Best of 5ครับก็จะต้องขอบอกเลยว่าผู้ชนะในรายการนี้เงินรางวัลรวมกว่า5 ล้านบาทเยอะมากๆ
จริงๆมาจาก USD เนาะ
150,000 USD ตอนนี้ค่าเงินตอนเนี้ยผันผวนหมดบ้านเราตอนนี้
ค่าเงินขึ้น
ใช่
สุดนะคะ
ที่เด็ดจ
ริงๆจะบอกว่าการแข่งแต่ละวันเนี่ยมันจะเดือดขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วก็จะไปเดือดที่สุดก็คือวันสุดท้ายของเรานั่นเองนะคะโอเคGood morning, ladies and gentlemen, Dota 2 fans. A very warm welcome to GAMERSGALAXY Dota 2 Invitational Series HatYai Thailand 2022. And today we are at day 2 in group stage, and the two best of each group will advance to playoff. The first of Group A and the second of Group B. And the first of Group B versus the second of Group A, and in semi-final we will be the best of 3 as single elimination, and for the grand final will be best of 5. In the tournament team will be compete for 150,000 USD prize.
สมมุตินะผมมีความรู้สึกว่าเงินรางวัลรวมเนี่ยประมาณ5 ล้านบาทเนาะ
ค่ะ
ถ้าที่1น่าจะได้อยู่ประมาณเกินครึ่งนะจากสถิตินะถ้าประมาณ3 ล้านประมาณเนี้ย
โอ้โห
คุณทำงาน3 วันมีคน5 คนได้เงิน3 ล้านบาทคุณทำงานอะไรเนี่ย
สุดยอด
ตอน
ก็
นี้
ต้องอาชีพเนี้ยแหละเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์
ตอ
นะ
น
คะ
นี้สุดๆนะครับถ้าเป็นคุณแม่พาคุณลูกมาดูอยู่ในฮอตอนนี้ต้องขอบอกว่า e-sport ไปไกลแล้วก็ทางฝั่งของภาครัฐเนี่ยส่งเสริมให้ e-sport เป็นกีฬาแล้วนะ
ใช่ตอนเนี้ย e-sport ถือเป็นกีฬาประเภทหนึ่งนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะครับ
แปลว่าคนที่มาเล่น e-sport เนี่ยไม่ใช่คนเล่นเกมนะ
ใช่
เป็นนักกีฬา
เป็นนักกีฬา
แล้ว
แท้ๆแล้วนะครับมีการ
นะคะ
ฝึกซ้อมมีการเก็บเข้าแคมป์และดูอย่างข้างหลังผมครับนักกีฬาระดับโลกทุกคนเนี่ยเป็นอาชีพแล้วนะเขาเดินสายแข่งกันทั่วโลกแล้วนะเดี๋ยวนี้
ใช่แล้วเราต้องบอกว่าส่วนใหญ่อะโปรเพลเยอร์ของเราอายุน้อยนะ
อุ้ย19 18 20 21ประมาณนี้เลย
ใช่เป็นอายุที่แบบว่ากำลังดีมากในการแข่งขันแบบนี้
ใช่
นะคะ
กำลังดีมากสำหรับอะไรสำหรับ
สำหรับ
การแข่งขัน
ใช่สำหรับการแข่งขันสิ
ใช่
นะคะ
โอเค
กำลังดีมากสำหรับการแข่งขัน
ครั
แล้
บ
วก็
ผม
ทุกทีมต้องบอกว่าที่เราเชิญมาแข่งในครั้งนี้เนี่ยนะคะคือเขาเป็นทีมที่น่าจับตามองมากในภูมิภาคนี้
ก็คือ Southeast Asia เนี่ยคือที่สุดแล้วแหละถ้ามองเนี่ยที่สุดแล้ว
ใช่
แต่รายการนี้ขาดไปทีมหนึ่งนะทีมหนึ่งแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรแต่ว่ามันเอา8 ทีมไง
ใช่แล้วก็คือจริงๆ แต่ละทีมเนี่ยนะคะถ้าเกิดทุกคนสังเกตเนี่ยจะมีสมาชิกมาจากหลากหลายประเทศมาก
ถูกต้อง
นะ
ครั
คะ
บ
เป็นการผสมผสานกันแล้วสมาชิกทุกคนก็คือเข้ากันได้ดีมาก
ถูกต้องก็อย่างที่เห็นแหละว่าเขาเล่นกันมีรอยยิ้มบ้างมีแบบน่าเครียดบ้างมีหลายๆอย่างบ้าง แต่ว่าความสนุกเนี่ยจะอัดแน่น เพราะว่าถ้าความสนุกมีแต่ตลกมีแต่อะไรเงี้ยมันก็ไม่สนุกเนาะมันต้องมีความเครียดความกดดัน
ความท้าทายนะ
นะครับการชิงชัยกันเพื่อเอาชนะนะครับแต่ว่าการจัดงานครั้งนี้ครับจะไม่สามารถเกิดขึ้นได้เลยนะครับถ้าปราศจากการสนับสนุนจากกระทรวงการท่องเที่ยวและกีฬาการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับและนอกจากนี้ครับต้องขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีที่มาร่วมสนับสนุนนะครับนั่นก็คือ
Cinex ค่ะถ้าเกิดว่าซื้อสินค้า IT นะคะให้มองหาสัญลักษณ์ Trusted by Cinex ค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ MSI ครับแบรนด์เกมมิ่งเกียร์ชั้นนำครับสำหรับการสนับสนุนจอมอนิเตอร์ครับเพื่อใช้ในการแข่งขันครับ MSI True Gaming ครับ
ในส่วนของเก้าอี้เกมมิ่งของเรานะคะต้องขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีอย่าง Secret Lab นะคะสำหรับเก้าอี้เกมมิ่งคุณภาพค่ะ
True Giga Tech Pro Lite ครับเน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับ1ครับเน็ตดีเร็วรื่นโปรสุดทุกเรื่องครับ True ID ครับแอปเดียวครบสุดทุกความสนุกและสิทธิพิเศษสัมผัสประสบการณ์ใหม่ให้คุณเข้าถึงความบันเทิงทุกไลฟ์สไตล์เลยครับ True 5G Esports and Game ครับเร็วแรงมันไม่มีแหลกนะครับเพื่อเกมเมอร์ตัวจริงที่สนับสนุนซิมการ์ดนะครับให้ผู้เข้าแข่งขันตลอดงานอีเวนต์นี้เลยนะฮะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ และที่สำคัญนอกจากผู้ชมที่อยู่ในฮอลล์นี้แล้วนะคะ เชื่อว่าผู้ชมหลายคนมากที่ดูผ่านทางไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งของเรานะคะก็สามารถรับชมการแข่งขันนี้ได้นะคะผ่านแอป True ID ที่ช่อง ID Station รวมถึงทางเว็บไซต์แอปพลิเคชันแล้วก็กล่อง True ID TV กดไปที่ช่อง 894 ค่ะ นอกจากนั้นเรายังมีไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งผ่านช่องทางออนไลน์ด้วยไม่ว่าจะเป็น YouTube แล้วก็ Twitch นะคะของ Galaxy Racer เองก็สามารถเซิร์ชว่า Galaxy Racer TH ได้เลยนะคะก็สามารถเข้ามาชมได้ตลอดทั้งวัน3 วันของเราเลยค่ะ
ครับและอย่างที่รู้นะครับว่าเมื่อวานเราก็มีคอนเสิร์ตของกิกกี้ไปแล้วเรายังเหลืออีก2 วันนะครับวันนี้วงใหญ่เลย Polycat นะครับตอนกี่โมงเอ่ย
Polycat วันนี้จะมา1:40 นาทีค่ะ
แล้วก็มีน้ำชาเนาะในวันที่
ใช่แล้ว
20 วันสุดท้ายครับ
ค่ะก่อนรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะก็สามารถชมได้สนุกมาก
ใช่
เมื่อวานมินิคอนเสิร์ตเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ผมชอบมือคีย์บอร์ด
ยังไง
โยกสุดเหลือเกินโยกสุดไหลไปสุดเหลือเกิน
เอาจริงๆคือตัวนักร้องตัววงจอยมากนะ
จอยสนุกมาก
คนข้างล่างก็เลยสนุกไปด้วย
ใช่ครับ
ความสุขส่งถึงกันเลยนะคะโอเคเชื่อว่าหลายคนในฮอลล์นี้เนี่ยอยากจะไปชมการแข่งขันแล้วพี่เสมพร้อมหรือยัง
พร้อมแล้วแต่อยากรู้ว่าเป็นคู่อะไรเนี่ยคู่แรกของวันนี้
คู่แรกของวันนี้นะคะ Army Genesis นะคะกับBoom Rivalry ค่ะข้างล่างพร้อมหรือยังคะ
พร้อมแล้วแหละ
พร้อมแล้วนะคะ
พร้อมแล้วเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้แคสเตอร์ชื่อดัง2 ท่านเลยนะครับขออนุญาตส่งเวทีให้อาริฟินและลากอย
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Gamers Galaxy 2022 Dota 2 Invitational HatYai Thailand. And the thrill doesn't stop as we are on the second day of the tournament and the action-packed gameplay doesn't stop. And you guys are going to be with us for Group A and we'll kickstart our day with Boom Rivalry versus Army Geniuses. This is Aki together with Cyclops. Hello there!
Hello,
How are you?
Good. It was a great first day, and I can't wait to proceed the second day with you and all the lovely viewers out there. Gonna have a real action-packed 6, but we will be responsible for the first 3 games. And the first game of the day, Boom Army Geniuses. I couldn't wait for more.
Yeah, there will be a lot of action today. But before anything else, again, Gamers Galaxy Dota 2 Invitational Series HatYai Thailand is brought to you by the Ministry of Tourism and Sports Authority of Thailand in partnership with Synex, MSI, Secret Lab, and True. And if you guys are around Thailand or Malaysia, you are all welcome to drop by on the event. It's definitely free. And yeah, what are we going to have today, Cyclops?
Yeah.
I think there will be a lot of Dota 2 games today, and there will be some music bands that will be playing.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, the
right?
band name Polycat. I went to their gig so many times, and they are just so good at live performance. Guys, don't miss the band. Yeah. So I think the show will start around like 7:40 p.m. So yeah. Definitely gonna be good times, and as well as the game today, 6 best of 1 is so scary to see, especially for the first one. Boom and AG, both of them lost their first game. That means whoever loses scary best of 1 will be knocked out of the tournament. Oh.
Yeah,
my
so
goodness.
this will be an elimination match. Again, all the games are best of 1. I believe Boom Rivalry is on the bottom of the standings, as well as the Team Fnatic. So for Group A, Talon is on the top. And yeah, games will be super important today as this is the last day of the group stages. Again, best of 1 and top 2 from each team. If each group will advance to the playoffs, and 3rd and 4th will be eliminated. So 4 teams, I think, will be eliminated. And again, this is a single elimination match.
Guys, and I also got some additional infos about the, in case the teams are ties, there will be first determined who is going to go proceed to the next round by the head-to-head rating, and so every single game counts.
Yeah, there might be possible tiebreakers again, right? So there you go. This will be the schedule for today. First match will be Army Geniuses versus Boom Rivalry, followed by Talon versus Boom Rivalry also. And then the third match will be Army Geniuses versus Polaris, Fnatic versus Execration. That will be on the Group B, I believe.
Alright, cool. Yeah. Whoa. I expect to see a really bloodbath fight in the first games, as these Army Geniuses and Boom are so familiar to each other. They has been scrimmed together a lot. Know each other inside out, and I think when it comes to this big match, I would love to see some pocket strat or some secret heroes that they have been hidden for some important match.
Yeah, speaking of pocket picks here, we saw yesterday that some teams got their notable first wins yesterday. So a lot of some underdog teams were able to win against those big teams that were able to join in this tournament. Again, Polaris winning against Boom Esports. RSG also won against Fnatic, and Execration beating the veterans from SMG. So yeah, what makes this tournament more interesting is that there are some roster changes again for these amazing Southeast Asian teams, like Army Geniuses that will be on the first match, the addition of In Your Dream, Kami-sama on the carry position, and an old face from the previous iteration of the roster, Mamang Daya returns to mid and former carry DB transitions in the offlane. So I'm quite curious of how DB is gonna play today. You know, he hasn't played offlane in quite some time, so we'll see.
Yep. And if we take a look at the Boom Esports past 5 matches, the result was 1 victory, 2 tie, and 2 losses. I mean, even though the performance, I mean, if you take a look at the numbers, look kind of shaky, right? But the thing is, they played against one of the best team in the world, like LGD, like every other strong teams in the Arlington Major. Man, they gain a lot of experience from that, and I think when it's come to the crucial match, like the deciding match, who gonna go home or go more, experience is very important. So I still believe that, I don't know, man. I mean, if they might a little bit edge out Army Genesis, but it's too soon to say.
I do agree with you that this matchup will be kind of tough for Army Genesis, you know, experience-wise, their past achievements on this season, you know, Boom Esports, and there will be a lot of comparison on the player-by-player matchup. Let's start with DB and FBZ. You know, FBZ is one of the most popular offlaners in Southeast Asia, and DB with having not enough experience in the offlane for quite some time. So here's the draft. I think the game is now starting. Rivalry picking out Marcy and Viper for the opening picks here. This will be a very strong lane. We saw in the Arlington Major, every time Marcy picks, you can expect that there will be some Viper or Razor picks.
Good point. Yeah, and talking about the first pick, Tiny from Team Army Genesis. Tiny seems to be the favorite heroes of both sides.
Yeah.
Especially for Team Army Genesis, in the past 3 months, they played Tiny 22 official matches with 59.09 win percentage.
Yeah, actually not only for these two teams. Tiny is the most picked heroes for this tournament. GAMERSGALAXY Dota 2 Invitational. He was picked 5 times yesterday. So imagine having 6 games, he was picked out 5 times.
Yeah, I can't remember myself saying Avalanche Toss. Should be around like 30 times something.
Yeah. And I just read on the GAMERSGALAXY Facebook page that the winning rate for Tiny is 60%. So it's it's high.
Angulia for Army Genesis.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, that these two teams know each other inside out. I think especially for Army Genesis, I mean, if they want to win against the stronger team, I think the principle of winning against a stronger team is having a hard carry, or just go for something out of the box. Some secret strat, some CC pushing strat also works fine. I have seen it. But we'll see, because if you're still playing meta heroes or the same heroes against the same team like Boom, the result is going to end up the same. So I would love to see something new from Army Genesis.
Something new, definitely. And we are not 100% confirmed on the position for this Tiny, and Pangolier heroes can be flexed to a bunch of different roles, right?
Yes. That's a good thing about the first 2 picks. Very versatile. Look, that coach is just mean it, very serious.
But I believe for Boom Rivalry, this will be FPZ's Viper.
5 seconds.
Okay, so let's see if they're going to pick out their supports next. You know, I'm keen to see if they will pick again those popular supports in the meta, you know, Dazzle, Winter Wyvern, something like I'm kind of miss seeing Warlock on tournaments, because that's what makes Boom Rivalry shine the most. Skems Warlock.
Yeah.
You know? Okay.
Yeah, right.
We'll go for the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, I think Boom Rivalry just started to use Warlock in the previous major, but if you take a look past, they don't actually pick
10
it that much.
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
in terms of numbers of games you play in the official match,
5
it's not
seconds
that
remaining.
high compared to other supports like Winter Wyvern. In the past 3 months, they play Winter Wyvern 11 times in the in official matches. And the most interesting thing is, whenever Boom play Winter Wyvern, the win rate is up to 90.91%.
Oh wow.
This is a very high win rate
This is
heroes of
super
Boom
high.
Library.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I think Scam really shines on this hero. You know, he knows very
10
well where
seconds remaining.
he can position in the team fights.
5
But
seconds remaining.
okay, I think Warlock is not being picked by Boom Rivalry because they found a better option for position 5. There's the Chen, there's the Enchantress, and Winter Wyvern as well. So
Yeah.
let's see. For Army Geniuses, they're kind of brave enough to pick Weaver, right? Boom Rivalry, they have the Marcy, they have the Winter's Curse to control down this Weaver. So I think Boom Rivalry has enough answer to this Weaver. But you know, as the time goes by, Weaver can be super mobile.
Dire team pick.
Right. And I have a mixed feeling about that latest picks of the Army Genesis, but it looks like they were discussing a lot before picking this Alchemist, and they look confident. I mean, the way that
10
they
seconds
that hero, I remember back then is like in
5
2017
seconds
or
remaining.
something where Alchemist is everywhere, just like a plague.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember one of my friends, he used to be a pro player. His name is ADTR. And ADTR, he's the Malaysian pro player, right? And then I asked him, hey, bro, how to deal with this Alchemist when everyone is picking it in a pro games? He said the best way to deal with the Alchemist, it's not hunting him down. Because he will get rich anyway. The best way to do it is to make sure that your core is doing fine. Because at the super late game, Alchemist got money, but he lack of one spell of the battle spells. Yeah. I mean, he has one spell that doesn't give him any advantage in fighting toe-to-toe. Compared to the other carries, hard carry, they have 4 fighting spells, right? Yeah, that is his guy. Just let him farm, make sure that your carry is strong enough, and then fight him in late game. You will win. Wow, I was like, wow, really?
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. But some of teams, you know, what they do with the Alchemist pick in the opposite team, they just send their supports to, you know, block the camps for the Alchemist. They want to make sure that he doesn't have much farm yet. You know, you can expect some stacks if ever there's an Alchemist. So you might want to send your supports over there. And from the supports of Boom Rivalry, Marcy and Winter Wyvern is a bit aggressive. They can just go in the jungle of Army Geniuses without even dying. So
10 seconds
I'm keen to see the hero that they will give for Yopach. You know, the 3 of them
5
can
seconds
disrupt or
remaining.
slow down the farm of this Alchemist. And okay, TB pick for Boom Rivalry. I am kind of expecting this game to be a long game, most probably.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I also, I mean, in case if the supports go in and try to block the creep camps of that Alchemist inside of the NC, right? That means the fight will break out most of the time because you have to go in, play some sentries and all those stuff, right? I am trying to see if the first 3 heroes of Boom Rivalry can just deal with the Army Genesis, Alchemist, and the supports too. What I
Dire
feel
team ban.
a bit scared for
Radiant
Team
team
Boom
ban.
Rivalry is that Viper is a very slow movement hero.
Yeah.
When it comes to a fast-paced hunting or when it comes to you have to invade into the enemy jungle, the slow-paced hero
He'll
is
get
just
left out.
Yeah,
he'll get
and-
left out.
10
and it's
seconds
so
remaining.
hard to get mispositioned. And if you take a look at the movement speed of the 2
5
supports on
seconds
Team
remaining.
Boom Rivalry, you see the Winter Wyvern and also the Viper is very slow. Okay, Winter Wyvern got the flying thing, but No, I mean compared to Marcy, which is have a very fast movement speed, she can be in front. Wow, this Viper is not even reaching the scene.
Yeah, she can. She also have that escape mechanics in case things goes bad for them. But for Boom Rivalry, I'm really looking forward to see something like a Void Spirit here for Yopaj, or something like a Bat Rider. You know, that fast timing hero. Or
Yeah,
this team cannot let the game end on the late game. They can try to finish the game as fast as they can.
that is look at what they banned.
10
Yeah,
seconds
you're really
remaining.
on point on all the spirits and the high mobility heroes. You see,
Okay, Void is banned.
Ember
Never
Spirit
mind.
banned, right? Bat
Never
Rider
mind.
gone, and also the Void Spirit gone. These heroes are so good because they are
Cool.
fast, and they are so good when it's come to like 1 or 2 target skirmishing campaign. But yeah, I think the last one should be a mid laner.
Something like
that
Storm or Puck is good here
Can.
for Boom Rivalry. Yeah, the mobility,
Agreed.
mobility-wise, they can excel on that. You know, the team fight, the Winter's Curse. Let's see. In terms of heroes popularity, they still have 2 options here, or 3 actually. They can go for the Bat Rider, Puck, or Storm Spirit for Yopaj.
Storm would be a good idea, but
Okay.
Puck is not bad as well. Or
Yeah,
even
the dream coil can, do well with the initiation before the Winter's Curse.
or something with a blink.
Okay, they will go for Puck.
You may now
Yeah.
select your heroes.
All right, that's cool. Okay.
But as for me, Army Geniuses lineup excels well in the late game. So I'm looking forward. How are they going to push this game, or to delay this game as much as they can? They have the Alchemist, they have the Weaver, but I want to see the role of this Weaver. Is it a support, or it's a support Pangolier. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sport Pangolier. A bit too greedy for me, the way that Army Genesis picked the heroes.
but this can
but,
work out, I think. Yeah,
it
on the late
can-
game.
Work out in condition of you have to stay neutral in the laning phase. I mean, you can't be disadvantaged in the early game. Just you don't have to kill anything out of Team Boom. You just stay alive. That's all.
And this is kind of interesting to me that Weaver is a support together with Pangolier. The damage will be there for all 5 heroes of Army Geniuses, and then the timing for this Weaver is when he got that Aghanim Scepter. You just do saving mechanics, and Mamang Dayo with the tiny. The timing can be fast if he wins the lane against Yopaj.
All right. Can't wait, man. So do you think it's gonna be more than 35 minutes game?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. Boom Esports also have this Terrorblade, the insurance hero for them, so they can either drag this game or end this game as fast as they can. And that's it.
Yeah.
But do you
right.
think what draft favors you the most?
Whose draft favor me the most? Man, this is a really close draft, but I would say I like Boom more. The heroes, the comp are quite easier to execute.
Yeah, I get your point. But yeah, the scary thing is, if ever Army Geniuses wins all of their lanes, they can be pretty much scary.
Yes, correct.
Winter Wyvern can just get jumped on top of him. Tiny can just go blink on the Winter Wyvern. Now again, they have the answer for the Winter Wyvern. That's Mamang Dayo when he gets his Blink Dagger.
Okay, yeah, I think they might
You can just
fight
you
each
can just
other head on right
take
from
out
the
Winter
start.
Wyvern.
Seconds to battle.
Let's take a look on this one. Let's start it
Alright.
first. Rebound only.
They
Start
wanna
the
get the
unstable
first blood?
concoction, and then Varys moving in with the Chukushi. Both sides grouping up 5v5, but it looks like Army Genesis just don't want to do it too early. Varys.
Alright. So they're grouping up here. They want to get that first blood, but you know, Army Geniuses just quite saw what they're planning to do here. So 3 bounty runes actually for Army Geniuses. This is quite a good start for them, especially on the mid lane.
Yes.
Early bottle, early items, you know. But yeah, going back to Boom rivalry, I'm quite surprised that they are on the bottom of the standing, and I'm keen to see how are they going to adjust for today and bounce back from yesterday's loss. Speaking of adjustment, I feel like Boom Esports had some shortcomings as I was able to talk to one of their players that they went to a long 33-hour flight coming all the way from the Arlington Major. It was like they weren't able to play or practice for almost 3 days. And they were given a short time to have their warm-ups yesterday. So I believe they were able to practice a lot yesterday. So.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely physically exhausted by Team Boom Esports.
Yeah, that's one of the factors, I believe.
Jet lag and all. I believe they still have a jet lag.
Yeah.
I mean, when I went to the States and I got back to Thailand, oh man, the jet lag lasted around like 3 or 4 days, and
it
I
really
hated it.
affected you, right?
Yeah.
Physically.
I never had it before, and I thought it was a joke when people saying about the jet lag thing, but it's actually real.
It's actually true. Yeah, I do think so. And if I'm not mistaken, this will be the first time that Boom and Army Geniuses will face each other, right?
This is not. Yeah, this is
Is
actually.
not?
What you say?
This is the first time that we'll, you know, face each other, or
Oh, this is actually 4th time.
fourth time. Okay.
Yeah, 4th time.
Thanks for that.
And the past is the Boom Esports won 3 series, and one was a tie.
One was a tie.
Yeah,
Okay, good
but
point.
in a recent 3 times it was Boom. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah. So I think the playstyle here for Army Geniuses will be quite different with the addition of In Your Dream, because he was a very greedy carry for me.
And he found fast, is he?
Yeah, and he wants to get babysit on the lane.
Oh.
You know. Okay, top lane. Quite the aggression from Army Geniuses here, and Narman with the Pangolier. You know that harassment with the swashbuckle can do damages from for the TB. You know, as you can see, TB is quite low. But the good thing here is he has the Winter Wyvern for the sustain, so they don't have to buy much consumables here.
I like it. I like the spell called Embrace. It's actually one of the best spells of the sport in Dota 2. I mean, it's not only save you from the damage and stuff, it actually heals you some.
Yeah, and it can delay the possible death. But that will be the first blood. FBZ getting the kill to that Weaver, but it's just a support though.
Yeah.
But that's the momentum that they need. This Viper needs to get more kills in the lane.
Right, and the way that Mike playing Marzi right now is just so good. He's zoning out all the enemies for that Viper to have a free farm. Once Viper has a free farm, he can be like a slow flying thing, but super tanky.
Yeah.
and has the damage from the Dragonlance at the range.
Yeah, he can be mobile too, as long as he gets something like Blink Dagger or something like Hurricane
Will he
Pipe.
get it, you think?
We will see. And the good thing from that kill is the Pangolier is forced to TP on the bottom lane. So this leaves out Jack Boys and DB to go face to face on the top lane. This will be a good advantage for Jack Boys. You know, less harassment for the TB. He can just farm, and you know he doesn't want to initiate some kills here.
The improvement of the minimal forces is it just gives TB back in the scene. In the past 1 or 2 patch, it's just so strong in the early game and the laning stage. Mom and Daya having a bit rough time against Yopa. Look at that, spinning the Vanning Rift.
Oh, the avalanche misses.
Yeah, it was a fancy footwork by Yopa just now. Meanwhile, Alchemist. Oh,
In Your
FBZ.
Dream died from that.
Man, this lane being controlled by Viper already. Marcy, let's take a look. There will be more corpses out of this lane. Core Embrace just in time in order to save the FBC. Going in for the Chukuchi, running out of the Chukuchi just to get away. And then it's Varys fall too. A support at the core. It looks like Army Genesis falling apart in every single lane.
In every single lane, I do agree with you. Also on the mid lane of the Tiny is very low on health. You know, it's really harassing out Mamang Daya here. But that was a good reaction from Scam just in time. There was the cold embrace before FPC dies from that. And, you know, taking down the Alchemist in the lane is a really big boost in their early game. You know, again, the timing of their heroes is should be fast.
Middle is missing.
Mamang Daya on the way to the power trait in order to improve his stats and also the fighting ability. Not in the rush of going straight to the Blink Dagger. Yopaj. Dealing with Yopaj is just like, you know, guessing his mind. What's he gonna do next? When he's shooting the Vanning Rift out, you gotta guess. Is he gonna play aggressive against me, or he's just trying to, you know, harassing?
Harassing, yeah. As we can see on the minimap, two supports of Boom Esports will be on the mid lane to help out Yopaj, but Jack Boys needs help on the top lane as well.
Oh, about to go down for Jack Boys. Kind of lack of the damage, only few hits away. That was a great damage dealing on Jack Boys, but at the same time wasting time for Team Army Genesis mid player.
Yeah, I like the point. The Tiny wasted his ganking potential on the top lane. He was so deep right there. He was already on the second tower just to, you know, harass the Terror Blade. But let's see, Yopaj with a double damage rune. He has Dream Coil available as well.
Double damage. Marcy rebound. Maybe a nice dodge on the unstable concoction with the face shift, but Yopaj doesn't have enough skills and the spells and the HP to just proceed.
Okay, good start for Boom Esports right here, but I wonder how Army Genesis will, you know, delay this game just for the Alchemist to get back to the game. There needs to be some stack here. No, so one of these supports needs to do the stacking for In Your Dream. That can be Narman, okay.
One stack only. I think it is because the supports are so busy in the lane.
Yeah,
I mean, if
they picked aggressive support, so what can we expect?
Alright, Jack Boys now finally have some free time on top when the creep push deep. But DB is trying to keep it up with him.
Yeah, DB with a Timber Saw is a super strong laner. You know, he can force out the carry to go on the jungle, and he can go to the jungle as well. And Narman falling down on the mid lane. Yopaj?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually the first time Yopaj is being brought down by Mamang Daya. He killed first, but Mamang Daya, perfect timing recovery from that loss.
Yeah, that's actually the first kill for Army Geniuses. But on the bottom lane, Varish might be trapped in the tree lines here. Okay, action packed on the mid lane, but bottom lane they don't have any detection towards the Weaver. So
I am trying to think. It is gonna be dangerous for Team Army Genesis if they let that FBC run so free on the White Viper.
I think they have enough answer here for FBC in the later part of the game. But wait, too much damage from Mamang Daya taking down Tims here.
Yeah.
Right there, even though they have that observer wards on the cliff right there, I'm not really sure why they weren't able to see the gang from the Tiny and
mid lane. Okay. Yeah.
I wonder if they are smoked up right there.
All right. I mean the this I kind of worry for AG for this mid tier 1 tower, because obviously that this is what Boom Esports want. Get the fast mid tier 1 tower, you know, to open the roots up, doing some smoke constantly just to find the alchemist inside of the triangles or the radiant NC. But look at the bottom lane. I think that's going to be a big war around here. Dropping down from the tower as well. Dropping the Dream Coin and moving in for the DB with the Timbersaw. Yopaj not looking good. Be the first one who fall. FBC diving in and he killing spree. GAMERSGALAXY is out. Scam get rid of Nama. Let's take a look. Ooh. And DB got scammed right after. The fight is not over just yet. Viper hanging around. Now the rebound disposal. Back throw. Nice one. Varys falls. A 3 in total for Team Army Genesis. But not bad for them to get 2 out of Team Bow.
Yeah, not bad for Army Genesis as they were able to take down Yopaj because they need to slow this puck down. This is the timing of Boom Esports. It will depend on how puck will rotate in every lane, how is he going to force out the team fights early on so that Jack Boys can just farm on the lane, but they won't stop.
Rebound and disposal once again. Marcy quite low. DB is trying to just run away, but he was stopped by the Winter Curse. FBC, he has enough damage to take the Timbersaw down. No, he doesn't have. Nama rolling Thunder in for the first time, aiming for the support core embrace from Scam just to keep himself alive for a while, but he gonna deal with the chainsaw. Oh no, Pangolier, Swashbuckle, finishing all off. Scam.
Scam will be taken down. 2 supports for Boom Esports. I think they underestimated the damage of the 2 supports for Army Genesis as well. But Yopaj might want to get some revenge here. Again, teams will TP on the bottom lane, so they won't stop until they take down this tier 1 tower.
Oh my goodness. Yopaj dropping a Dream Coil and he aim on the Pangolier. I think Dama will go down right there. He's stuck in the tree line. The being fouled by Mike the Marcy.
Okay, so good rotation again from Yopaj. This is what we are talking about. This will depend on him and how is he going to force out so that Army Geniuses will just react on what he will do. But again, in your dream, I think he's getting the time of his life, just farming on the side lanes.
Yeah. I kind of like the way that he goes to a very old school item build of the Alchemist. Avalanche on Marcy might being found by Varys and GAMERSGALAXY. Go embrace, keep him alive. Chuchuchi in. He still has the time left to just get away safely. But no! He's stuck in a Winter Curse. Nice right back. Perfect timing for that scam. DB now in danger. He was slowed by the poison touch and Yopaj is chasing on him. Sending the Chakram, slow down the enemy first. DB, Yopaj hunting him on a higher ground. But look at that reactive armor. He is still alive. Another team a chance just to get away. Kill that one with magic, but he missed the Wanding Rift. So I think DB gonna be fine. Oh my! Oh no!
Yeah.
Not in a Dream Coil, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw the Dream Coil cooling down for like 10 seconds, so I think that's the reason why Yopaj is really chasing down that Timbersaw. So good team fight, but again, the threat here for Boom Esports is the Alchemist farming freely on the jungle area. So they wanna address this issue right now.
I think so, yeah. But like I said, like my friend ADTR said, that dealing with Alchemist is just make sure that the other department of your team doing fine, and then you'll be fine. I'll see. Let's take a look on Varys on top. A rebound, but he missed. Alchemist right now is not the highest net worth hero in the game. The highest was the T-Blade.
Yeah, do you remember I mentioned earlier that the answer for Alchemist is to block up the camps using the Sentry Wards?
Yeah.
But if you're going to look at the minimap, it seems to me that Army Geniuses is the team that does that. There's so many Sentry Wards on Boom Esports' jungle right here. They blocked out all the camps.
Yeah, because TB is pretty much the same as Alchemist, farming from all the NC crepes and stuff. Okay.
Alchemist on the top of the net worth again, bottom lane.
Yeah, aiming on that Alchemist. At some point, it feels like this Alchemist is, sorry, the Timbersaw is trying to make the scene and trying to make space for his hard carry. I mean, it's too obvious that he always see himself in the middle of Team Boom Esports.
Mm-hmm. 7-12, 14 minutes into the game, but Jack Boys is, quite of a bit farmed here. So this might be the key here for Boom Esports. Just one good team fight where Jack Boys is going to join them. They can take towers. He used the Metamorphosis, so they might want to get something out of this one.
Right. Jack Boys, I believe he has a lot of items now. He's ready for the fight. Now let's take a look at that. That's kind of interesting. Two men of Team Army Genesis smoking is Pangolia and Tiny. So looking for a single kill, a small gank, I guess, just to buy some time for the Alchemist.
He already had that Radiance up and running, so this might boost up the farm for In Your Dreams. He needs just more stacks for himself.
Let's take a look at the fight over there, Inza.
Mid lane, I think. Yeah.
Alright, here we go with the Avalanche toss. On the higher ground now, setting up position nicely for Scam. Nobody sees him and he keep on shooting. Slow attack from the higher ground. The top of the hill. Varys just need to run away, and the two guys that smoked just now getting smoked inside of the Boom territory.
Yeah, it was some kind of a wrong decision for Team Army Geniuses to do that. But I just like the reaction here for Boom Esports. They react so fast whenever they see heroes from Army Geniuses lurking up on their map. They instantly go there. So, see?
16 minutes in. Kind of surprised that the even though the game score looks pretty heavy on Boom side, but the net worth are still pretty much the same, maybe because of the Alchemist effect.
The Alchemist, for sure. Yeah. He's just farming on the jungle, and they can go for a smoke towards the Alchemist. They have a decent vision on that jungle, so they can try to answer the Alchemist, at least for now.
I think another key factor in team fight is the way that Nama using the Rolling Thunder. Maybe he wants Blink Dagger the next one for a proper positioning when he starts his ultimate, so he can do some chain stun on the damage dealer on Boom, and that's just gonna make Boom lack a lot of damage in team fight. Alchemist comes in, clean everything up. Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, good point here, because they weren't able to catch Yopaj on the spot. This Pac can be really so mobile, and Winter's Curse for DD.
Once again, setting up a Chakram, Timber Chain to the higher ground, and moving in for Mamangdaya, Avalanche in the toss, surprising attack by Mamangdaya, killed that Yopaj. Here we go, Naman with a Rolling Thunder, can he catch anyone? Target, yes he can, Mike the Marcy will fall, yes, and DB and friends will just move furthermore. Blink Dagger, Avalanche, but a bit too deep, Mamangdaya decided to call it off.
Did I jinx Yopaj again?
Yes, I guess.
I think so too. I just mentioned the Pac and instantly he died right there. So that's a good starting point. This is the turning point of Team Army Geniuses. They can start right off from here, taking down the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. There's no Pac and Marcy for around 10 seconds here, so...
Yeah, anyway, don't mention my name then, Aki.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. Alright, okay. 2k ahead, right? For the Army Genesis. They're gonna be fine.
So again, I believe that's a turning point of Army Geniuses. If they will be able to maintain this kind of aggression towards Boom Esports, they might catch them off guard again. They just need to take out the pop.
Yeah. And it looks like it's gonna be DB again that he gonna be the target. Boom taking control of their triangle. Maybe play some unusual spot observer ward would be a good idea. But hey, hello. Okay, I think there's some fight going on. Oh, there, yeah, no.
Okay.
Bottom tower is under
I think they're eyeing for some Roshan here. If they will be able to pick one hero from Team Army Geniuses, they can go straight to Roshan.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Breeze on the way to the next.
That might be sneaky Roshan. Just what I was about to say.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But looks like AG got some information about it. I think they're
They
really
do
trying.
know. But the threat here is there's a Winter's Curse available, there's the Dream Coil, so they need to be careful.
Oh, okay. Are they gonna go in?
I don't
what,
think so.
What matters the most is the angle of the approach of Team Army Genesis. Which angle they're gonna do? They're gonna do it from the Dire side or maybe a triangle of the Radiant?
Maybe they won't contest on this one because Alchemist is just busy farming on the triangle camp of Boom Esports. But yeah, securing these Aegis will give them more advantage in terms of farming and also pushing some towers towards the Army Geniuses here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright, even though that Alchemy is the one who bring the balance to the network bar, but I kind of worry that the Tiny is farming are kind of slow.
I do agree with you. He's on the bottom of all the cores in terms of network.
And I mean, he's a mid laner.
Yeah, kind of expecting him to have a decent farm, but let's see. He has Blink Dagger, so I think next ideal item for Mamang Dai here will be BKB. Okay, but I wonder what he's going to build. He can also go for a Silver Edge as well.
Alright. Looks like Team Boom Esports is grouping up. They're looking for strike. Keep in mind that Jack Boy is holding on the edges, so there's always some opportunity. Dropping a Dream Coil though, but it was an air ball.
That was a missed Dream Coil, so one ultimate down for Boom Esports. But again, they also have Winter's Curse to reinitiate the team fight. Jack Boy's here, bottom lane, doing the job.
Yeah, dealing damage to the tower with the 5 Winter's breakout in the Radiant NC. The first target they aimed for Scam. That was a good one because Scam can use Cold Embrace and saving people. And also the Winter Curse now, the life of Scam is actually forcing Team Boom Esports to retreat. They may want to find a new location to fight.
FBC?
It seems like, FBC. See how fast they can melt that FBC down and the dominating streak ended. In your dream, slash them all out. I think they need to take this opportunity to wrap out the towers too.
I do agree. That's what you were saying earlier, that in terms of retreating, FBZ can be left out. The mobility is not that high for Viper, and yeah, that's the first time that in your dream joined the team fight, and it looked very good for Army Geniuses. He now has the 10k gold lead. BKB is now up. And Blink Dagger as well, so he might need more additional damage items. Sunder?
Yeah, Jack Boys almost got punished by the ganking squad of Team Army Genesis.
Yeah, that was almost. He still has Aegis up and running, so he's safe, I believe.
Dire's bottom tower
2 minutes
is under attack.
until the Aegis reclaim.
Tower is under attack.
Now this is looking very hard. I mean, unless they're gonna grouping up as 5 for Team Boom Esports and do a smoke together.
Yeah. The thing I like here for Mamang Dai is he was able to take down the Puck first thing before the team fight starts.
Yeah, and also the Skim.
Yeah,
I mean,
Puck and Skim.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get rid of that Winter Wyvern first, like just now, you will win every single team fight from now on because it can cause a lot of trouble, man. Especially the Cold Embrace.
Yeah, it can delay the possible deaths for Boom Esports. But yeah, see, the thing also I like here for Army Geniuses is that 2 supports can transition into a core. They can just build some damage items as well. Pangolier has decent amount of damage as well as the Weaver. So
that's
it's gonna be 5-man damage for AG.
Now I get what you mean, that you are kind of worried for Team Boom Esports to deal with this hero lineup from AG. It's getting late already. It's 25 minutes in, and Boom is behind when they need to be ahead.
Yeah, 7k behind is a lot. It's a big thing for them. But yeah, Jack Boys didn't die in that team fight. He's still holding on that Aegis, so they can still try.
Okay, nice setting up, jumping in with a rebound and trying to dispose the throwback away from the tower. But however, moving in by Mamangaya with avalanche toss, perfect. But he is a prime target now, and he will die in the middle of everyone of Team Boom Esports. Rolling Thunder comes out. It's actually a trade, but not a good trade for Team AG because they lost their mid laner. However, they still got the high ground.
Yeah, they were able to defend that high ground indeed. So I think the most ideal objective here for Boom Esports is to take down the tier 2 tower on the mid lane and on the top lane. At least for now. While they have the Aegis, but it expired, okay?
Yeah. Alright. Looks like Boom already know that they're playing against a time bomb. So they might have to, you know, rush themselves a bit.
I think there's no rush here for Team Army Geniuses. Again, they have that Alchemist, so they won't. They're not that pressured in terms of late game, as you know. They have 5 heroes here that can transition into 2 support that can transition into a core. So yeah, they can just rely on the late game of the Alchemist.
Yes. I mean for Boom, they take a rush now.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Also, the Winter Wyvern is a bit squishy. He needs some, you know, defensive items for himself as well.
When it comes to team fight, who do you think Boom should aim first?
I think they need to take down. Yeah, I think they need to take down the Weaver first because this one is a very annoying hero.
Yeah.
You also need to invest on Gem later on.
Oh my God! But look at that! Look at that Weaver. It's trolling people. It's so annoying with the Chugachi. Where he's playing Weaver position 5 quite well in this game.
Yeah, he's the most vulnerable hero for Army Geniuses. 4 of them are so tanky, so I think the ideal target here will be Weaver first.
Whole team smoke, 4-man Army Genesis looking to set up a fight. I'm kind of surprised that it was the Army that do the attack first with the Rolling Thunder and kill that team. Scam falls, Scam bought back right away. They need Winter Wyvern in team fight. If not, they cannot stop anyone. Winter Curse indeed, and dropping a Dream Coil though. The Chill Crash trying so hard to stay alive for Naman. Naman fall, Yopa to double kill back, a core embrace, and Alchemist slashing on that buyback Scam. Is he gonna die back? No. Flying away and try to lock and control that the Alchemist in a small area. No, he's on the BKB. He's fine, but he needs to run away from the T-Blade. T-Blade with a lot of illusion with the help of that puck will slow down. Not really good. Alchemist will fall right in front of the base, and this is a good chance for Boom Esports to advance to the higher ground.
Yeah, it's a good timing for them to take down the tier 2 tower on the mid lane and straight up to the high ground. Though Scam did died back on that one, I think that's still a good move for him. He was able to drop that Winter's Curse just in time before he dies. So let's see. There's multiple TPs here for Army Geniuses. They still want to fight.
Oh, still on the Metamorphosis status, and that's not looking good for Mamangaya. He was dealt so much damage. 30% HP, but he get away from that. The DB chasing on Jack Boy. Jack Boy still got a Sunder up and running. Yes, he did it, but just not making any difference. Jack Boys will go down, it seems.
Can they
but
do
he
it?
deals a lot of the damage as well. Yopa still looking pretty healthy. Next one gonna be Nama, and Yoma slashing him off, dominating already. He's on fire. He's in the zone for Yopa.
Yeah, I think maybe because the Tiny can't position right, he wasn't able to catch down that puck. So Yopa was all around the corner. He was everywhere during the team fight. So
yeah, I wish they could show us the fight recap there, so we can see how much damage Yopa deal from the both physical attack and the Vanning Rift. I'm sorry, Illusory Orb.
Okay. Sorry, Orb. Yeah, but nice pickoff again for Boom Esports. 3-man down. So, but the issue here for Boom Esports is how are they going to go on the high ground? I think they need to wait for the next Roshan before they can do that. I mean, the high ground defense for Army Geniuses is really huge. They have the Pangolier, they have the Tiny. No, they don't have any problems dealing with that creep wave, incoming creep wave.
Yeah. One thing I kind of worry about Team AG is obviously if it becomes a 1v1 fight between Alchemist and TB, it will be TB any day.
I do agree with you, especially the reflection, you know. The
Yeah.
damage, Alchemist damage can be there as well.
All right. The next ages of the game will be the most important.
For the both teams at least. Whoever gets this Aegis will have the big advantage on going up on the high ground.
Looks like AG wanna start the fight right away. They already reserved some spot nearby the Roshan pit. Let's see
Okay.
how they're gonna approach it.
Both teams are setting up on the Roshan, so I think anytime soon we can expect to see some team fight over here on the Roshan area. Both teams are ready. They can, any team can, you know, take this Roshan.
I feel so nervous because the next one is the most crucial one.
Yeah, and if you're going to look at the vision, Army Genius has that observer wards on the cliff of Boom Esports' jungle, so they have a better vision around the Roshan pit.
Surely gonna play big part. That small observer wards. Now Boom doing a smoke. They're trying to sneaky and get into the Roshan pit without any notice from Team Army
They're
Genesis.
smoked up.
Or
Dire are
they will
scanning.
try to find and strike directly. They see Naman already. Here we go. Dispose him back. Naman falls. Down to only 4 and need to buy back right away for Team Army Genesis. They can't lose this whole team fight because it's the Aegis on the line. My man Dyer jumping down with Avalanche on 2. He turned the BKB trying to run away from Jack Boys. Jack Boys cannot find the target. He's still hanging around. Naman, a rolling thunder, trying to kill the support. Unstoppable for your part. He here, he there, he is everywhere. He's just like goddamn internet for your part. And now, look at that. Timber Chain on the higher ground. Next thing we know, he disappeared for your part.
They can catch Yopaj on the spot, so this is a good chance for Boom Esports to secure that Aegis, but
Oh, let's go
quick
around
kill.
to an
Oh.
Avalanche and the Torch, fighting in a small area. Jack Boy, perfect positioning.
Oh.
Fireball Force is killing everyone. T-Blade is on the run. Your part hunting more too. That's not any good. Timbersaw. Illusory Orb. I don't think Yopard got enough damage to kill that Timbersaw, so they need to just retreat, focus on the objective.
yeah, that was a dieback for teams, and he got denied by the Roshan. So, you know, the advantage there was still with Boom Esports. They were able to kill down the Tiny. So, yeah, another Aegis for Jack Boys here.
Yeah, this agent needs to be turned into some barracks this time around for Boom.
I believe so too. It is long
okay.
overdue already. So,
DB.
yes, Cam.
DB sending in some chakram. Scam still got a call and brace to just buy some time. He used it down at the river, so they change the target immediately. That is just earned Aegis. Oh, being destroyed already by Team Army. Genesis turn the BKB for Jack Boy, trying to find some safe spot to just do a fighting. But no, this is not a good spot at all. Alchemist, it's meet to meet, feet to feet with them. Your part, illusory orbs away. They already lost Varys.
Yeah, I believe
Unstable
Yopaj
concoction.
can escape this one. Yeah, but that was a casualty for Boom Esports over there. And let's forget the Aegis advantage as of this moment.
Yes.
They can't go on the high ground without the Aegis. So we have to wait for a couple of minutes again before that Aegis to go up and running. So this might be a long game as we expected.
Now I kind of worry about Team Boom Esports because, you know, one condition is that if they want to win the team fight is Jack Boy need to get in a spot where he can do a free attack from afar. In order to make that happen, you need to send someone in to absorb damage, or put it simple, send someone in to die. It's going to have to be Viper, but the thing is Viper is not that strong enough to tanking for a long period of time. He goes in, he will be melted down in 3 or 4 seconds, which is not enough time to give to TB to find some perfect place to attack.
Yeah. But let's see, Army Geniuses were able to delay this game, and and Alchemist is so farmed as of now. He has everything he needs in the team fight. So I'm wondering what's gonna be Boom Esports' answer for Alchemist later on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Like I
attack.
said, I mean, if it's 1v1, I think
will be
Alchemist
hard.
will lose to will lose to TP. But the thing is, Alchemist will always come in as a package with the Timber Saw.
They are
So-
all tanky, so that's the issue here for Boom Esports. Do they have that enough damage to take down 4 tanky
Right.
heroes of Army Geniuses?
Right, that is the Timber Saw. DB hanging around, running out of mana, being fouled by a lot of players of Team Boom Esports. That might be his end for now.
For now,
Yeah.
and he's alone here, so DB will be taken down. He has buyback available.
Okay,
And
looks like
Boom Esports getting that 4K lead, you know there's something wrong with your Alchemist draft.
right, correct. I mean, yeah. 26-19 game score. They are trying to manage the creep wave for Team Boom Esports. Make sure that every single what? Oh, the Korea. Okay.
It was just the career.
Yeah, I was like, okay, if you lose one more, that's probably gonna be a game, man.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
there's one good
is
pickup for Boom Esports. You know, I think they need to go one by one first. It'll be hard if they
Look at
force
that.
it right here.
The way that he's shooting the tower is just like a machine gun. My God, see
Okay.
how far that TB can take your tower down. Still no sign of Timbersaw for the next 15 seconds. Now there goes the tower. They goes in for the barracks. How can they stop? Here we go. Boom Esports knocking on the Army Genius Door for the first time in this game. Barracks, first set of racks goes down.
Again, this will be a very important match for the both teams, as if whoever loses this game will be eliminated out of the tournament. Army Geniuses lost yesterday to Talon Esports, so they really need this game to win.
Okay. Oh. It's like I think the one thing that makes Boom get that barrack is they know their limit. They know that okay, this is the moment that we can just leverage everything from it and push and get the barracks out of it, and they did it. 3-man Army Genesis looking for a strike back. I mean,
Yeah.
if they lose the next big fight, it would be very dangerous situation for Team Army Genesis.
Yeah, Army Geniuses going on the tier 2 tower of Boom Esports. So
Diving in for them.
they do know that Metamorphosis is not up yet for the Terror Blade. So
Right.
they don't
Oh,
expect
fighting
Boom
at the
Esports to go.
triangle. Start with the avalanche and the torrent, sending in some chakram. This area, this fight is very important, guys. Before the fight happens, I want you guys put your hands in the air to see who is going to come out alive from this triangle. Dropping a dream coil, but it was an airball once again. Still on the run for your part, jumping out in front and using the Wanning Rift illusory orb here and there. Polaris getting caught by the puck. The rest got away, I think.
The TP is too long for the Weaver to survive on that one. But yeah, good pickoff again. So 1 man down for Army Geniuses. Boom Esports, I think Metamorphosis will be up anytime soon, so they can try to knock the towers again.
For
Yeah,
sure,
the
there
patience will be the key here for Boom Esports. Just slow siege will be best for them. You know, they don't have to force everything.
Oh, the fighting formation is just so good for Team Boom Esports. They have the second line of Winter Wyvern. Scam stays inside the tree line, ready to just come out and use the Cold Embrace or Winter Curse off guard of Team Army Genesis. They need to be careful. That's what I'm talking about. And he made a mistake with no buyback. Tiny. All he want to do is just jumping in and doing a little bit of avalanche, but he was caught by the disposal. Oh my, and there goes the barrack for the second one. From
They can
a
go for
leading
another
game.
one. They can still go for another barrack.
Army Genesis from a leading game now down to this. They need to fight back. This is a fight that they need to prevail or lose or knock out of the tournament. But look at that TV. Striking non-stop.
and there's a lot of white light coming out from the TB. Hey, TB down,
Oh, no.
is it? No! Oh no, he's not down, it's just the illusion. Okay, Yopad has got like...
Okay, 2 buybacks for Team Army Geniuses. This will be a very expensive high ground defense for them.
Yes.
And this will be popped up,
Oh, man,
but
this
then
is-
again, this might be the last barracks for Army Geniuses. And Mega Fix will be up.
Oh no, that's crazy, man. Crazy game we have here. 3v5,
slow
they have to throw everything at Team Boom Esports in order to defend the tier 4 tower and also the throne. But the next thing is they lost that TB and Boom non-stop slashing on the towers, forcing them to call a GG. It's a matter of time. Results no longer in doubt. It's just about how many.
Radiant's ancient is
Yeah, I think Army Geniuses underestimated the power of Marcy. Team's disposals is always on point. He always catch the 4 heroes of Army Geniuses off guard.
Wow.
So yeah, that was a dominating game for Boom Esports. So they
That's
needed this
crazy.
win so much.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, at some point I thought that Army Geniuses can get this game because they have the Alchemist. It's just that, those unnecessary deaths for them, also for the Tiny. He underestimated Marcy, I believe.
Ooh. It's such what a roller coaster game.
Yeah.
It's just like yesterday. You remember one game that we cast, and I say, hey, 5 minutes ago, we still don't know who's gonna win, and then everything happens in that small 5-minute span, and then it's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's again the key here for Boom Esports is to just let Jackie farm, just let him get his items, and that's a Terrorblade. They don't have any pressure. They still can win on the late game, and that what happened on that game. So I think Army Geniuses is now eliminated from the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, well, in a group stage of 4, if you lose 2 matches, it's pretty much it. And we want to take like 2 teams advance to the other round. So yeah. Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately for them.
Unfortunately.
But anyway, we gotta give the compliment to the way that Yopaj play, which is, in my opinion, he I don't know. Let me guess. I think he's gonna be the MVP because he causing a lot of chaotic inside the AG. He's here, he's there. Once it's something that you don't want to catch. It's Puck here spamming all the illusory orb and the Waning Rift. It's so annoying, man.
Yeah, I think on the first few minutes of the game, Tiny was able to catch Yopaj off guard, but the time when he gets the right item for the puck, he's they can catch puck already. So I think that's the timing for Boom Esports, and I do agree with you. Yopaj might be the MVP here, but I think for me it will
for
be
you. What about for you?
Marcy.
Me?
It will be teams for me.
Okay. Yeah, Marcy, right?
Yeah, the dispose is always on point. The Aether Lens build is I think is so how do you say this? It's so OP. So
OP.
then we can see more of this on Boom Esports' next game. They might
sure.
be facing Talon Esports.
Hey, we will get to cast them next game, right? On
Yeah,
the third
I think
game.
so.
Oh, nice.
That will be next game, Boom Esports versus Talon Esports. That's some kind of the reunion of ex-Boom Esports players.
Right.
Do you remember when FPZ played with In Your Dream together with Hyde and Mikoto? So that's some kind of reunion for them.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well. After this, we're gonna have the highlight, and then after that, we'll see who get the MVP. I believe there are so many. I think the highlight is going to be long because there was so.
There's so many team fights.
Yeah. I told you guys,
Yeah.
that's so many.
That's a long
interesting-
highlight.
Yeah, that's a really long highlight, and I think this game is very entertaining and is worth watching the replay back. But guys, the day is still long. We have 5 more games and a concert from one of the best bands in Thailand waiting for you guys. So
I think that will be at the end of. I think the band will be at the end of the games. I just saw the schedule, so we have to finish all 6 games first before the band. So yeah, we're just waiting for the match MVP. Again, you were saying you will go with Yopaj, but I might go with Tim's for this one.
Teams. Okay. We'll see. What if you lose again?
You will have 2 Baba milk tea from me.
Oh, okay. I got a lot of milk tea already. Okay. All right. Yeah, Tim is not bad as well. I mean, the way that he organized the support department and also the vision plays and stuff, it's just awesome. And I like the way that he positioning himself too, because so many times that he managed to break out the smoke gang from Army Genesis.
Yeah,
Love it.
And
love
he
it.
was so mobile as well. So Army Genesis was having a hard time on who are they going to prioritize in terms of locking heroes down. They have problems in locking down Yopaj and also the Marcy as well. So let's see who will be the MVP for this match.
All right, it looks like it's gonna be a bit skip on the MVP, so you owe me, okay, Akimaru. But for now, let's.
Who was the MVP? Who was the MVP?
It's done. It's done already.
It's
yeah.
done. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So we missed
cool.
it. We missed it.
Yeah, we missed it. We didn't get it. We didn't catch it. Never mind. Next game we'll see. All right. For now, let's hop into the break, and you guys gonna get the interview you are waiting for.
ฝากถึงพี่บินก็เผาๆเรื่องเที่ยวหน่อยนะครับ
โอเค เดี๋ยวให้น้องอิงถามในส่วนของอีกคนดีกว่าครับ
Okay, a little chit chat. My question to you is, how do you feel about your first victory, so you can get a chance to advance to the next round?
It's good that we win, but to be honest, we're not happy with our performance. We have so many mistakes in the game. So yeah, so many need to improve.
ค่ะเขาก็ดีใจนะคะที่เขาชนะนะคะก็เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูยังมีแข่งอีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะใช่ใกล้ๆนี้
ยังไงเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่เดี๋ยวไปดูกิจกรรมบนเวทีกันครับในงานครับ
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB immediately. Over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And now she's
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
มาปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True เริ่มเพียง 599 บาทสมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31 สิงหาคม 2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
มาปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to
The action continues here at GAMERSGALAXY 2022 Dota 2 Invitational HatYai Thailand, and welcome back to the stream. You're still with us. This is Aki together with Cyclops, and we are heading on to the second match of the day, Boom Rivalry versus Talon Esports. So, yeah, what are you thinking about this, Cyclops? What are you looking forward for this match?
Very, very important, especially for Boom Esports. But for Talon, they already reserved their spot in the playoff round. But for Boom, Okay. Well, we have the interesting situations here. Means
Okay.
if Boom win this game versus Talon, they're gonna be 2-1, right? But they are not 100% to the other round because they have to wait for the results of Polaris versus AG too. Okay. In
So
case
there won't be any tiebreakers, right?
there won't be. It will be decided by the head-to-head results, which is this is a tricky part. Boom lost to Polaris yesterday. That means if Polaris managed to win a game versus AG, then they are going to be the one proceed to the next round along with Talon Esports. So Boom, well, they have to win this one, but if they lose this game, then definitely they're gonna go out. Right? Okay. Whoa, hard situation for Boom.
Yeah, hard situation for Boom indeed. But yeah, for me, Talon versus Boom Esports, this is not a new matchup for me. We get to see these two teams battle each other in the recent tournament, so this won't be a new thing for us. And for me, the playstyle of both teams are quite the same and equal. You know, Yopaj and Mikoto has the same aggressive playstyle. 23 and Jackie has the same playstyle too. They don't engage that much in the early team fights and just focuses on their farm. So they are the insurance heroes of the both teams here. So the draft is now up. Talon versus Boom rivalry, and Boom securing that Chen pick for them here.
Oh dear,
Okay.
that Chen looking very
This
good.
Chen is so problematic.
Yeah, problematic indeed for Talon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in the last major, this is one of the most highly contested supports.
Well, people when we talk about Chen, people always think about all those creep army, you know, capture creep here and there, just get the auras and stuff. But I think another strong thing of Chen and tend to get like underrated is his ultimates.
Yeah.
I think his ultimate is quite good, especially in team fight.
Okay, this is kind of new to me, Cyclops. That neither of the teams picked or ban out the Dawnbreaker. So Boom rivalry, they can also pick Dawnbreaker for themselves. We've seen FPC plays a lot of Dawnbreakers in their past few matches, and Conca pick for them. So this can go well with the Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah. Very well with the Dawnbreaker. I agree.
The ultimates can decide the timing for the both of the teams. So let's see. As for me, for their carries, the two teams need some self-sufficient carry, because what matters on this game is the rotations of the supports. Mid lane will be the big issue here, because whoever gets to win the lane for Punch or Mikoto will set the tempo for the whole team. And with that, they might be needing to leave their cores on the side lanes to help the mid lane. So yeah, some kind of Lifestealer or Terrorblade again for Boom rivalry. It's just so hard for me to think of carries because, again, 23 and Jackie has the same playstyle. So
Yes, correct. What happens when they have the same playstyle is the
10 seconds remaining.
I think there will be what's it called,
5
the
seconds remaining.
coincident meet each other in the in the NC so many times, and who are more ready for a fight, that
Radiant
will be
team
the
back.
winner. So it's very important for the support to proceed to play this game and manage to be like 7-11 for his teammates. That means everything you need to have it in you. You need to have a smoke and sentries and
10
everything,
seconds
and
remaining.
also the HP regen for his friends or whatever. All the miscellaneous items that the support needs to get ready for those unintentional fight.
yeah. Okay, so for Talon here, I think we're just waiting for the ban for Boom rivalry, but I'm keen to see what are the position 5 for Talon will be. I think they might be needing
10
some
seconds remaining.
sustainable support that can do healing for them and stuff.
Radiant team
This is
pick.
gonna be I agree with you with that this is gonna
Dazzle,
be.
Dazzle can be decent here, but okay, they will go for Phoenix. There's still no answer here for rivalry. Usually teams are answering Phoenix pick with some kind of Snapfire or some heroes that has, you know, a high attack speed. Something like that.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
And you were saying that this is a casual pick on the Phoenix, right? Not a
Yeah.
situational one.
Yeah,
No,
they have
normally.
they have plans here, but Boom Rivalry, I think they can go for Snapfire. But okay, it's an interesting pick. Rubik for teams. Okay, one of his best heroes.
Right.
Radiant
We have
team
seen.
pick.
Oh, Dawnbreaker now came back in the second phase of pick by Mushi.
I was thinking that they would kind of like pick something like Mars, but yeah, again, as I've said earlier, Dawnbreaker is also considerable for their draft.
10
Good
seconds
one for
remaining.
the Dawnbreaker. Talon. 2
5 seconds
draft
remaining.
left.
Okay.
I kind of like the first 3 heroes of Talon. I mean, these heroes are so good when it comes to the team fight. All they need to get a, who knows, it might be a raid king for
Yeah.
23 Savage.
Again, a self-sufficient carry that, you know, can sustain himself in the lane, that can stay up on the lane as long as he wants, and can just go to the jungle whenever he wants. So let's see. Oh, they will go for the life stealer. So
Okay.
yeah, I do like this pick for Team Talon. You know, a life stealer. This is a hero that can, you know, stay again in the lane and excels in every lane matchup. So
10 seconds
again, he has that life steal, so he can sustain himself for a huge amount of time.
5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer, right?
Yeah. And you know, there's so many mobile heroes here for Talon for him to infest onto. He can infest on every hero for Talon.
That kind of surprised for me with the life stealer pick, because from the information that I have, in the past 3 months, Talon only played life stealer 1 time in the official match, and it was a lost game.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Okay.
Dire team ban.
We're just waiting, I think, for the offlane for Talon here. What heroes do you have in mind? Yeah, Mars will be banned, so I'm looking to see something like a Brewmaster here. Talon used that yesterday for KP, and it worked out well.
Brewmaster,
10
yeah.
seconds
It's the signature heroes of Team Talon Esports. Actually, they are the
5
only one
seconds
picking the
remaining.
Brewmaster in the past couple of months by KP. Well, even though in the past 3 or 4 matches of Team Talon Esports, it's not went well at Arlington Major, as we all see. But again, I think they pick up some they absorbing some kind of new meta from Arlington Major.
They're kind of like bringing the Arlington Major meta here in
yeah, right.
Southeast
Yeah,
Asia.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this
And
is the
it's
heroes that we
actually
see.
good. I mean, because when we take a look at the past major, we'll see that it's full of aggressive games.
Mhm.
And when you bring those aggression back to the Southeast Asia, it's just perfect match with the way that we play daily.
Yeah, and also complements with how the team plays.
Yeah.
You know, their play style, they're both aggressive, so
Dire
yeah, let's see.
team
This will be interesting for them. Juggernaut will be picked. I was thinking of that hero, but okay, they can go for something like Ursa, I believe, for
Ursa?
Boom Rivalry.
Yeah, or even T-Blade,
10
like
seconds
like
remaining.
last time, because T-Blade.
Terrorblade was banned, so
Oh, sorry.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
okay. Razor's
uh,
also banned, so it's something I have in mind. So Ursa might be decent here for Boom Rivalry.
Yeah, to deal with the life stealer. Maybe that's their last choice.
Yeah, hero players here need someone to build a halberd. It's an essential item for this match.
I kind of miss Sven. Do you remember that guy?
Sven,
Yeah, the
Yeah,
blue guy
some
that
teams
throwing
are
hammer
using-
at people.
Yeah. Some teams are using Sven as support, and it works out well. But I believe they can still go for that Sven core. Okay. Okay, this might be Dawnbreaker carry. We've seen this before for Boom Rivalry.
Interesting. Dawnbreaker to deal with the life stealer in late game. Okay, something out of the box. But they might not want to go late because if you take a look, they have the Kunkka that is good when it's come to the mid game after 10 minutes so on, and they have 2 army builder, Shen and also the
We're going to
Beastmaster
see
in
a
the same
zoo
team.
meta.
Oh my god.
Zoo meta. Yeah, you know, they won't have any problems in taking down towers, taking down objectives. So that's the issue for Talon Esports. I mean, Lifestealer is a decent tower hitter, but you know he has timing. So I think Talon might be needing an offlane that you know can also take down towers. They can also go for Visage here.
I started to like this lineup already for Team Boom Rivalry because that when you play the Dawnbreaker as a position 1, you can play it as a Spectre. That means 4 guys stick together and trying to push, and then if something happen, boom, Dawnbreaker comes down, heal everyone with the auras and stuff, and just keep on push. This is going to be an aura strat that is very fast and strong against Team Talon. So
but do you think the issue here for Boom Rivalry that all 3 cores are melee will be, you know, answered by Talon Esports?
What you say again?
They are all melee heroes, so I think Talon can go for something like Necrophos here. So the range hero advantage for them. Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking Necrophos or Venomancer can be decent enough for Talon because that excels. Yeah, there you go. That's the there's the Necrophos. I've seen this in the major. 3 melee cores. Okay.
Nice. Necrophos is the good one because
yeah, this is the perfect hero for Talon.
Yeah. Right. Necrophos. Okay.
Okay, but the issue here for Talon is how are they going to push early on with the objective. So I think the plan here is to engage in early team fights. But I'm worrying about the cooldown because the Reaper has a long cooldown. So it might depend on Mikoto, how Mikoto will run the early game for the team. How is he going to set the tempo for the whole team? So yeah, what do you favor on the draft?
On the draft, I still like Boom.
I want to go with Talon for this one. I like the next pick.
Yeah, I feel like I love something out of the box. This is the way that the pick is just make or break. If you can't control the early game well, I mean, if you start losing since the laning phase, then 0% chance you're gonna win this match because this kind of lineup is just require a really good first 5 minutes of the game, and I like it because it's risky.
Yeah, it's risky. Well, for Boom Esports, I think their advantage here is the tower damage that they can, the early that they can take down towers, the bigger the chance they can control the map for them. Dawnbreaker doesn't have that long timing. Whenever he gets a Solar Guardian, he can join the following team fight. So let's see. It will depend, I think, on the Conca and the 2 supports here. Okay.
I think this one is going to be a really, really interesting fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second game of the day and the most important game, especially for Team Boom Esports. Will they survive until the playoff round? Depends on the results of this match.
Yeah, they really need to win this match again against Boom Esports. So let's see, an early group up for the both teams here. They're eyeing for the early first blood. Okay.
I think you might have to do this for a while. I think I have a bit issues about the audio. I'll need a couple minutes to fix. Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The battle begins.
Man overboard! Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
You shall not.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Hello, I'm back. Hello.
Sound check.
Yeah, hello.
Ayan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear it clearly.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I just got disconnected as well, as I can't hear you clearly.
Oh,
on my
okay.
end.
Oh, cool. Apologies to the viewers. Okay, we are back and the game is running. Ooh, Yopaj. We're looking at Mikoto and Yopaj in middle lane. This one is going to be quite. I think it's a 50-50 matchup. Mikoto gonna take.
In terms of last hits and denies, Konka can excel really well. He has this Tidebringer to last hit, especially that range creep. So, yeah, this is a decent matchup on the mid lane.
Jack
Top
boy.
lane.
Throwing the Celestial Hammer in order to just last hit the creeps and the harassing at the same time. Nothing much gonna happen, I think, in the first 5 minutes of the game. Especially for Boom side, they just have to stay safe. Make sure that their cores are farming quite well. And,
I think when the power rune is up, this is the time when the supports can, roam around on the mid lane, help Yopaj secure the power runes.
2 minutes more. Celestial Hammer being thrown out. Hype.
So do you prefer this Dawnbreaker carry instead of picking out a decent carry for Boom Esports?
For this game, yeah. But if not this kind of lineup, no.
Yeah. But the timing needs to be fast here for Boom, right?
Yeah. Right. The timing needs to be fast, and it feels like the with the aura strategy like this, he could excel well for Jack Boys.
They're kind of being aggressive on the lanes. They don't have any.
Test. Okay.
Hello, test.
Sorry.
Is it clear now?
Clear. Hey. Yeah. What'd you say?
But I believe there's some kind of lane switching here for Talon Esports. 23 goes on the top lane facing the Dawnbreaker, but Yopaj is now low on health.
Oh, Yopaj, man.
That was the missed torrent.
That is.
He was able to survive that one.
Mikoto. Now here we go with the runes, the body runes.
I believe he needs to.
Nice rebound and dispose it back. Might indeed trouble. He might get attacked by KP. So close. Also need to be careful about the hard stopper aura.
Yeah, I believe there was a lane switching here for Talon Esports just because they want to secure the 23's farm on the early game. But Yopaj is so low.
Fight, definitely. And suddenly a wow finish.
Calculated, definitely.
First blood.
Yes.
And here come the sharks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there were some fire spirits, but Yopaj will be able to sustain himself. He got that he got that water rune for himself. So that was so calculated by Japoy.
My goodness.
What a play.
Yeah, what a play indeed. Yopaj. Mikoto.
Yeah, again, we've seen the two supports roaming around the mid lane, securing the room for Yopaj. This is a good start for the mid lane. Whenever the time he gets his level 6, he can go on the side lane to help either Jackie or FPC.
But that would be dangerous also because Mikoto 45 seconds on cooldown with his teleport. If he has it ready, you might have to put a Mikoto in a factor when you want to go gang side lanes.
Okay. But this is a very passive early game for the both teams. This will depend on what power rune the mid lane will be getting.
Can't hardly wait for Team Boom Esports to grouping up.
Yeah, their timing is when they hit their level 6. You know, the Solar Guardian and that Roar
everyone
will do so much in the team fights.
Okay. Once they hit it, started to build all the aura items. And I mean, in the first team fight, if Boom Esports lose to Talon Necroforce, then that's pretty much it.
Yeah. He will have the armor stack for the Reaper. Okay. But I wonder what are they going to do with this Necrophos pick? Are they going to adjust?
They have nothing to do with the Necroforce. That was the impactful last pick from Team Talon Esports.
Yeah, at least for now.
Yeah, look at that. Necroforce. Reaper side for the first time, and there goes. Moving in for Yopaj. X-Master Sports sending in some ghost ship. Hit Marcy. And yep, at least they get something out of that. But with the help of Yopaj leaving the mid lane for a free farm pack.
Yeah, as expected for Yopaj here. I don't know what rune he got there, so that was a good reaction on the bottom lane. But again, the Beastmaster lane is not doing very well, so he needs a lot of catching up to do. It's not a problem for a Beastmaster to catch up on this game. He can just go on the neutral creeps, can just go jungle and take down towers. He can just stay on the lane, basically.
Now I started to worry that they gotta deal with the Necroforce. It's so good. Spamming the dead pulse, Heartstopper aura, good with all the armies. Oh my.
And I think one of the heroes for Boom Esports needs to build something like a Spirit Vessel just to deal with that heal from the Necrophos. He will be a problem later on.
Who's gonna be building that?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if it's the Beastmaster, but it won't be essential for him, so it can be the supports.
Right. Looks like they are having a bit of the tech issues. Should be fine soon. Say hi to all the guys in the chat. Thank you for tuning in to our twitch.tv/Galaxy Racer C to see the Gamers Galaxy Invitational Tournament right here. Feel free to type it down while you're watching this game in the world. So maybe we have Aki do your hometown shout out.
Yeah, shout outs to my friends over there from the Philippines.
Right.
Yeah, and again, if you guys are around Thailand or Malaysia, you are all welcome to drop by on the event. I think I forgot the name of the mall, the specific name of the mall, but it's definitely free and exciting as this tournament has a big prize pool. Again, this is 150 USD.
Oh, yeah.
And 150,000 USD.
Looks like we have a lot of the viewers from the state as well. New York, Arizona. We got from India, Toronto. Say hi to all the guys. Thank you. Guys from Singapore, TI11 will be at your doorstep.
Are you going to TI then?
Oh, that's a good question. But I still cannot find a ticket so far.
You will.
Man.
You might clutch it.
I think so.
But back to the game. Okay, Yopaj.
Okay, Yopaj, he gonna get dive inside. This is actually the first time fighting. Everyone participating in this one. Mikoto for the first one who fall. Yopaj is on killing spree. Yopaj. Icarus dives away before the hammer has been swung by the Jack Boys. Interesting fight.
Yeah, good reaction. Just in time for the Solar Guardian. This is what I'm talking about when the Dawnbreaker hits the level 6. You know, there won't be any threat for the team fight here as Dawnbreaker can just, you know, cast that ulti, save out the teammates, the sustain is there. So, yeah, what more can you ask for? And this is a Dawnbreaker, so we can expect this hero to have a decent amount of damage in time.
Yes, yes. Solar Guardians. And right now, looks like Talon is trying to invade in the Dire NC, take control of the vision in there. Mikoto, he just died. Oh no, okay. Mikoto now being chased by Yopach and Mike.
Yeah, they have enough lockdown towards the Hawk here. The X marks the spot set up, plus the lift from the Rubik here is more than enough to lock down this Buck. But I'm keen to see what are they going to do with the other heroes for Talon, because again, the Necrophos will be a headache for them.
Right, I agree with you on that. And not only the Necrophos, another sustainable
also
hero
23
is
Savage.
the Life Stealer. He is now gaining a lot of items and now level 7. I think he'll be ready for the fight soon. And imagine if he gets inside of that puck and creating the puck bomb with the blink dagger, then that's crazy.
Someone will be bursted down here for
very fast.
Yeah, and he had the time of his life on the top lane. His farm is not really that contested. So what Boom Esports can do for now is to slow down the farm of 23 Savage, I believe. So FBZ will just stay on the lane. You know, he's not yet done farming. He's not yet looking out the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. But yeah, let's see.
And I really like the way that Team Talon Esports plays in that lane instead of let that KP go on top and deal with the Dawnbreaker. But they sent 23 Savage to top versus Dawnbreaker.
And also Mikoto is there on the top lane. Need to retreat for a little bit.
Alright, getting in quite deep for Talon Esports. And now killing the creep wave behind the tower. Just setting up for the tower, taking down at there.
Jackie needs to be careful.
Yep. Boom, Esports player now started to teleport back to the top lane, defending this tower. Ooh. The kill was hit directly by the ghost ship, and he goes down quite easy.
I think they know that Mikoto was there on the top lane. That's why they reacted so fast, just to prevent that kill towards Jackboy stairs. But I really they need to continue the aggression.
Bottom lane, here we go with the Solar Guardian into the middle of the fight. And it's KP, got drowned, he'll be fine. And shooting the Sunray, healing as well. Reaper side not gonna deal any much damage. He go down eventually. He could have died. Let's see who's gonna be the next Scam. Throw himself in the middle of the fight and then he's dead. Double kill for Scam anyway. That's a lot of animal. Look at that. Now Team Boom strategy starting to work out. X-Man has spotted in. We got a huge army here, ladies and gentlemen, and they can't stop that. It's 4 down for Team Talon.
Yeah, it's just so nice that even though Scam was taken down on that team fight, you know, the creeps, the neutral creeps that he has, you know, it does a big help to lock down that top right there. So good kill for Team Boom Esports. But this is the timing that we are looking forward to.
We normally see, we normally don't see like a Beastmaster and Chen in the same team, even in the same game. But they get in on the same team and they're gonna push very fast. Now they don't have to think too much for Team Boom Esports. The way to end this one is to 5-5-5, all ping up and just push.
Yeah, they just need to control the map so that, you know, Lifestealer can't farm. But as of the moment, speaking of the Lifestealer, he's having a good time in the top lane. He's just farming quietly.
Alright, farming quietly. We'll see his impact into the team fight. I think in the next 5 minutes he'll be ready. It now comes down to Booms about their timings and their plan. I mean, if you have these kind of strategies,
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The issues here. A bit.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like the game right now. Okay.
Our observer got disconnected, so we
what?
don't see what's happening as of the moment.
Okay. All right. I mean, let's talk about the game a bit. I think after this it is going to be quite crucial on the decision making of team Talon. Is if that how they're gonna deal with the fast pushing strat like that. Like just now. Wait. Okay. Okay. Let me check with.
Okay. There you go. I think we're back to the game,
cool,
and now Boom Esports pushing out the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. This is what we are expecting them to do. You know, take down towers, and their next objective might be the top lane, so that Fnatic will have a hard time looking out for a safe place to farm.
Right.
They can just invade the jungle. They have Chen and Beastmaster, so.
Okay. And they managed to get the mid tier 1 tower. I believe that was some big fight there. And look at that, 14 minutes in, only 6k ahead already for Team Boom.
Yeah, I think for the issue here for Talon Esports is they weren't able to hit the timing of their heroes. You know, Necrophos has a good lane on the bottom lane, but we weren't able to see him join the team fights, and the pressure is on their shoulders here, especially the Necrophos. He needs some stacks for that Reaper kills, so that it will amplify the damage as well. And I think the insurance team fight for them here is when they get a good Phoenix Egg, and when 23 Savage will be joining the team.
The atomizations of Team Talon Esports is also important. It looks to be maybe a Desolator for 23 Savage. But if they go for Mjolnir, I won't say anything bad about it as well. I mean, it's gonna be useful dealing with a lot of summons like this.
Okay, this is a huge kill discrepancy for Boom Esports. They have a 7k gold lead, but let's see how Boom Esports, Talon Esports will get back on this one. Fnatic is still farming, so they have to be patient until the Lifestealer can, manage to join the team fight.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Okay.
Back. 3 to 13 games for 6k ahead. Boom Esports have to keep it on the gas pedal. When you push, you never pull back. There's no way out of this but just to win. KP on a U Scepter. With that U Scepter, he will have some more time in the middle of the fight. Top tier 1 tower about to go down. Yopad slashing it. They already have the BKB. Kadak, the fast Roshan activated by Team Boom Esports with
that was a sneaky one.
What?
Sneaky one. Sneaky Roshan for Boom Esports, and I don't think that Talon Esports.
Hey, did you just got back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you disconnect it just now?
I think so. But
oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, because I was alone for a bit, and then you back. Yeah, cool. Good to have you back. Nice.
Yeah, I think we're having problems with the
feed and also
with the feed. Yeah.
A bit, but we'll be fine. Yeah, we gotta take a look at this one. A fight breaks out on top and also the bottom, and Dawnbreaker is now holding an Aegis. I would love to see the fight happening at the bottom lane.
Yeah, but Boom Esports is on the top lane. They're taking the objectives here on the tier 2 tower, but there will be the reaction here for Mikoto. They have the spells up and running for them. They have complete ultimates available, so yeah. Let's see.
Alright guys, a lot of summons. Even the big black dragon is here. X-Man the spot on the Mikoto. X-Man the spot the Torrent. Mikoto dodge it out with the spaceship, but he won't be able to dodge it again. It's Team Boom taking down the top tier 2 tower right now.
I don't know why they are still on the bottom lane.
Esports and also being throw it back. Reaper side, slide him.
And but that was just the Aegis.
Yeah, just the Aegis indeed. He'll be back full HP. Let's go. Let's see if KP wanna do it one more time. Edge is gone.
Going on the high ground push, so
on
I think they need to go back.
Yeah, Boom.
Polar Guardian is still available for them, so yeah, they don't have problems if Jack Boys is far from them for the meantime. But yeah, they will chill down at least. They don't have the Aegis advantage anymore.
Right. No more Aegis advantage. And Haim. Look at the Haim. Oh. Man, that's gonna be a big thing of the Beastmaster. Haim of the Overlord is ready.
Yeah, and this big black dragon can do so much damage on towers, so
right.
Yeah, just slow siege again for them. You know, they did this a while ago against AG, the discipline for them and the patience. They don't need to force up anything. They just need to take down towers here.
FBC already stays behind the tower looking for angle to approach and drop his promo roar. Jack Boys striking on the tower.
Okay, they are complete here on the bottom lane, though. The Conka is on the mid lane, but he can just you know, react fast on the bottom lane. But again, Scam together with FPZ, what a huge tower pushers here on the bottom lane. Okay.
Sending in the someone first, a big black dragon. Here we go at the bottom lane. How are they gonna defend? Hi, it's still level 9.
Yeah, the supports are under-leveled already. Maybe because they wanted to secure Mikoto's lane so bad that they forgot to farm.
Oh no, 20 Savage for the first time that he joined the team, but he might got caught around there, and Savage gone along his teammates' kill. This is not looking good. At least 30 seconds without these two. And the mid-tier 2 tower are about to drop. It's time to go up on the high ground, and this is a bait shot for Team Boom. Here we go. Shooting everything, shooting fire, shooting ice, shooting poison. Let's go for the mid-tier 3 tower, shooting the sun ray as well, diving inside, the egg will fall, and high falls. This is not looking good, guys. Talon Esports,
together.
What a cheesy strat they have for Team Boom. What a crazy push, and now, 20 minutes in, Talon losing the first set of racks.
Yeah, they're just sticking together so that no one will die. You know, Mikoto just landed a good dream code, but there's no follow-up for Talon. I just can't see the effect of the Phoenix here. We weren't able to see the Phoenix egg coming up, so yeah. Talon Esports, they just got problems in hitting the timings of their heroes, especially the Necrophos. I was looking forward for this pick, but yeah, that happened.
Yes, right. Yeah, but it's too many things. Look, it's just like World War 3. Boom. So many things you gotta deal with. And some more. You got caught here. KP, if he died alone right here, that is gonna be making the game harder for them.
Yeah, he delayed the inevitable death right there. But again, this is a time for Boom Esports to continue their job here, just to push out the creep waves. They can go for top lane or bottom lane at least, but the bottom lane they need to push out the creep waves first. So they will stick on the mid lane.
I mean, well, I admit that I would feel sorry if Boom Esports has to out of this after they playing such an amazing strategy, the pocket strategy like this. But again, I gotta remind that the fate is not in their hands. they win this one, they still have to wait for the results of Polaris versus AG next game. If Polaris win, then it's gonna be Polaris and Talon Esports proceed to the next round. But at least, boom, got something for their fan here.
Yeah, they needed this win so that they can secure the spot onto the playoffs. So, yeah, the fight continues.
The thing is, even though they win this one, that spot is not secure. Yeah, alright, they're taking down the tops. And they are just... This is only 22 minutes in and they're killing everyone inside of the Talon Esports, cleaning it. Disposal got it back. And that boys, oh man, he got away with the hand of God. I told
Everything
you.
is happening so fast for Boom Esports.
Look!
Talon Esports can react on this one. They don't have any heroes to deal with a lot of neutral creeps right here. It's just too much for them.
I mean, it's just like you are fighting against like 5v20 or something.
Yeah.
Look at that.
We're just watching their towers going down.
Oh,
this is the problems when you draft a single target heroes.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh my god. All these Zoo. The Zookeeper Chen is just doing it. I mean, I never seen before Chen and Beastmaster in the same game. Maybe some team ran it, but
it rarely happens, so
yeah.
It's a treat to see that Boom Esports were able to pull this kind of draft.
Invisibility.
Okay. So a few more minutes apparently for the next Roshan, but I don't think they still need the Roshan. You know, if they just want to play safely for this game, they can just wait for that. But you know, they don't have any problems with this late game incoming, mid game incoming. They can just finish this game anytime soon.
All right, let's see how they're gonna approach this high ground. This is gonna be the last fight, I believe. I mean, if they can't... Oh, okay. Sunray, they start the fight already with the Primal Roar. Gotta send in the front liner first, and they send the Necro Force in. High, die real fast. And looks like KP gonna be the next one, even though he has a gold shrouded. But it's just not enough. X-Mark the spot.
Not enough, yeah.
Orange, gold ship, send in everything. Too big army. Now moving toward the mid-tier 4 towers and the throne. I think the chance of coming back to this game for Team Talon Esports is literally 0.
Yeah, it's just a very clean game for Boom Esports. They just did what the heroes can do for this one. They don't really engage in too many team fights. It's just their focus on taking down towers. And that's their advantage, that they can control the map for Talon Esports. Even though 23 is just farming on the jungle, they don't care. They don't even care about 23 Savages. They the next thing he knows that they don't have towers anymore.
All right. So after this one, after this game, the stats. Wait, let me check. Okay. I think after this game, then Talon Esports will become 2-1.
Okay.
Will become 2-1. And then, yeah, that will be a lot of 2-1. And then everyone seems to like have to decide it with a head-to-head.
Head-to-head.
Interesting. So.
Yeah, can you elaborate to us how are they going to do that head-to-head decider?
No, they just take a look at the results.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, the past results between 2 teams and whoever wins.
It's going to be the time rating.
Oh, the time rating for the 3-way tie. Yeah.
Okay, for a 3-way tie. So look, do you think that there will be a 3-way tie here?
Well, most likely gonna be like that. I don't know. It depends on the next match. I mean, if Polaris win against AG, is gonna be a 3-way tie. Then the time rating will be determined. So maybe that's the reason why Boom Esports chooses Su's strategy to finish as fast as possible with a Beastmaster and a Chen in the same time. I think they have less than 25 minutes. So Wow.
the lowest time will be the best here. I'm not really sure how the time rating rule works also.
Yeah, the lowest time.
The lowest time.
Winning time will be determined. Yeah.
Okay, so that might happen later, so we will have to wait for the result. And next match will be Army Geniuses versus Polaris. And a quick recap, it's just Polaris were able to win against Boom Esports yesterday. And Army Geniuses, even though they are 2-0 as of the moment. 0-2 as of the moment. So do you think they will still have a chance to get back on this tournament?
Army Genesis.
Yeah, they're eliminated already, right?
out. Already out. So 0-2. Even though they won the next match against Team SMG is gonna be 1-2. But in that case, then is going to be the head-to-head. Oh man, this is so chaotic. let me get it clear in my head first, and then I'll come up with a wrap.
Yeah, here Snatch said that time rating is calculated by adding game length, minutes and seconds for games won as a negative number to the game length, minutes and seconds for games lost as a positive number. So the greater number will win all time rating tiebreakers. So that's how we'll go for the tiebreakers later. So there won't be any tiebreaker match.
That won't be.
So we can save time, I think.
That won't be. Wow, what a match. I mean, talking about the result of the match, it was a clean performance from Team Boom Esports. And right now, highlights is ready, guys. Well, okay.
Okay, MVP though. So we won't be able, we won't be seeing the highlights. So the MVP for this match will be Yopaj again. So he just did what a mid laner do. He just do his thing, his casual thing. You know, when he gets the decent power rune, we can expect him to go on the side lanes and help either FPZ or Jackie in the lane. So yeah, he always sets out the tempo for the whole team.
Yep, indeed. I just love the way.
I believe for me, my MVP here will be FPZ. You know, he didn't have a great lane against the Necrophos, but he was able to catch up.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think what your part do is just like what you mentioned, and I think the way that he plays becoming a big part of the team already.
Yeah, and I think he just enabled FPZ to, you know, get back. So yeah, that was a nice performance from Boom Esports, and again, they needed this victory for this game so they can proceed to the playoffs. They had the chance to proceed on to the playoffs. But for the meantime, I think we will go for the winner's interview that we are all waiting for. So you guys keep an eye out as we will head on to the last game for Group A after this break.
จบแล้วแต่ว่าตอนนี้สิ่งที่น่าลุ้นๆก็คือคะแนนตอนนี้เนาะคือทางฝั่งของบูมชนะไป2เกมนะครับแต่ว่าเมื่อกี้เจอทารอนก็ชนะไป2เกมเหมือนกันเดี๋ยวต้องดูแหละเรื่องของคะแนนว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรนะครับในส่วนของสายการแข่งขันของกลุ่มนี้นะครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์เขาก่อนเลยดีกว่าครับน้องอิงกี้สัมภาษณ์ได้เลยครับ
Okay, all right. Let's have a short interview after their victory. So this is your second victory today, and you win 2 matches in a row. How did you feel about it?
So we feel happy because after the game 1, our coach is really mad. Then we just discussed, then we fixed it on the game 2. Yeah.
So you fix everything and prepare for the next game, right? And how about you? How you feel?
It's okay. Just happy because we will play on the playoffs, I think. Yeah, then just prepare. We will prepare in the playoffs.
โอเคเขาก็เดี๋ยวมีหลังจากจบเกมแรกก็มีการเตรียมตัวเพิ่มเติมนะคะแล้วก็พอจะเห็นได้เลยว่าเล่นเกมนี้เขาก็เต็มที่กันทุกคนแล้วก็เก็บคะแนนที่2มาได้ค่ะ
อยากรู้นิดนึงว่าเวลาเขามาเมืองไทยเนี่ยเขาประทับใจอะไรในเมืองไทยบ้างเพราะเรายังไม่ได้ถามเขาเลยนะทีมเนี้ย
ได้นะคะ How you feel about Thailand after living here for like a few days?
It's really good here. The food is so good, especially the soup, the tom yum.
Tom yum, right?
Yeah,
You like spicy one?
Not really, but the soup is really good.
And what about you? What do you like about Thailand?
The food, every food here is good, and yeah, the people are friendly.
Alright ก็เขาชอบคนนี้ชอบต้มยำนะคะชอบกินอะไรแซ่บๆนะส่วนคนนี้ก็ชอบทั้งคนแล้วก็ชอบทั้งอาหารเลยบอกว่าแบบอร่อยแล้วก็เอนจอยกับการอยู่ที่ประเทศไทยมากนะคะก็เป็นอินเทอร์วิวสั้นๆละกันนะคะ
ใช่เป็นอินเทอร์วิวสั้นๆจากทีมให้เขาไปพักดีกว่าเพราะว่าเขาเล่น2เกมติดค่อนข้างจะเหนื่อยแล้วนะครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเรามีกิจกรรมบนเวทีอยู่นะครับคนที่อยู่ที่งานเนี่ยนะครับก็ต้องอยู่กันนะครับแต่คนอยู่ทางบ้านพักก่อนละกันเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่เดียวครับ
ไปชมสิ่งที่น่าสนใจสักครู่ค่ะ
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly and out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง599 บาทสมัครเลยถึง31ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรมเติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม 2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัดมาพร้อมบอลสดหนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทยรวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง49 บาทถึง31กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม 2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลกให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัดมาพร้อมบอลสดหนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทยรวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง49 บาทถึง31กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly and out to the
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Gamers Galaxy Dota 2 Invitational Series HatYai Thailand 2022. This is going to be the third match of the day in the best of one between Team AG and Polaris, with the the chance of going to the next round on the line. And you are here with me, Cyclops and Akimaru.
Yeah, this
Hello.
will be a very important match for today, as this will determine on who will advance on to the next stage, the playoffs. So we might have some tiebreakers. So Cyclops, can you help me explain the mechanics for the tiebreakers?
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's a bit confused. Okay, so right now we have 4 teams, right? Yeah, I'm gonna start from the start. Okay, it's Boom Esports 2-1. Okay, Talon Esports 2-1 as well. Polaris Esports 1-1, and they are about to play Army Genesis, who is 0-2. So if Polaris win this match, it's gonna become 2-1 3-way, right? So how are we gonna decide which 2 teams get through and 1 go home? Then it's the time rating. whoever win fastest and lose the long, I think only win fastest, it's going to be on the next stage. So in this case, if Polaris Esports lost, right, lose to Army Genesis, two teams will go in. It's gonna be Boom and Talon. But if they win, right now the the team who has the best shot to go in is Boom Esports. Yeah, and Talon Esports will need to wait and see how long Polaris Esports finish the game. So if you are the Polaris Esports, all you need to do is put on the gas pedal and go. Push it all the way, like win it fast. I believe we're gonna get to see something very, very strange in the last match of Group A.
Yeah, basically they need to play faster than the average time of the team played earlier. So Polaris Esports, they can kind of draft some heroes that can excel in pushing the towers. You know, some fast tempo heroes. And here's the pickings. So the game is now up. Army Geniuses picking out the Kotl and Earth Spirit. So we are going to see some flashy plays today again. Polaris Esports securing that Death Prophet. I think this is kind of like their advantage, at least for now. The Exorcism advantage for them, the tower taking whenever the Exorcism is up, plus the Marcy. We saw earlier Boom Esports used Marcy and it went well for them. And yeah, let's see what heroes do you have in mind for Polaris Esports. Again, they need to play this game as fast as they can.
The first two heroes of Army Genesis, it called Keeper the Light and the Earthshaker. So they knows all the conditions and they play with Spirit. At least if I go out, I will drag you down with you. The Army Genesis
they can just drag down Polaris Esports.
So, Talon, of course, Talon and Boom Esports will be happy for that, but not for Polaris. Now Polaris need to find a way to just break through. I believe this is not confirmed, not confirmed. But if you want to stand a chance to get to the next round, you have to win Army Genesis within 35 minutes.
35 minutes, at least.
Yes.
Yeah.
The clock takes away.
Okay, so this might be a fast game. So for Army Geniuses, if they want to drag Polaris down, they need to find some heroes that, you know, excel in tower defense, you know, high ground defense and stuff. So with that being said, I think Earthshaker and Keeper of the Light will do well in that one.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Again, the number of minutes, it's not confirmed. But the faster the better for Team Polaris Esports. They have to keep on pushing.
Yeah.
This is so hard to play. I mean, winning a Dota game is already hard enough. Winning it fast is like 10 times harder.
Yeah. So let's see. These two teams are a bit shaky as of the moment. You know, they went through a roster change, both of them, and the Polaris with the addition of the veteran AU and the return of Nico might make a difference on how Polaris will play today. Yesterday, Polaris managed to win Boom Esports, but they fell short again against Talon. So I think Army Geniuses, they will not be a tough contender for Polaris Esports, as they faced each other before in the DPC Tour 1 Division 2, and they were able to beat Army Geniuses with 2-0. So they kind of know how AG will play this game. So let's see.
Yeah, trying to get the man, this is all hard for them. They gotta try. What else is the fast pushing heroes? TB has been banned out. The Beastmaster is still there. You gonna go for the Beast again, or?
Yeah, I was also looking.
Dragonite.
Like that. Dragonite and something like Beastmaster. Yeah, they can just go for that kind of job. This Death Prophet can still go on the mid lane still. So
10 seconds.
yeah, we're just kind of waiting for the admin to confirm the time frame for this
the
game.
time thing. Okay, I think we're gonna get the exact minute for Polaris to win this game. But you know, I mean, we were talking about, okay, Polaris is gonna win this fast, but we can't cut out Army Genesis. They're a strong team as well.
Yeah.
I mean, in the past 2 matches that they lost to Talon and also Boom, they played quite well too.
Yeah, that was some kind of close series for Army Geniuses. And it's not bad for them. When they went to a roster change, and DB went to the offlane he doesn't play the offlane for quite a while. So I think the key hero here is In Your Dream. If he gets to secure the early game for him and something like that.
Hey, do you like the Dazzle pick?
I do like the Dazzle pick. It's one of the most popular hero. The sustain there, the delay mechanic will be there for Polaris Esports. But I'm keen to see what Bane is going to show us today. This is a hero that we didn't see for the past few matches. It's not in the meta right now, but the hard lockdown that this Bane has is huge. So Army Geniuses, let's see. 2 squishy heroes, but the damage is huge for them.
Yeah, especially that Keeper the Light pick. Oh my.
If ever this goes on the mid lane, which is most probably that's the case, is for Mamang Daya.
I think so. I think it's gonna be definitely mid. And we have the hard carry already. It seems Monkey King. Or are they gonna put that Monkey King mid against that Kunga? Anything possible right now?
I just don't really like if Monkey King goes on the mid lane. I would still prefer if the Keeper of the Light goes on the mid lane, because you can put Keeper of the Light in other lane because they already picked out the Bane. So this might probably be the case for Army Geniuses.
Okay, let me contact with the admin to see the exact. That is very important.
No. Okay, if Polaris wins Army Geniuses, this match will not be considered in the time rating calculation, said the admin. So the 3-way tie will only be between Boom, Talon, and Polaris. Their matches against each other will be considered for time rating. So we just want to know. We're just waiting for the exact time that Polaris needs to play for this game. Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
It's kind of weird. I mean, when you play a Dota 2, you play until one team is unable to fight anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you play it in the same rules at football, where they have the exact time, and when the time is up, then whoever score most wins. I think it is going to be a totally different game, and it's kind of interesting in this one.
Yeah, I think so too. So Polaris Esports, they need a carry here that excels in tower pushing, something like a Lifestealer. But I'm worried if the Lifestealer will be picked for Polaris. There's the threat of the Bane. Okay. What was that again? Wait, let me see. Yeah, the Fiend script. They can control the Lifestealer down. So yeah, before there was a meta that teams are playing. There's the Aura meta, the Vengeful Spirit and Draw Ranger meta. That was before.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Oh yeah, here the admin said that Polaris does not need to beat AJ faster by time, because it is not considered for time rating.
Team ban.
Okay.
But I mean, if Polaris win, it's gonna be a 3-way tie where it decided by the time rating, right?
Yeah, I think we can just wait for that later. It's kind of confusing as of the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, Meepo will be banned here.
5
So
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
Polaris Esports that knows so well that Army Geniuses can pull off this kind of hero. They can just go for that cheesy picks.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Okay, here you go. This is the hero that we are waiting for. It's the pushing capability of a lone druid. A nice pick for Polaris Esports and Army Geniuses. I think they will have an issue here on catching that lone druid. So one more hero to go. I think we're just waiting
10
for
seconds
the
remaining.
off lane for DB here. Last match he used the
5
Timber
seconds
Saw.
remaining.
And that's one of the heroes that can defend the tower so well and can actually lane against a lone druid. So let's see what's the option here for Army Geniuses.
Now I think I got the results after all these confusion. So
Did you confirm it already?
okay. I think I can confirm it right now that this game doesn't need to rush.
Okay.
So the thing is like this: the timing that they will use in the calculation who is going to proceed to the next round will be, I mean, if Polaris Esports manage to win this one and it's become a three-way tie, then they're gonna calculate the time that they play against each other, not the time that Polaris Esports playing against Army Genesis, which is already out. So so you don't have to rush. You just have to win this one and then go check it out who win each other the fastest between three teams: Polaris, Boom, and
Boom.
Talon.
Okay, that makes sense. So this one doesn't need to rush. So
Finally,
last pick for Army Geniuses, they went for that Timber Saw. I just said earlier that it links well with the lone druid. The tower defense is really good for them. Timber Saw is a hero that can stay up on the lane as long as he wants. So, okay.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Just win it for Polaris to stand a chance. But I don't think this is going to be an easy game for them. Army Genesis, even though they're already out of the tournament, but they played for
They can still try. Yeah, they can
played
still
for
try.
fans.
At least they need to win one match, or else they will exit this tournament with 0-3. So just for the pride,
Right, just for the pride. Let's go. Both sides. Whole team small. We were trying to play some aggressive observer wards.
Okay, both observer wars will be placed here. I think the Polaris Esports saw that Narman placed an observer ward here, but they're ready to reward. Oh no!
Right away. All right. I admitted that this DB Keeper the Light is actually inspires me to play KOTL mid in my ranked games, which is causing a serious damage to my own team.
Yeah, but I just saw the player name. So DB will be playing Keeper of the Light in the off lane, and Mamang Daya with the Timber Saw on the mid lane. So I think the mechanic or the playstyle for this game will just be the same, but it's just that the players will be playing different heroes.
Right.
Last game, DB was on the Timber Saw, and he did so well. And okay. 2 for 2 bounty runes and force on DP offlane. So let's see what's your take on this DP Marcy on the bottom lane. I think they can just go for the Dazzle.
You mean what?
For the Bane. I was quite confused between these two heroes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they can just try to kill this Bane.
Oh yeah, right. Aiming the dazzle, of course. Maybe
The Bane, yeah.
sleep him first and follow up with the balance strikes and stuff. The Bane also need to be careful about his positioning in the lane. And the way that he is going to control the side forest.
Okay, this is interesting. You know, two off-lane heroes in the mid lane. Yeah, before Konka was placed in the off-lane, but yeah, in the past few seasons, we've seen Konka reigning on the mid lane. But yeah, this will be an interesting match. So top lane. Okay, Narman just zoning out AU here.
Yeah.
But do you think the Keeper of the Light will be quite squishy?
I think so. I mean, if it's about the visions in the side forest for Team Army Genesis. I mean, if the Dazzle managed to just sneak into the back of that Keeper of the Light while Lone Druid wasn't far away, I think that would be a kill from the Poison Touch, and just chase him with a baby bear.
Yeah, the baby bear. That's funny.
All right.
Okay, this is kind of an even lane for the both teams. Even lane for the mid lane, I mean. Timbersaw against the Konka, you know, they don't differ that much in the last hits and deny, so just some kind of decent farming for the mid lane. But I think what differs here is the rotation for the mid lane. Timbersaw doesn't usually do.
Oh. Still no first blood, 2.5 minutes gone. I kinda like the way that the lane go for Team Army Genesis. Do you like it, AG? I love that Monkey King pick so much from In Your Dream.
Yeah, but I believe they have enough answer to, you know, lock down this Monkey King later. They have that silence from Death Prophet, they have the dispose from Savius here, but they're trying on the bottom lane.
Yeah, but the early game gonna be hard for them dealing with the Monkey King in the lane.
Yeah, but it's some kind of a decent match against Death Prophet. She can farm.
Alright. In the middle lane, Mamang Daya stays in front of the creep, trying to force Lelouch out of the farming zone. Lelouch. And that goes the pause. I think a little bit the problem of the Discord today, just like yesterday.
Yeah, me too. I was experiencing the same thing.
I feel
think
like
there's the problem, the Discord problems on my end.
I feel like the Discord server seems so not stable these days, especially in our region.
I can't hear you clearly at times, and you know the feed, the clean feed on our screen is not clear as well.
Do you also use Discord to communicate with your teammates when you're streaming?
Yeah. Alright, so I do experience this at times, so it's quite normal.
Okay. So. Oh, next thing we know. Oh, first blood. Oh, man, Nama block it out with the Fisher, and then DB shoot it. It's just like a penalty taking, penalty shootout.
But the good thing here for Polaris Esports is, you know, Natsumi can farm really well. They weren't able to harass that much this Lone Druid, so we know the capability of this hero. He can go big on the late game. The damage from that pair will be really huge. So let's see, DB. Okay, they're keeping an eye out towards this Dazzle over here. So I don't know if that's good, or should DB just focus on the farming in the lane? But they're kind of distracted by AU here.
Yeah, the way that he play. This is such a classic combo. I remember this combo since Dota 1, the Keeper the Light and the Earthshaker. It's just switching. From Dota 1, it was Earthshaker who played the core, right? And then, oh wait, the Primal Spring comes down, the Balance Strike, trying to save that Varus, half HP, and it looks like Ford is still trying to find Varus inside the tree line. He won't be able to in your dream. Instead, attacking on Savius. Field attack already another promo spring on that Xavius. Oh, nice rebound, but he dropping quite low. He popped something. He get a little bit of the HP back. The first one who falls actually become Darius the Bane. Oh, in your dream, Primal Spring, mid on Xavius. That was so long time hunting on each other. One hit, Polaris strike, now finally get it.
Yeah, and on the mid lane as well, Mamangdai was able to take down that Conka while everything was happening on the bottom lane. Yeah, that was a solo kill from the Timbersaw.
Nice, nice. Mamangdai are chasing down that AU. The movement speed of Dazzle at the start is quite fast, so no worries for him. Alright, Naman. Our AU. Yeah, I think it's going to be the fight down at the river. Chakram to slow him all down. Team up with a Fisher. And then that's a kill. Xavius. Xavius throwing back. X mark the spot into a torrent and also the ghost ship. First time and they hit it. Reactivate armor. Can he keep it alive? No. And he might go for more. Naman Fisher on 2. And that should be it.
Yeah, that's a good thing that they were able to slow down the Timbersaw on the mid lane, but this leaves out Force to be alone in the bottom lane. And needs to be careful for the meantime, but they can, you know, poke down the tower on the mid lane.
Yep. Force at the bottom lane. Nice, teleported down. Timbersaw died for the first time in this one. Back to the lane, Chakram. And Nama is still hanging around. Lelouch changing the course.
Okay, we haven't seen that much rotation from Kunkka as of the moment, but I think he can do that anytime soon. So this is the advantage of having the Kunkka, you know, the rotation that he can do, while Mamang Daya can just stay on the mid lane until he takes down this tier 1 tower. So yeah, and as I was saying, Kunkka might go onto the top lane, like bottom lane here.
Oh, Exhaust System for the first time is going to be in your dream, melted down in the field of ghosts. And they're going to use that Exhaust System to just push the bottom tier 1 tower as well. Now look back into the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go on the top lane to kind of help Natsumi, but he went back to the mid lane, and yeah, that's really nice that he was able to dodge that out. Mamangdai is so tanky as of the moment. He can just tank tower damage and just take this down. So there's nothing Polaris can do as much. For the meantime, this tier 1 tower is good as dead in a while. Okay.
Natsumi. Well, people saying this is actually the best tower wrecker in the game for the Lone Druid. And then I thought the TB was the fastest, but no, it was Lone Druid. Back to the fight, down the river in the middle lane, X-Mana spot, ghost ship. But the timing wasn't just right. Chakram was blocked by the Fisher as well. Still lucky Polaris Force, he still get a small hole in order to just get away. Mamangdaya was connected by the Spirit Siphon, jumping down the Primal Roar for In Your Dream, helping his teammate. It's still a trade. Mamangdaya falls already. In your dream, Fisher, in order to block and throwing a flashbang out. Lelouch falls.
Yeah, good pickup for Army Geniuses, and the In Your Dream was there at the vicinity, so yeah. Again, this is good for the Monkey King that he's also getting some kills while he's farming. He's one of the key heroes for Army Geniuses. He can also group up together with them to take down objectives, or to defend at least against this Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe what AG needs to do for now is to slow down the Lone Druid. They can, you know, go for a smoke play or go to the jungle of Polaris Esports and hunt down that Lone Druid. At least for now.
Yep. Alright, 2-man smoke for Polaris. Where are they gonna go? I think it should be somewhere on top. Here we go. Xavius and AU looking to strike DB from behind. AU start with a poison touch. I think it will be enough damage. Sending in the baby bear as well. And maybe set up with a dispose too. Rebound but missed it. Throwing the flashbang. He might got away from that one. DB. He's fast. He's on the horse. Oh dear!
Oh no.
And he got away.
I thought they were able to catch this Keeper of the Light with the Marcy, but looks like it won't be enough. Keeper of the Light is so fast. This hero has 600 movement speed at least. Yeah.
Yes. And we turn on right now is 494 movement speed. That's crazy.
That can go up to 600, right?
Yeah. There are many horses in Dota 2 game, but I think the Keeper of the Light horses is the fastest.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That makes sense. They're riding horses.
I mean, if you have a abandoned horse, it's really slow.
Okay. Top lane, I think Natsumi can just try to take down his tier 1 tower, but again, Keeper of the Light is the best at defending towers, so he will stay here for quite a while.
Yeah.
But 3 heroes from Polaris is here to help out to me if anything, if things goes bad.
Oh. And that goes the first tower. I think Lone Druid having such a great time on top with the Mask of Madness on his bear. And now in the middle, Polaris Force. I think they might have to grouping up every time they have the Exorcism cooldown ready.
Yeah,
for
that's the mechanic for their lineup. And the good thing here is the Lone Druid doesn't need to group up with them. He can just go rat on the other lanes, push out. But yeah, as we're saying, they just grouped up on the mid lane.
Yep, X-Mark spot, and here we go with the Fishers. Dropping the flashbang as well, and Naman Echo Slam for the first time, enough damage to kill that force, so no more Exorcism. The rest of Team Polaris need to just fall back. They can't be too rush on this. Next one gonna be AU, Dazzle gone, and ENG looking at this opportunity for another kill. It's gonna be Xavier's fall, and they will get the mid-tier 1 tower too.
Yeah, they kind of turned the game around just because of the Bane. There was no hero that can, jump on the top of the Bane here for Polaris Esports. That's the issue here. They need to find the positioning of the Bane when there's the team fight, because we seen earlier that there's no hero stopping out the Bane. The Fiend script was, used so well on that team fight. Okay, that's a good, comeback for AG. They just bounced back a little bit.
Indeed. And it's kind of scary for Team Polaris too, because the Earthshaker managed to get some assist experience and goal, and once he has the Blink Dagger, it's gonna be super scary. And look at that, they're setting up for another kill.
Sleep again.
Yeah, Force, sleep, long time, poison touch, trying to save. Is it gonna be in your dream instead who falls like that? The damage, the output damage of Team Polaris after that is quite decent. Here we go, Fisher in order to stop AU, Saviors, and the Torrent X-Matter spot back into the gold ship, and that is a kill on Naman. Nice counter gang.
Yeah, nice counter play for Polaris Esports, but the next thing they need to do is to take down this tier 1 tower on the mid lane. At least they have the Lone Druid farming on the jungle freely, so there won't be any issue for them. They have the Exorcism, but they already used that one, so I think for the meantime they can just go get some ganking.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Once again, guys, the situation right now is the Polaris need to do what it takes to win this one, just to be 2-1, and then it's gonna become the 3-way tie, and then it will be determined by the winning time rating. Okay, but DB get another kill on AU. Okay. Timbersaw not looking good, taking a lot of the damage. Polaris strike back. No more core heroes, no more tanker. Varys gonna be the next one who melted down in front of Spirit Siphon, but he was quite fast too. And he slept on the Date Prophet.
Yeah, but didn't do much for them. This tier 1 is will still be taken down by Polaris Esports, and there's big help for the double damage from that Kunkka, so they can just go back again to farming. All tier towers are down for Army Geniuses. They can they can invade their jungle anytime soon.
10-7 game score. Army Genesis get the first 10 kills. Well, oh, Xavier's.
The sleep setup is always on point.
Yeah, sleep and then follow up with the spell are just good. What an assist by him, but Varys might have to pay for that because the Lone Druid is here along with Lelouch too. The two supports inside of the tree line try to get themselves alive. Okay. Naaman getting blocked. And hey, maybe they got a chance to work this way out. Naaman was X-Mark spot back and Lelouch is on killing spree eventually.
They just need to deal with that Bane first. He do so much in team fight that he's delaying some, some plays from Polaris Esports, but the Bane will be spotted here.
Oh no! Nice save. That's actually a great shallow grave in order to save himself from the sleep and then follow up damage.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, Mamang Daya back on farming here. He's going for what is this? Sanchin Kaya, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Mamang Daya getting stronger and stronger. This is going to be the force to be reckoned with for Team Polaris in the late game too. I mean, if they have Mamang Daya going chase for the Lone Druid, and that's gonna make Lone Druid life kind of tough and not attacking or maximize his damage in the team fight.
Okay, Monkey King is going for Desolator. Do you kind of like this item instead of BKB? There's a lot of control from Polaris Esports. I think BKB is really needed for Monkey King.
I think BKB can be next. Oh wait, look at this one. Oh, get that keeper the lights back. And victory streak ended. Yeah, I think the reason that he went for the Desolator because he has to deal with Kanka, Lone Druid, and also the Dead Prophet, which is a very tanky 3 heroes. Oh, look at that! The Echo Slam's already being released. That's a decent damage, but just not enough to take anyone down.
They're all there, and the Aegis will be secured by Polaris Esports. There goes Natsumi with the Aegis, so yeah, he can just go front, take down towers. Again, it's the objectives for Polaris again. They don't have to initiate some team fight, just take down towers as they can. They have to learn Druid, so they don't have to rush anything here.
Yeah, Lone Druid, one of the best late gamers in the game. And now he's also good at the early laning stage.
Yeah, speaking of the late game, do you think that Monkey King can, somehow go together with Polaris Esports?
You mean like strong against Polaris Esports, right? I think it would be hard. I mean, if you're gonna deal with the more than 6 slotted Lone Druid, and also a great setup from Kuka, then that's what I'm talking about. And in your dream, keep getting caught in the mid game like that. I don't think he could excel well in the late game.
Okay, 11-11 is just equal on the kill scoreboard, but Narman here trying to make some play.
Naaman just trying.
Oh, he will be spotted by Natsumi. What is he doing?
Well, that was quite easy.
What was that? I can't understand what he was doing. Oh,
I think he tried to cut out the creep wave and slow down the push in the.
But there was the bear.
Yeah, uncalculated bear shows up. A wild bear appears. I mean, if I was him, I walk in the forest, seeing a bear, I die too. I'm not gonna be the bear killer, the revenant. Not like that. Getting eaten for sure. I heard that the bear is very fierce in the North America.
Yeah.
Right.
As well as in Dota. We can see Natsumi is on level 15, and the Spirit Bear has so much item as for now. He already has 6 stacks on the Desolator.
All right.
Dire's top tower is under
11 to 12 game score. Let's try to push. I still wonder how they're gonna stop that lone druid. Oh, jumping in now, looking very good, but it looks like Earthshaker melted down in front. But at least he managed to kill that force, which is the main or one of the main damage of Team Polaris. X-Master spot the torrent. Comes out everything, Chakram in order to slow down, and yes, they have that Lelouch. The rest of Team Polaris breaks out, and they have just to retreat. The bear turn on his ultimate. MLB setting the baby bear to deal with the support first. At the back line, the supports of Team Polaris getting hunted down by the monkey. Primal Spring, everything. AU, Shallow Grave, keep him alive. That's all.
But for the meantime, he's just delaying that kill, but he will still go down, and that's 3-man down for Polaris Esports. They kind of slowed down the aggression of Polaris Esports, so that was a good team fight for Army Geniuses at least.
Do you think? Okay, a little bit overextend by Army Geniuses. They just won a team fight and then team a chain to the other side of the river. And now about to get caught with the exorcisms and stuff. Spirit Siphon connected, so he down. And next one gonna be DB2. What is going on? They just won a team fight and then. Alright, it's time to put the Team Polaris very fast. Natsumi, Force, everyone heading up to the mid-tier 2 tower. This tower gonna go down real quick.
And they can go to the high ground as well. They still have Aegis up and running, and they have tower taking right over here. Still 20 seconds for the 2 cores of Army Geniuses, and DB was forced to buy back. So what can he do? I think this tower will still go down.
Yep, a Desolator with 12 charges and deal decent amount of damage to the buildings. And that's gonna be the first set of racks, as we still don't have Timbersaw up and running.
They can't do anything.
Can they? Shallow Grave, everything. Save the baby bear.
Yeah, was able to survive on that one, but that was some kind of expensive defense from Army Geniuses. They were able to force DB to buy back. So this is some kind of a redemption for them. They have to do something.
I think after this we'll get to see the back and forth fight. after lost the barracks, they decided to go for like all man smoking, looking for some chance, maybe in the triangle if someone's still farming in. AG is already here. But looks like Polaris well aware of that. A rebound this also setting up the fight once again, sending in some gold chip. Hit right on the target, and here we go with the Polaris as well. Killing spree on the Polaris force. Now fighting toe-to-toe with the BKB on inside of the Wukong command. The baby bear was saved by the Dazzle Shallow Grave and by a lot of seconds. Oh, in your dream finally falls. Man, that Dazzle saved the day. And kill in your dream with a supportive spells. Barming Dai are gonna get the 100 on. Where are you gonna go? Chakram, but he get X-Master spot into a torrent trip for Polaris Force.
I think that is a good move, especially from Savius. That was a good initiation, and also he was able to stop the Bane giving out the Fin script on the side, so he was able to dispose Varish right there, so they can continue the siege on the mid lane.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah, good move from Savius especially.
It's time to go up on the high ground.
They have Exo.
Let's go. See how fast he can take down the bottom tier 3 tower. Definitely gonna be another set of racks for them.
Yeah, but Boom Esports has a record of 25 minutes, so I think they won't be able to beat that. Already 24, 23.
Yeah, that is the fastest, right? Yeah. Well, kind of sad for Team Polaris that this game time rating is not being counted when. We still don't know who's gonna come out of this this madness of group stage alive. I mean, in case, but let's take a look at this fight first. Smoke, that was beautiful. They sent the bear in first and still running up once again. Oh my!
Wow.
Savius, the champ!
MVP! He's my MVP of the match. The great initiation from Savius. Every time he disposes a hero, it's considered as dead already.
Yeah, he's been serving dinner since 1962. Let's go! or more.
Polaris.
All right, Varys got caught. He's down. Exorcism and all the stuff. Hey, to be honest, I think this might be the fastest tournament we ever. I mean, everyone just try to end things fast. Normally, when the pro scene, there will be some gap that people is trying to, hey, you know, just playing just safer. Not with this tournament. They're playing everything so quick, and there goes. This is one of the last team fight. Still being said, but that's so as usual with the Shallow Grave. Perfect play by the support.
I think we can really expect for something like this to happen. All the games are best of one, so anything can happen. Polaris Esports take out all the barracks of Army Geniuses. It's the defense game now for Army Geniuses. Is their damage enough? They have the Keeper of the Light, but yeah. I think what Polaris needs right now is to wait for the next Roshan just to finish this game. Or actually, they don't have to, but if they go on the safer route, they can do that.
Oh, wait, they're still holding on. Oh my goodness, that's where we thought our hope has gone. They're striking it back. However, Nasumi is still strong for any of Team Army Genesis. How can they? Taking that Lone Druid down. They take Kunkka down, but what about Lone Druid? Okay, let's take a look on this one. Team is on, not looking good. Mamang Daya only around 25% HP. Spirit Siphon connected to him. Polaris trying to save Mamang Daya. It's just not working. Okay, the rest. X-Miner spot into the torrent. DB falls. Lose had him in your dream.
Okay, so two-man down for Army Geniuses. 35 seconds before the Marcy, but I think they can just end this game right now. Right here, right now.
What a clutch on the Dazzle Shallow Grave every time, man. Man, I'm so inspired to play the Dazzle in my MMR game after this, to be honest. Sending in a big shark. No, not looking good. And there it goes. It's Team Polaris.
Oh my God. That was so quick. I was expecting for something like a team fight to happen right there. But you know, the Bear is just doing the job. He wants to end this game. Right there. So Polaris wins this game, and that will be 2-1 for 3 teams. So what's going to happen on the tiebreaker?
The time of Polaris, Boom Esports, and Talon fighting each other will be calculated. Which team has the fastest time of winning between these 3 teams playing each other will be the top 2 teams who proceed to the next round. It's kind of confusing, but man, this is the moment. We still don't know who's gonna come out of this one alive.
Yeah, it's the 3 strongest teams in the group A: Talon, Polaris, and Boom Esports. As expected, I'm not really surprised that these teams gets to stay on the tournament, and yeah, we will get to know the result later. Who will go on the playoffs that will happen. And yeah, a quick update for Fnatic. I think one of their players not really feeling very well today, so they will have a stand-in. That will be Masaros that will play today for Fnatic.
Oh, so, yep.
Any thoughts about that? I miss seeing Masaros.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a little bit of Blackie.
Yeah. I think my connection is not really that good. Yeah, but anyway, guys. So that's it. Let's see what's gonna happen for Fnatic today as we will move forward for the highlights of this game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first 3 games. The first half of today's games ended already. We still don't know which team gonna go through. Even by now, I still cannot confirm whether it's gonna be Boom, Polaris, or Talon. So guys,
but definitely one of these teams will be eliminated today, right?
Yes. And we still have to wait for the time calculation to see which team gonna go through the playoff round tomorrow. But well, do you like all the games today, Akimaru?
Yeah, that was exciting games. But I think we're looking forward to the Group B today. It will also be a bloodbath. And next series will be Fnatic versus Execration, Execration versus RSG, and Fnatic versus SMG. So I'm looking forward on how Fnatic will going to play for today with one stand-in with them. That will be Masaros that will playing on behalf of Raven. So yeah, that's it for the first half of today. Thank you so much, guys. That's Akimaru together with Cyclops, and we will proceed forward to the winner's interview.
ซี่แล้วก็แม็กกี้ด้วยที่ส่งมา นะครับอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับแต่คือตอนนี้คือด้วยกฎกติกาที่เห็นเขาบอกว่าจะใช้ไทม์ใช้เวลาด้วยในการตัดสินและตอนนี้สกอร์2-1-3 ทีม
ใช่แล้ว
แต่ว่าเราดูจากแบบดูผ่านๆนะดูแบบยังไม่ได้นับคะแนนจริงจังโพลิสมีสิทธิ์และน่าลุ้นมากที่เข้ารอบใช่เพราะว่าน่าจะน่าลุ้นมากแต่ว่าเรามาสอบถามเขานิดนึงดีกว่าเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตถามเป็นกลางแล้วกันเพราะว่าเรายังไม่ชัวร์ในส่วนของคะแนนแล้วกันนะครับถามไปเลยฮะ
Okay, so let's have an interview here. I would like to know how do you feel about the last game?
I feel happy and proud to my teammates that we were able to beat them in less than 26 minutes. So I hope we can be.
It's so fast, right?
Yeah, I hope we will be able to enter at least top 4.
Yeah, cross the finger for you. And what about you? How do you feel about the last game?
Hello. Yeah, I feel great because we are on a timer because all of the games are most of the games are fast, so we kind of need to do it fast. So yeah, I feel great, and hopefully we can, go to the playoffs.
Yeah, good luck. So after a few days here in Thailand, how do you feel about the Esports tournament in Thailand?
For me, Esports, usually tournaments here in Thailand is really great because the people are so nice and the food's really great. So yeah, having a tournament here is really good.
Yeah, I can feel when you say the food. I can feel it's so good. And what about you? What do you like here?
Just what Bumi said. I think also the food here is delicious and the environment here is quite clean. So I think it's really nice to be here. What an opportunity.
Yeah, so hope in the future we can have more esports tournament in Thailand too. Yeah, thank you so much. ค่ะเขาบอกว่าจริงๆในเกมที่แล้วเนี่ยเขาสามารถทำได้ตามที่เขาแพลนไว้เลยคือเขาแพลนว่าเขาจะเล่นเกมเร็วแล้วก็เร็วจริงๆนะคะประมาณ16นาทีเท่านั้นนะคะที่เขาแบบว่าจัดการคู่แข่งได้เรียบร้อยส่วนอีกคนนึงบอกว่าก็รู้สึกแฮปปี้กับเกมที่แล้วนะคะจริงๆต้องบอกว่าอย่างที่พี่บอกคือเขามีโอกาสเข้ารอบเยอะมาก
เพราะว่าเรื่องของเรื่องครับคือเขาเลือกตัวที่ค่อนข้างจะจบเกมเร็วอย่างที่เราเห็นได้มาคือเดโปเฟตได้เลือกหมีมาอย่างเงี้ยมาดันป้อมแน่ๆนะครับก็หวังว่าเขาจะได้เข้ารอบนะครับแล้วก็
ก็หวังว่าเขาจะได้เข้ารอบแล้วเขาบอกว่าเขาชอบการแข่งการจัด e-sport ที่ประเทศไทยนะคะคือ1เรื่องของอาหารแน่นอนเราขึ้นชื่อเรื่องอาหารอยู่แล้ว2ก็คือผู้คนที่นี่นะคะค่อนข้างเฟรนลี่แล้วก็ต้อนรับเขาดีมากและอีกอย่างหนึ่งที่เขาบอกที่น่าสนใจคือเขาบอกว่าสิ่งแวดล้อมที่เนี่ยค่อนข้างดีเลยนะคะคือเมืองดูสะอาดสะอ้านนะเห็นมองไปทางไหนก็รู้สึกแบบสบายใจ
น่ารักจัง
ใช่แล้ว
ตอบได้น่ารักมากเลยนะครับ
ก็หวังว่าในอนาคตจะมี e-sport tournament แบบนี้เพิ่มขึ้นนะคะในประเทศไทย
ใช่แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเราไม่รบกวนเวลานักแข่งดีกว่านะครับแต่ว่าผู้ชมทางบ้านเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่ครับแต่เดี๋ยวคนที่อยู่ที่งานเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกิจกรรมบนเวทีกันครับ
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly and out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทยรวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย 30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ 59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง 31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB immediately. Over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly, and out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB immediately. Over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly, and out to the
Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงรักน้องสิงมือปราบ
What's up?
สิงนักเดินทาง
Muted in Thingo yet. Actually, I'm just gonna mute the tab because we don't hear anything through Ops Ninja, right? So. How's your day?
Yeah, not bad. Gym and sauna.
Sauna?
Yeah.
Does Jim have a sauna or do you have one at your place?
No, I go Greensboro. I go Watermark. I don't know if you know Watermark. No, I go. I have like a aquatic membership or something for the sauna. So.
I don't know why I'm still hearing you twice when I've muted the tab. There's a slight echo. You think why?
Try now.
I mean, it's fine now, but why would me muting the tab not work? Like when I unmute the tab, it's worse, if that makes sense. Like it's a louder echo.
I muted my mic in Ninja when I said try now. I'm gonna unmute.
It drives the future of autonomous driving.
Try now, Lockie.
Check 1 2 3 should be fine. But
yeah, yeah, you're all good. So Greensboro sauna.
Yeah, Watermark. Yeah.
A Watermark. Never heard of that.
It's just an aquatic center.
Is that just for recovery?
Yeah, and plus Swan is really good.
Every day, Sports Authority of Thailand.
Whenever I use it, my face gets red really easily, so it's not good for me.
Same. Well, we got 5 minutes 15. I gotta do some shit real quick. What are you smiling at?
We were hot mic'd.
We were hot mic'd?
Yeah. I think it's fixed now.
Alright, we're back.
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16 กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย 30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ 59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง 31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
มาปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทยรวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor.
Hello.
In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving.
Yeah, Fnatic on in the lobbies.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out
will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
มาปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series. the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GAMERSGALAXY Dota 2 Invitational Series for the HatYai Thailand 2022. Denog, we're moving over to Group B. We've still got 4 incredible teams to battle it out to try and secure their place in the playoffs. But how are you all doing today, more though, importantly?
I had a pretty good day. I mean, I went out, I got some new clothes, so you'll see the drip in a little bit of time next time we hang out and see each other. Yeah. You will see. You will see. I'm looking good. The middle-aged shop assistants were really like, "Oh, you're looking great." It wasn't just to be able to make a sale, that is for sure. But no, I'm excited. This Group B. I mean, we saw Group A, right? We had that 3-way tiebreaker that had to be decided on time. For those that aren't aware, by the way, essentially what you want to do in terms of that time rating tiebreaker is it values the teams that win fast and lose slow. That's what Boom did, and so that's why they qualified #1. And it just turned out that with that fast loss that Talon had against Boom, that was enough to knock them out of contention. Whereas Polaris, they were kind of middle ground, right? Winning in a medium time, losing in a medium time. But now in Group B, we've got 4 teams that are all really evenly matched. And we had some unsuspected results as well coming out from the first day. Fnatic losing their first series up against RSG. Not a lot of people would have expected that. Execration going 1-0, taking the victory against SMG, the new SMG with Ice. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how today is going to go as we do get into that draft.
Just really quick as well, back on your clothing. Did Mum go shopping with you? Because I know over in America, Nat gave you some assistance with being able to pick out good clothes because your fashion sense is pretty atrocious to say the least. So,
well, I'm going to correct you there. Miss Natty helped me in Melbourne when she was here. She didn't help me in America. There we go. I may have met my mum for lunch, and she may have been there with me at the time.
Wow, crazy.
Oh my god, you just have to call me out on my terrible... Okay, I'm going to say it's because I'm red, green, colorblind, and that I can't seem to get the things that match together very well. That's the main issue. We got a draft, Aries, all right? Don't talk about my fashion. We got these 2 great teams facing up against each other, although Fnatic are playing with Masaros instead of Raven. Raven, unfortunately, fell a little bit sick, so he's not going to be able to play. Hopefully, he's able to recover very quickly, but... You know, we got another Thai player able to come in and play, and Masaros, he had a very brief stint on SMG, obviously had a stint on Fnatic previously as well, so they've brought him in, and I wonder if this means that Jabs is now going to be playing that position 1, because he's done it a few times for Motivate Trust in the past.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought I was having with just expecting Fnatic to put Jabs over to the 1 and Masaros playing the 3, so... It will definitely be interesting to see how he's going to be able to bring maybe some experience and maybe a different look at things. But like you said, though, he does have some experience with some of the Fnatic players, so not like they are unaware of playing with Masaros. But our first phase of the draft is already done and dusted. Execration going into the Dawnbreaker and the Templar Assassin, and for Fnatic, they've opened up with the Puck and the Winter Wyvern.
Don't hate this TA as a response to the Puck, right? You get that end of the first phase, you're able to ban out some of the big counters to it, namely heroes that A, deal damage over time, so you can just rip through the refraction, or B, are able to push you fast enough that the TA isn't able to come online to be able to contest against that. So Beastmaster, Viper, they're 2 pretty good bans that I think are the ones that they need to be looking to get rid of on Execration. And... I mean, what else can we really think of? Venomancer, a lot of people like to pick it into it. I'm not the biggest fan, right? Like, it's just... I don't want to call it a do-nothing hero, because teams are able to make it work, but it just feels like it has this tiny little window where you're impactful, and then outside of that window, once the BKBs start to come online, you do feel kind of useless.
Do you feel like we need to look for game counters or lane counters to the TA? Because Execration have the capability to give it to Bob and Palos, and I think more than likely...
They're just going to put it against the Puck. Yeah, they're just going to do it against the Puck, yeah.
So you're wanting to look for more game counters against the Templar Assassin then?
Yes, I want to see game counters. I want to see stuff that's able to, again, hit those early timings and push. That's what I want. So... things like a Bristleback, things like an Alchemist, those can be fairly decent as well. You know, Alch does have a really fast timing that he can hit if you're looking to itemize towards it. Hell, even a Juggernaut can look to go down that route, right? Maelstrom, Aghanim Shard, and then you just go into a TA. There's a lot of different magic instances, you'd probably lane it together with a Wyvern, which isn't a terrible lane either. So yeah, really wouldn't hate to see that. And just speaking of the Wyvern pick, I know I'm a little bit biased, but again, against the Dawnbreaker, pretty good, right? Like you just curse wherever the Solar Guardian's coming in, and there's nothing that you can do about it unless you're popping the BKB on the Dawn before you ulti, and that's never really what you want to do.
It gives them a lot of team fight at the moment here for Fnatic, a hero that can play the side lanes, which is going to be really nice as well, because already Dawnbreaker's going to be playing in one of the either top or bottom here for Execration, so naturally that's going to be shoved out, and the Wyvern can kind of offset that. You've got the Puck as well that can be very mobile to help kind of push out the lane, so this gives Fnatic a lot of options on how they can look to take fights with these heroes. You mentioned, though, Execration with the Templar Assassin looking to use that second phase of bans to protect it, and the Razor will be the last ban in that case. So, of course, one of the more meta picks at the moment, but also traditionally has dealt very well with the TA.
I hope we get another chance to look at Fnatic's booth again. Did you see how glorious Zhao's mullet is looking right now? Like, he is the honorary Australian now that KP, unfortunately, along with Talon, is been knocked out of Group A. But, anytime I see just a glorious mullet, it brings me back to, the days on the schoolyard where people, with terrible parents, in my eyes, just didn't tell them how to take care of their hair.
I mean, it's not back to the days. We're living in it again. I mean, the mullet is
true.
Without a doubt in full force.
Yeah, fashion and hairstyles, they're all cyclical, right? They come back into fashion. And Zhao has the... he might not have the drip, I would say, in the SEA scene. Do you think Jackie's number one? Do you think Jackie's number one? Like, I'm talking the pinnacle.
I do think Jackie's number one, but why you gotta put Zhao under the bus? I mean, you're just hyping this man up. You're saying he's got an incredible mullet.
Look at that. Look at that mullet. It's looking great.
Oh, no.
I love it. Business in the front, party in the back, and that is what Zhao is all about. And then there's Masros standing behind him as well. Ooh, do you think that ASOS sponsorship is linked with his name at all? Masros, ASOS? Maybe it was in the making. It was fated.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh my god. All right, what are we coming out next? I like this for Execration with the Phoenix getting picked up. I do think there was some issues with how they were going to be able to team fight compared to Fnatic's opening with the Puck and the Winter Wyvern. So the Phoenix is something that can really help in these 5-on-5 fights, and plus Fnatic early on don't have the greatest heroes to be able to deal with the Supernova.
I wonder how much these teams are also going to be valuing, like, playing quickly as well, right? Were you oohing about the line? I mean, it's against a Puck, right? That's what you want. And even just against a Wyvern, right? If you're able to get that instant lockdown onto someone once that Blink Dagger comes out, then things feel a lot better. They might even, in the early game, once Puck is trying to be active against, I would say, Phoenix in particular, like, he's the one that you want to be silencing and locking down and bursting, right? But if you just play Lion off to the side so that he's not getting silenced, then you can actually look to turn around onto the Puck and maybe punish him.
So I really like this pick here for Fnatic. Not only does it have the flex that we've seen prior, maybe not as much now because you're already showing the Puck in the first phase, but I think it's really with the Monkey King where I'm looking for the flex, because you can play it as a 4 or a 1, and I feel like Monkey 4... Go, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Did Fnatic play Puck at Arlington? I feel like they did once. And I feel like Jabs did it. And I think he did it really well.
So,
like, I remember getting, like, some kind of double kill. I know it changes because it might be, position 1 Jabs. But Masros, we've seen him play offlane Storm Spirit. We've seen him play offlane Queen of Pain. Why not a Puck?
Yeah, I suppose so. If you're really wanting to avoid the Templar Assassin lane, I think still this matchup's a little bit... I think a lot of the mid matchups are a lot more even now, just with the water runes and all the runes in general. You can just, Puck can play with a small camp, get a couple of stacks, so it's going to be important for Execration to block it. If Fnatic don't look to go crazy with the Puck being into the 3, the DP going mid, but... Really quick as well, with you mentioned about the Lion looking to play on the side of the Phoenix because Puck's going to look to try and deal with the bird, and this is where the Monkey King can help out. If it is played as position 4, which they have the capability to do so, you can get a lot of information which can help out getting that jump, and as soon as the Lion shows with the Boundless Strike, Puck can follow up, and that should be enough damage just with those 2 to kill off the support. So there is some capability here for Fnatic to flex it and also protect the Puck with this Monkey.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Execration Execration have also gone ahead and banned out that Alchemist that I was talking about before. So again, just this fast tempo that's going to be able to run over your lineup and deal damage over time against a TA. Even just something that can right-click an egg very quickly was very impactful. That's why I was kind of confused as to why Fnatic went ahead and banned out the Bristleback. I thought when they picked the Monkey King would have been a pretty good time to pick the Bristle themselves, because, you know, a lot of the heroes that can actually look to deal with him had been already picked or taken or banned at that point in time, right? The Viper, the Timbersaw, hell, even the Beastmaster, right? Gives you time to be able to face the correct way. So I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic in terms of what they're actually going to have as their position 1 to be able to be fast enough to play up into this. Like, what are the other really fast pos ones outside of the Juggernaut that we're seeing? Like, Lone Druid is a little bit, I guess. We saw Polaris just play that one previously.
Do you really feel like it's a must for them to have a fast-paced carry? Because I'm also looking at the potential of like a TB this game.
You're against for Fnatic?
Yep.
I guess the TB's alright, but Lion, once he gets the Aghanim Shard, does kind of deal with a lot of that damage. Just suck, gets rid of all of the illusions, and then you're up against a Phoenix and a TA late game. That is scary, you know. They're going to be able to deal with you quite well, and of course Lion has that huge power spike once he's able to pick up the Blink Dagger.
I feel like the TB matchup versus TA is pretty fine though, isn't it? Because you have a bunch of your armor, like your Agi game's incredible, all the illusions to be able to deal with the refraction. I guess the one thing into the bird, definitely the Phoenix in regards to dealing with Supernova, like with all your right click damage, you don't really want to be hitting structures.
They have a lot of, like, even an Alchemist would have been okay for probably a little bit greedy for Execration. What else? Like, if they were on the Dawnbreaker 1, then they could do an Underlord offlane because the damage is kind of slow to ramp up for Fnatic right now. So something like Underlord isn't too bad, even though they've got that percentage base. What else could they look to go for themselves? Actually, this is a great Pudge game. This is a really, really good Pudge game. I know you're
I heavily disagree, but I want to hear your point.
Damage. Because all the damage is slow, man. Like, where is the burst damage coming out from Fnatic right now? As long as you're able to pop the Flesh Heap, you take no damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. So you feel like percent damage is not... They have multiple ways with percent
I know they
damage.
do. I know they do. And you are a little bit in trouble of getting kited around. That's my other issue, because you're lacking in stuns outside of this Lion. And I don't think Lion wants to play on the front lines. But just in a full-on team fight where you're able to pop Flesh Heap, I think it's going to be incredibly hard for this Pudge to die. So I want to see Fnatic go something... Like, you need something that's going to carry the game, for one. And you also need something that's going to be able to actually dish out high amounts of damage. So I honestly think that Terrorblade option that you were saying before really isn't that bad, because you're going to be able to deal with them early on. You're going to be able to punish this Pudge who, let's be honest, needs to get active, right? You are there to be, even in this, we're assuming POS 1 role, the space creator for your TA. So something like a TB that's able to fight up into that and deal a lot of physical damage, which is Pudge's other big weakness, is going to be really good. So yeah, I'm expecting the TB to come through here for Fnatic now.
It's definitely, like we were mentioning before, we saw the Pudge getting picked up. Like, there's strengths to the Terrorblade with the initial 4 heroes on Execration, but there's also weaknesses where Execration can look to punish him. And there is that TB getting played, so it's just a question of if Jabs is going to be the one playing the Terrorblade, or if it's your Mastros playing the position 1. But you mentioned the Lion having the factor of getting that Aghanim Shard and being able to deal with the illusions. I am very concerned about the Lion's how much involvement he's going to have in a game like this. I feel like you just have a Death Prophet that's just going to run at you, a Monkey with vision. Puck can be an issue if you do have vision, and they will have that off the back of the Monkey King. And if Puck also has a relatively good start with items, then you could also have a pretty good time, because really all you're worried about is kind of the Lion. Actually, so I'll say Pudge as well, because this was something that China were actually picking the Arlington Major. They felt like the Pudge was a pretty decent way to deal with the Puck as the game went on, but like kind of through the early game to the mid game. But I think if he's able to find items, then that could really help out with trying to deal with some of these supports.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think you've got some very key timings as well that you're looking to play around if you're on Execration. You really need to make sure that you get an early BKB for this Pudge, because outside of the Winter Wyvern, there's no way to be able to cancel it, right? Like, there's no one that really wants to build into a Basher on Fnatic's side, and you just want to be able to not care about Puck at all, not care about the DP at all, not care about the Wyvern at all, and it's a Monkey King support, right? So the only one that you're worried about is the Terrorblade. On the other side, Fnatic, they need to be worried about... I was saying Puck's main target is going to be the Phoenix. Now that's changed around completely, because the Lion is the one that's going to be able to A, lock you down, B, provide a good amount of burst against a fairly sustainable lineup. You know, you got the Sunder, you got the Spirit Siphons, you got the Cold Embrace, and you're eventually going to get that 15-minute Aghanim shard on the Lion. Will it be 15 minutes? I kind of feel like he needs Blink Dagger and then into the Aghanim shard after that. So we'll see what route he goes down, but Lion's the key target that needs to die on Execration. That's where Fnatic are going to be targeting. And then Execration, they need to be making sure that they're dealing with the Winter Wyvern at the start of a lot of these engagements, because that's the only thing that's going to stop Pudge from just doing whatever he wants in a few of these early fights.
And I do feel like one weakness for Execration is just the supports, the Phoenix and the Lion, really rely on levels. And if they have a tough laning stage in regards to the side lanes, then we could see some difficulty with how they can make plays, because the Templar Assassin, I think in a game like this where you have the Pudge, you're probably not going to go like that blink first item that we see you can if your carry is a little bit different. So maybe this is where Palace has to change his item build. Maybe Palace thinks about going blink, which is something that I know a lot of the position 2 Pudge plays in China, nothing to say, will do it. Ori will do it as well, where they go for a very early blink and kind of be that playmaker. So that is some concerns I have for Execration. I think the side lanes and the supports need to get really leveled.
Yeah, of course. Like, well, if they're able to make a few rotations through, they've got some good early game on Execration. So, you know, anytime you've got a Dawnbreaker, anytime you've got a Pudge, that's always going to be the case. And like we've been saying, the TA should have a relatively easy time against this Puck. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about with the Blink Dagger suggestion. Like I was saying before, you do fall prey to getting kited around a little bit, especially early on. But I still feel like that BKB is such a key timing for Palace, because then you literally don't care about, honestly, 4 of the heroes on the enemy team.
Surely the play then from Genuel is just to Winter's Curse the Pudge, and if you're able to kite the Flesh Heap, then I feel like Pudge is just not going to be able to survive in the fights. If BKB's on cooldown, if Flesh Heap's on cooldown, then all of a sudden you've got Arctic Burn as an issue, you've got the Spirit Siphon as an issue, and as the game goes on as well, I mean, Jabs, he's going to go into an Eye of the Skadi, which is going to be an incredible way to deal with the Pudge.
Yep. Ooh. No, absolutely.
Jabs is gonna take a decent chunk of damage. In fact, well, he will go down as Tino finds our first blood, and Execration, they're off to a pretty fine start here.
Yeah, that's the exact way that they were wanting to begin this game. I mean, like you were saying before, it's all about playing around that Winter's Curse, right? So it might be a case of going into that Blink Dagger on the Pudge, being able to find the Winter Wyvern, and then just blink, ulti, follow up with a Finger of Death, follow up with Dawnbreaker's good amount of damage as well. Palace running all the way back to... I guess he's just getting something off the courier and then TPing down to lane, feeling like he's not going to be in danger of dying.
Yeah, we'll quickly mention as well, Vincenzo had the level up dive with the Fnatic. I think it was Masros putting in a bunch of damage, and DJ as well. So the Phoenix won't be playing with Spirits at level 1, which is pretty important. I mean, level 1 in Spirits is not the greatest, but it's got to be much better than dive early on.
I mean, the attack speed slow is still really good when you consider that you're up against a Monkey King, right? So he's one that's going to be wanting to get up in your face, brawl, especially against this Pudge, right? Pudge, until level 3, I would say, doesn't really want to be man-fighting and trading in the lane.
Do you feel like bottom lane is something where like the DP should just be able to free farm, and that could be some concerns for Execration in the early game? Because this is definitely a hero that if you're able to have a really good start, you can have a lot of impact as the game goes on in team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've obviously already got the Terrorblade that can use his illusions to push out waves, so if you've got that happening across the map, being really efficient with your farming, and you've got a DP who, with the early farm, is able to take towers away, then suddenly map starts shrinking. We know how valuable playing around those Ancients are for a TA. So yeah, I think they're going to look to put a lot of priority onto that for Fnatic, and maybe even make a super early rotation around that 5 or so minute mark towards the mid tower to try and take that potential away from Bob.
And that would be really detrimental to Execration and how this lineup is going to thrive. If they lose this tier 1 tower mid early, then it just enables Fnatic to be able to pivot their attention to the triangle, and they do have heroes that can invade and take stacks away and just limit the farm that Bob is able to find. So it is really important, again, that the supports get levels on Execration to be able to battle early on from the aggression that we will see come out of Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. I see the Fire Spirit's already being a little bit annoying in that bottom lane, preventing Monkey King from being able to get that deny off. So, you know, even though this isn't a super strong kill lane down here, it is going to reach a point where the action needs to start to ramp up. You need to start getting those Flesh Heap stacks. You need to be a lot tankier so that you're able to withstand a lot of the damage that they're looking to output. I don't know if closing the gap like that from Tino is the best option against Jabs, but really nicely done with Shanks' positioning. You and I have always been big fans of Shanks as well, haven't we?
Yes, yeah. Whenever we've had the opportunity to cast Execration, because of course, it might go in now. Jab's in a bit of trouble. It's going to be playing with some stick charges, but multiple stuns that Execration have in the arsenal to hold the Terrorblade down. They're off to another good start in this side lane. Jab's second death on the Terrorblade.
Just that Shanks impact, man. The reverse caster curse. When's the last time we've actually said something about a player and then they have something good?
I don't think that's supposed to happen. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the other way around.
See, now, like 2 waves ago, I was about to say, man, look at how well Armel is doing up against this TA.
Yep, I was just thinking the same.
Yeah, he was doing really well. Like, he was level on last hits, and TA didn't even have that many denies, but you just get a couple of points into that refraction, things become so much harder for the puck, right? At least until you get the Witchblade. That does help your situation somewhat. You know, it gives you a good amount of armor as well, so you're more able to zip in and out of team fights. So that's going to be pretty key for the puck to look to play around.
Some damage over time as well is going to be pretty nice versus the refraction. They don't have the crazy smount, really just Siphon and Arctic Burn if Genuel is going to cast that onto the Templar Assassin. But we have seen, in particular with this top lane and how difficult it's been for Jabs so far, is there a way they can kind of offset that on Fnatic?
Not really. I mean, you're not really going to look to go for any kills up on this top side, so it's just a matter of keeping track of when the TB is looking to go away and try and pick up some of that jungle farm with the illusions. And we've got some pretty good wards up on that top side already. You can see the one to the right-hand side of the Dire Tier 1 tower, and then that's just going to be the trigger.
Bottom lane, Palos. Oh, nice sidestep. They're going to miss out on the boundless strike here from DJ, and as soon as that stun is off the mark, Fnatic going to have to back up. Even DJ's got a pretty nice sidestep. Top lane, though. Terrorblade did a bit of trouble. One more right-click with the Earth Spike. Jabs is going to go down. Oh, no. This is not a good homecoming for Jabs on the position 1.
No, that is for sure. I mean, when I think Jabs, I don't think heroes like the Terrorblade. You know, his go-to pos 1 is like the Nature's Prophet. That's the one that we look to see him just play around a team that likes to fight a lot. But it's certainly not working out too well, and Shanks making us not look stupid. That's always a nice little plus for us. Oh, here we go. The replay production value. Let's go. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, you need to shut up more. Holy.
I mean, I just talk about the caster. I willed it into existence.
Alright, this is really important. They need to get something out of this. Probably going to be playing with the Metamorphosis here on Jabs, and looks like they'll just turn their attention over to Shanks. Tino considering about jumping in, but the Lion's already lost too much health to be able to have a rebuttal as well and play with the Dawnbreaker. So there we go. Fnatic probably going to see Jabs. He'll deal with the catapult and then look to get out of the lane. So this is important here for Fnatic. You've defended your tier 1 tower against the catapult push. You got to kill off that meta, and now you can get the ball rolling here for Jabs on the TB.
And importantly, it was Jabs that actually got that kill with the reflection that he looked to use rather than just the pure right click. So good timing of him to make sure to save that one until the retreat and pick that up for himself, because he really needed it. Look at where he is on the last hits. all the way down the bottom for those cores. So, yep, you instantly see him look to rotate back inside of his own jungle. It's protected up. It's past that 6-minute mark, so any initial observer wards that were placed are all going to be expired now, and I'm sure that Jianuel had been keeping track of Shanks just to make sure that he hadn't been making any other movements inside the jungle to be able to scout this out. Oh, actually, they just recently placed one up there. Is that I wonder what the duration is on that observer ward just to the left-hand side of the outpost?
How long is it?
Probably about 4 or so minutes, I would say. So you can see Shanks is looking to follow up, and even just leeching up experience away from this Terrorblade is going to be a really nice thing as well.
So we were speaking about the experience before for Execration and how their supports are going to be a little bit more reliant on picking up those level 6s, and I guess with the Templar Assassin you do have the capability to fall back into the jungle and take some early stacks and give the mid lane over to either Lion or the Phoenix. Didn't really see Shanks put some emphasis on making some of the Ancients, so...
no, I don't think there's any at this stage, so... that's a little bit of a concern.
Bottom lane, nice
cut
play
down
from
there,
Vincenzo. But Armel's nearby as well. They also have the Exo. They're going to get the +1 out of the Solar Guardian and just blow up the Monkey King. And now they'll turn to Mastros as well. But look at the Spirit Siphon health. Mastros, he's still in fighting shape. He's got Armel playing hand in hand. They haven't even killed the Death Prophet just yet. Finally, they'll secure the kill. Armel looking for the finishing blow to tick away Tino's life, and he should be able to find it. Ooh. A jaunt out to the left side, and Armel, he wants this last kill as well.
He's got his dancing shoes on, that's for sure. That jaunt at the very end there, just anticipating exactly where the Dawnbreaker was going to move. That was really nice, but I'm not sure Masaros needed to go underneath the tower, considering he had no Spirit Siphon charges left, was on about 20% HP. But I suppose it did get another kill through for Armel, who obviously wasn't going to have the easiest of laning stages up against that TA. Speaking of TA, popping the double damage rune in the mid lane and looking to do a good amount of damage into it as well. So
bottom lane, Tino
making the rotation.
He just TP'd back down bottom. There's not much Vincenzo's going to be able to do to protect the Dawnbreaker. They'll even TP in Bob, however, but that will be cancelled. So this is a lot of information now for Fnatic, knowing multiple TPs have been expended. And they're going to go back in. Why not? Armel, he's got the coil already back up in the arsenal. DJ's got to look to deal with the Phoenix instead, not putting the damage into the Dawnbreaker to secure the kill. And Armel, he's falling lower and lower, playing with the phase shifts, the orb as well. He'll jaunt to the north.
Armel, not again. No, not again.
Go back in. Oh no, Armel.
Oh my god, what a player. What a player. Just able to make moves all around the map, and yeah, this is what you do. Like, if you can't lane into the TA, go make plays somewhere else. Obviously, wasn't able to get too much out of the jungle either. Probably the best place for Masaros to be just while he's waiting for that Exorcism to come back off cooldown is into the TA, right? We were talking about the potential of them flexing that up just because you had the Spirit Siphon to be able to deal with the Refraction. You're able to, you know, contest a little bit easier, shove out waves still quite nicely with the Crypt Swarm, and, you know, you prevented your mid-tier 1 tower from dropping, and you're getting more kills through over onto this Puck, who, you know, is neck and neck with the TA, who still doesn't have any of those Ancient stacks to be playing off of. So this is really good by Armel.
I think for Execration, really the next things they need to be considering is getting the level 6s on the Phoenix and the Lion. Like, again, we mentioned earlier, but if this T1 tower goes down mid, it is really going to make it difficult for Bob to be able to farm, and him only being 100 net worth ahead of the Death Prophet is not enough, even if it's such an early stage of the game. Templar Assassin thrives on being able to have like a 1 item advantage and, you know, even, you know, 2-3k net worth advantage just off the back of you not needing to buy into, you know, a Battle Fury, a Maelstrom. You don't need this farming steroid, so it's really going to be important. Execration, they need to get the levels to be able to help protect this T1 tower next EXO.
Well, we do have that 10-minute timing coming up very shortly, so we'll see how the teams are looking to play around some of these catapults, right? Because you don't have a super easy way, particularly on Execration, to be able to push with it. Like, TA needs to join, and like we've been saying, she still needs time to farm. She needs that accelerant.
Tino as well, he took a bit of a hit. He was having a really good lane, TP down bottom, died a couple times, so he's sitting just a bit higher in net worth over Jabs, but probably wouldn't have expected with how well the lane went top lane. Palos trying to play with Genuel, but the Arctic Burn proving to be a bit of an issue for the moment. Genuel's doing a really good job to make Palos work for this kill. Is he gonna find him? No way. Space? I've never seen more space made in my life. Oh my, oh, he's even gonna drop the curse for this as well. Oh, Genuel. Oh my lord, he will finally go down. Palos wants a high five as well.
I mean, this is just time spent not going after the more important heroes, though, right? The Terrorblade, he's the one that's taking advantage of all this time. He obviously had suffered previously. He's still at the bottom of the net worth for Fnatic, but all he needs is time. He is eventually going to be able to outcarry even a TA. I know it's a scary game if you're this TA, but he certainly has the capability to do it.
They popped Exo bottom here for Fnatic, and they also didn't defend their tier 1 tower, which is interesting. Maybe they thought Execration were baiting Palos top and had smoke to connect to Bob mid, so felt like maybe some heroes were playing behind and they couldn't string their resources across the map too thinly. So Execration going to be able to find 2 tier 1 towers, which is very important for them, being able to open up the map, and this really gives them access to the pit once Bob is able to find those items.
Yeah, it feels like Armel has been spending a little bit more time just focusing on his own farm, rather than going for these pickoffs, these ganks. They were able to take that bottom tier 1 tower, but I'm not sure how important exactly it was.
Armel's going to be able to find the coil at the moment. DJ forced to drop the Wukong's command to provide that extra damage to secure the kill. Do they consider about going in now on Execration to the north, though? Palos is running to Genuel, but they do have Mastros nearby with some of the percent damage. A flesh heap is about to expire, so they've got to be cautious how long they look to take the fight. Shanks has been off of the chain control, and Bob's going to step in with the meld to blow up Mastros.
Yeah, they don't make that play if they don't have the haste rune to be able to play off of, right? Because otherwise, TA's still in this state where no blink, no BKB, so you're going to be able to use the Spirit Siphon into it. I suppose they'd already killed the Wyvern, right? So they didn't have the Arctic Burn available, but it is still quite annoying. Will Palos be able to get a hook? No, doesn't quite have the Spidey senses to be able to do so. But yeah, like I was saying, it is a little bit important to be able to take away that bottom tier 1 tower if you're Fnatic. You know, it opens up the Terrorblade a little bit more space to farm. But it just feels to me like Armel, we've been singing his praises a lot, but he's spent a lot of time not keeping up in farm relative to the TA, or even the Pudge, right? Pudge is the space creator. TA is the farmer. So like, the fact that the Pudge is all the way up here on the net worth is a little bit worrying, right? You need to actually look to make plays to be able to counterbalance the fact that your enemy mid laner is farming. And he's got the Witchblade now, but I just feel like it's not enough. You need to be taking more objectives. You need to be playing around this mid-tier 1 tower if you can.
We haven't really seen the Pudge get active, though. Like, now that he has the blink, he will, but Palos was kind of cemented up top for quite some time, just farming the lane and the camps nearby.
Suppose, but well, the timing I'm going to be waiting for is how are they looking to use that next Exorcism? They won't be level DJ. 12 anytime shortly.
Look at the jump, Shanks. Look who they've run into. The Fairy Dragon inside the river. DJ uses the Boundless Strike at the last second, but it's not enough to buy some time as Armel will still go down.
Shanks.
I know where
feels
DJ
like you might be
is.
able to see.
They cut down the tree. Palos, beautifully done. I'm not sure how they knew where DJ was. Maybe Shanks just caught a glimpse of him jumping into the tree line there. So that's going to be a second kill picked up for Execration.
Did he mischief that hook there? I think that was really cool if he was able to do it, but obviously still ends up falling down. And yeah, the net worth lead continuing to grow now. At least Terrorblade recovering somewhat, but they're having to play a little bit of cat and mouse right now on Fnatic. Jab's just trying to avoid this full-on gank squad, and I mean, I think you could avoid DJ dying, but certainly not Armel. He is your main playmaker at this stage. And now you're going to have to contend into a Desolator as well on top of everything. So I don't think they can just walk into Roche, can they?
I don't think so either.
Maybe with the illusions, just to be able to scout everything out, they could feel confident to do it, but well, we'll see what happens. Got to kill that lion.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, not like this, and now they get the Hex as well! The stun control coming in afterwards. Mastros is just going to charge up the high ground, looking to buy some time for RML. They're onto Bob though. Templar Assassins in a little bit of danger. Supernova along with the Solar Guardian. Everything being used defensively to try and keep Bob alive, but it will not be enough as TA goes down and they're going to turn it back around. Dawnbreaker's gone. Lion's going to join him in the afterlife and they are not done just yet as Mastros considering charging under the tier 2 tower to kill off Palos as well, but Fnatic 0 casualties and they find 3 members of Execration.
Oh no, oh yes, I think is what we were meaning to say, and you've still got half the duration on the meta, so this with the siege creep wave is going to be able to push in this. I'm not sure exactly why Jabs is backing off. Just hit the tower, my dude. You're contesting up against a Phoenix and a Pudge. There is no threat of you dying with DJ giving you all of this space, but now with the meta looking to run out, they're going to have to back off without taking that very key tower to be able to play around and...
Alos, he's onto Masaros.
Might be okay.
See if he's going to have the damage to get the kill. Genuel's playing behind him. Palos is going to be pretty cautious. Look at this damage starting to rack up.
I know he's going into the Ags, but I'm still of the mindset that he needs this BKB, right? I think you don't care. You just pop the BKB and you kill that that Death Prophet if you have the BKB. Obviously, he's not going to have it at this stage, but moving forward, that's going to be the key timing for them.
I do like this call, though, from Execration just to go straight back to the pit, knowing that Wukong's is down, Exo down, Curse is down. It's going to be a very difficult fight for Fnatic to take with all the ultimates on cooldown. And, you know, with that being said, I like the read on Fnatic. They're not going to force this Roche. They know that it's a really grave, it's a big opportunity. If Execration, if they get the Roche and multiple kills, all of a sudden they could chain that into a tier 1, tier 2 tower, and then the net worth lead just balloons in Execration's favor. So they're going to use that time to get the lanes out and continue to find their items.
Yep, this is the definition of a farming Aegis right now for Bob. He wants that Blink Dagger, he wants that BKB. If they can get a few kills in the meantime, obviously that's going to be a big benefit for Execration, but that's not their main concern. They just want this TA to be able to, again, freely fight without having to worry about getting kited by the coil. You don't want to get Spirit Siphons, you don't want to get Arctic Burn. So I want to see Execration put a little bit more emphasis into, can we get this Blink Dagger to be able to find the Wyvern?
Blessings.
Do you even consider the Ag Shard at maybe an early timing for Bob, or is that something you're waiting to second Roche to help out with some of your vision?
I think they've been able to take a relatively early Roche, don't you? So I think they could probably afford to wait.
Excellent.
See,
and still, you know, we talk about time and being able to take that early Roshan. Time is a factor in this tournament, right? We've only got a set amount of time to be able to play the games, and so that time rating does come into the equation. And with, you know, picking heroes like this Death Prophet, like this Pudge, they are notorious for being able to snowball and push the early game. So, so much dodging going on here. So, you know, with what we saw happen in Group A, I'm sure that's also in the back of the mind of these two teams as well. We need to try and win fast and lose slow.
Natty smoked up. They're going to look to blow up Palos to start the fight. The Pudge is not an easy man to bring down, especially with the Solar Guardian, along with the Sunray, but still, Palos is gone out of the equation. Now, Fnatic, they're going to look to move to deal with the Supernova. They feel like they don't have the right clicks to bring it down fast enough. They'll back off instead. Fnatic, happy with the trade they've gotten so far, but LML, he's not done just yet. Continuing to stalk his prey, almost being able to bring down Shanks on the Lion.
Pretty big, the fact that Lion doesn't die there. Obviously, whenever you're saving up for a Blink Dagger, you're going to have a ton of unreliable gold. He's also been involved in a fair few kills, so it's just going to be able to allow him to pick that up a couple of minutes sooner. And then again, prior to BKBs coming out on some of the key heroes, like the Death Prophet, for example, that's going to be really key in just enabling them to be burst down.
Up lane, Armel.
Oh, he gets him anyway.
Easy done for Mr. Armel. He's gonna run into Palos. Oh no, not the courier.
Oh, the courier. Maybe that gets him to play. Well, it is just like Palos is committing for this Aghanim Scepter. Obviously, it's a strong Ags, right? But I still think he needs that BKB.
The DD! Oh, DJ!
Oh, the courier!
Oh. That was his Atos as well. Oh, God.
feels terrible, man. Do you think they're going to get this game? Because the Psyblades is pure damage, so it goes through the Cold Embrace. Bob is a Grandmaster TA. Do you think he's going to do that at all this game? Do you think we'll see a next level play look to come out from him?
There's always a potential. I think it depends on though where people are positioned in fights. But it will be something he's considering. If he can find that lineup and get the spill damage, then we get a replay back of the choreo. Oh, we get a replay. It's just lying going down. Nothing crazy.
Salt into the wound, man. Just said no Blink Dagger for you. But
Bottom lane,
we
Bob.
do see an instant smoke come out here.
Oh, they didn't cut down the tree. Oh, what? I don't know how that didn't cut down the tree. And now Januel with a turnaround. Both supports taunted together. Mastros charging to the backline. They're going to take the Phoenix out of the team fight. You kind of want more out of this though, Fnatic. It's a lot of ultimates expended. This is a win for Execration. You only lose one, and you're going to look to smoke up as soon as the Phoenix respawns.
They did just smoke up previously, though, to try and go for that kill. So, again, it was some good positioning through from DJ to make sure that he was the one to cop that. And then, of course, you get the 0-for-1 turnaround. So, multiple good usages of spells. But you did have to pop the Exo to be able to make that happen. So, it's another period where Fnatic are just, like, having to sit back, not do too much. But, again, I feel like you're not all that worried, right? You've been able to wait out this Aegis timing. You know that it's not going to be up for a minimum of 3 minutes, so you could just look to wait for the next usage of that Exo. Well worth committing right now, while they still had the potential to make a play with that Aegis.
Yeah, Fnatic's cores are going to scale incredible into the late game. Yeah, I mean, you look at Execration, the Pudge is going to fall off into a lot of the percent damage. It really comes down to just the BKBs. Can they kill multiple members on Fnatic through that BKB duration? If you look at the Dawnbreaker as well, for Tino, I feel like just one hero is able to counter him into the Winter Wyvern, and Januela's positioning has been pretty solid so far, so it's really going to come down to just, I think, supports. They just have to, both sides, supports are incredibly important.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, we're seeing another smoke come out here. They're really wanting to make use out of this Aghanim Scepter that House was able to pick up there. Just not off mark with his first Blink Dagger usage. Even the TA, right? Incredibly farmed. Not quite into that BKB just yet, but I think, yeah, he's got the Dragonlance, so he's going to be able to disassemble it soon enough. Oh, DJ. Doesn't want to get caught by that spill damage.
Radiant are scanning.
I think, I'm not sure if we've had a look on it on the Observer recently, but Zhao is going into an Aghanim Scepter on his Winter Wyvern, so he can always have that percentage damage available against the Pudge and the TA.
Speaking about Zhao, he's pretty far away from the T2 tower. Palace is just going to look to charge down Januel. He's going to be off the mark with a hook, and now the Atos can buy some space for Januel, can reposition. But now Fnatic going to try and chop to the team fight off the left side. Mastros trying to deal with the Phoenix once again. They should be able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Tino, he's gone down as well. Finally, they get the finishing blow onto Palace's Pudge. And Zhao doesn't even go down, so Fnatic once again bring all the boys to take this team fight.
You know, you hate, what I hate. I hate sounding like a broken record, but how many team fights have we seen where Pudge, he was the most farmed hero in the entire game? He was feeling unstoppable. He had a few early kills, he had a good amount of flesh heap stacks, but he just gets kited around entirely. It's all well and good to have this Aghanim Scepter, but if you can't actually get on top of anyone and you just get Arctic Burned, Spirit Siphoned, Silenced...
No, they're going to be able to blow him up. They might have to damage him with a Finger of Death. They do. Execration. Jump in, blow up the Terrorblade before the reactions are there on Fnatic.
They might even catch the Wyvern. Zhao just gets away. He is very close to being able to pick up his own Ags, though. Like, with the couple of kills that he was a part of on that bottom side, I think he's only about half of one item away, of one component, so that's pretty key for Fnatic to be able to, again, just defend the high ground very easily as well.
Bob's going to be in trouble. That BKB was expended prior in the skirmish, so they're going to look to jump in now, but the damage over time. Shakes is in with a double stun, but it's not enough. Mastros now, he can turn his attention over the line. Tino will have to look to run away. There's nothing he can do to protect his support as Fnatic. They see just a slither of a window to bring down Bob on the Templar Assassin, and they use that perfectly.
They don't really luck out on Fnatic though. 2 minutes left on the Roshan respawn. If it was instant with this Terrorblade coming back alive, maybe they could have been able to go for a play around there. But even then, Jab's TP's down to the bottom side. He doesn't feel ready to be able to fight just yet. He needs his next item. Even though he's already got the Skadi, he's already got his Manta style as well. He just feels like he needs that additional little bit of survivability to be able to not be quite so susceptible against a lot of this burst.
I feel like the chances for Fnatic to win this game go up heavily if they find the second Roshan. Execration, again, we mentioned it before, this is not a team that's going to be able to scale against Fnatic. Anything can happen in the late game, but I do feel like Fnatic's chances go up drastically if they get this second Rosh.
I mean, they've got 5 heroes on Execration that would love having that Aghanim Shard. I think Phoenix has it already, but outside of that, none of the others do. So, I mean, if you're able to take away a free Aghanim Shard from them, that's going to be a big deal. Obviously, as well as just having that potential to start going into the high ground before that.
Vincenzo, again, the Phoenix caught out to start the fight. So he will respawn by the time Rosh is up, so it's not the worst pick-off.
They're just prepping to be able to play around that Roshan, and well, it doesn't seem like they wanted to be able to make plays there anyway because Pudge was farming on the bottom side. Palace wasn't in any kind of position to connect through to the rest of their team. Really does feel like he needs to make that move soon, though. Maybe just clear out the next creep wave and look to connect with the team then. How close are they to some of those timings? I think we've got a BKB on the Pudge as well. At least coming up very shortly. Yeah, there we go. So now they are ready to fight. This is the most important team fight of the entire game. Can the Pudge actually do something in this fight? That's the question that I want to ask here. He's level 18 as well. Roshan going to be respawning in 1 second. You've got the Phoenix rejoining them. Let's see if Execration can look to capitalize.
It's not going to be easy though, Fnatic. They've already been able to set up the formation by the triangle. They are ready to take this skirmish.
But they know DJ's there.
Jump in, Shanks.
It's a big catch.
They'll get the initial jump onto Mastros, but Januar's going to be able to protect it for the moment to the northern side. Their Palos is onto the Winter Wyvern. The Sunray out along with the Supernova. They're going to turn to try and deal with Jabs to the northern side. He's got his Sun to target, but the damage coming through thick and fast is Jabs. He'll go down in the river. As Execration, they're still going to be cautious, so Fnatic looking to take the fight. But they've been able to blow up the Death Prophet, and Armel cannot stick around.
And there we go. This is the second Roshan that we were talking about. DJ. He's going to try and go for some cheeky plays, but looks like he's been found out here. Oh.
What's going on?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So,
they're going to see Armel shortly. Ooh, Armel not like this.
A little low on
going to be
mana.
up pretty shortly on Palace to follow up. No way. No way it goes back up. Oh my god, Armel. They see him with the ward though. Tino. Can they find him? DP out. Oh my god, dude.
Have they been spending this time not hitting Roche?
Yes, but they should be fine. They'll take it fast enough.
Yeah, probably.
Mr. Gonad, we have a ball game. You mentioned how important this Roshan is going to be. Execration, 0 casualties. They get the second Rosh. Now you've got the Aghanim Shard on whoever requires it.
I think Bubble take it. With all those kills, I think that gave Shanks enough to be able to buy it up for himself anyway, so that's going to be an additional bonus. Now, you are heavily lacking in damage outside of Masaros right now on Fnatic. Like, if you take away all of those TB meta illusions, just with the Lion being able to use the mana drain, that is a super significant deal. Ooh, maybe giving over the Enchanted Quiver to the Puck would help a little bit, just somewhat of that additional bonus damage coming through from the Enchanted Quiver. It's close though, right? I mean, Execration, they're already 1-0. Fnatic, 0-1. If Fnatic lose this, they're basically just kissing their tournament lives goodbye, and I don't think many people would have expected Talon to be going home in the group stage, and potentially Fnatic as well.
It's kind of the thing with Southeast Asia though, and best of ones too. The most competitive regions, and anything can happen in a best of one setting, and see how close this game is. 3,000 net worth lead for Execration. This is really the timing they're looking for. Do you feel like any items are required for them to maybe help try and siege the high ground?
Not in particular, no. I would say that they've got basically everything that they need. You know, Phoenix just needs levels, of course. You've got TA with a crazy amount of farm. You don't really need damage because you've got a good amount. Scaling, of course, with the Phoenix. I believe you've got a BKB on the Dawnbreaker. Wouldn't hate to see her go into an Aghanim Shard for herself just to be able to get rid of things like the Arctic Burn, the Dream Coil. So yeah, I think they're really in a good spot. It's just a matter of, can they find pickoffs first? So the next little bit of time is going to be around getting some vision up super deep, using TA to enable yourselves to do that, and then looking to siege beyond that. If they can find a pickoff onto, let's say, Wyvern or Puck, the game opens up entirely for them.
Thinking about that Puck mid lane's got to be cautious. Execration are set up. They've got an Observer Ward too, so you're well aware of Armel's position. Palos gets the hook. Shanks finds a follow-up. Started no messing around. Supernova lay it down to secure the kill. And now Bob, he's already pushed his attention over to DJ, looking to find that +1, and Palos, he'll join him as well. Shanks, oh my lord, so close to fighting Januel.
Oh, if he just Tumblr's toyed before he went for that Earth Spike, he probably would have been able to catch him.
Going on down bottom.
Just a little bit of a brawl going on between the two offlaners. But yeah, I mean, just little things like that, right? Being able to land that hook, and small things like Shanks making sure he positioned himself to the right, being out of that silence range, making sure he would have been able to get off that that lockdown onto the puck afterwards. And now with this, they use the Fortify as well on the Dire, so they can feel pretty confident that, yeah, they use the Fortification on their own creep wave. Bob's going to be able to tank up a few of these tower hits, and yeah, keep the siege creep alive, look to continue pushing on forward. Maybe not, but I mean, you use the Winter's Curse, you use the Dream Coil, you've got these early timings, you've got the Aegis as well to play around. I'm not sure if they want to wait too much more.
It is very scary though, moving up high ground. Maybe a tricky task. Execration will need pickoffs, another team fight, maybe even a second to be able to do that.
I don't know, man. Like, if you're not going to do it now, when are you going to do it, right? Like, Wyvern is scary. Terrorblade is scary. Puck, the later you get, the more you need to start worrying about level 25 to be able to actually effectively fight, right? Because what's the way that they've been able to get out of a lot of these bad team fights so far in Execration? You get coiled, you BKB, you run away. There's a Winter's Curse, you BKB, you run in. Exorcism gets popped, BKB, run away. And there's nothing really that Fnatic can do about it at this stage. But if you give the option for Armel to, you know, cut waves, get some of this solo experience, then things become a whole lot more challenging.
I'm just concerned for Execration at this stage with the lead they have. If they look to try and siege high ground, it has to be completely flawless. They cannot make any mistakes, because this is a lineup that once you're into the middle of the fight, it is very difficult to reposition. You got Skadi slow, Wukong's to back up and set up your formation, Curse as well to protect you, even Coil as well to play around in your base.
Did you see that? They smoked right on top of the TA trap as well. Vincenzo was right there, so... well, actually, never mind. They were the ones with the TA on it. I'm just being an idiot. But who can they find out? Who can they find out? That's the important thing. Shut up, Ares. We've got a game to cast.
Hello, Senua's on the high ground. Oh, see the punch. They're going to blink to the backline. The Winter's Curse with the Lotus Orb as well, so it's going to taunt both them together. Mastros will be able to reposition though, but Armel feels like he can jump back in. Fnatic, do they want to stick around for round 2? They've got the Supernova down to the south. They're going to try and turn to kill off Palos. Jabs to BKB expended. DJ's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He'll get the bonus armor coming out of the Wukong command, and Artino, he's in the thick of it all. They'll kill off the Dawnbreaker. Armel's going to jump forward into the middle. The coil just a little bit too late. A couple of seconds shy from Armel to be able to cancel out that TP, but they will still run into the Phoenix. So regardless, a bit of an awkward fight with the Cursed and the Lotus, but Fnatic, they do come out on top.
They do indeed. It was actually DJ with a Boundless Strike that enabled them to catch that Phoenix as well at the very end. Just at the very tip of the staff, he was able to hit him there, and well, it just enables them to, again, convert that it wasn't even a high ground siege, right? They were just walking blind into an area that they didn't have any vision. I feel like you could feel a lot more confident on Execration just playing around the top side of the map.
What did he drop? Not a ring of health. No. You said you're like, oh, just a ring of health. Just casual, just a ring of health. That's big, Denok. What do you mean? 875 gold just down the drain.
What health is that? It's not the pucks, right? I don't think he's going a Lincoln Sphere.
Oh, whose ring of health is it then?
I don't know.
Why? I feel like you should. Is it not your role? We haven't even brought up that you haven't even been counting any of the pudge hooks, but
it wasn't told that I needed to do that, so
I told you that's your job multiple times. If at this stage you don't know what your role is, I don't know why they keep hiring you. Dude, DJ.
Abel, though, he's getting close to that level 25, man. He's been able to dodge out dying a lot of these fights.
No, not the punch. Oh, the rod does so much damage. They won't even get the lion as well. He's not going to tick out to the Witchblade. Lincoln's been popped. Duke's to the north. Back into the trees. They are paying exactly where Armel is at the moment. What? No way he gets the kill. That's important. That's a lot of their control. Armel should probably be able to make it out now. They've got the tier traps laid down. And yeah, they're not going to keep up to him. They even drop a ward as well. Oh, what a hero, man.
The lion's just the one that needs to die. Oh, another free kill.
Oh, Palace.
I mean, he's approaching his own level 25. That's pretty significant. Being able to go up into the Terrorblade. I believe they've already got a halberd on the Dawnbreaker, so just to be able to have two, to not have to worry about any of that damage coming out is quite good. And well, he's going to go into the longer dismember duration, just realizing the value of locking down one of those key targets. Again, it's the Puck and the Wyvern. Those are the two that need to make sure that they're getting controlled at the start, especially now that Armel is so close to being able to pick up that level 25.
What's Bob's next item? What's he got queued up?
I think he's going a Swift Blink.
Okay. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if he considers a Bloodthorn as the game goes on to help kind of deal with the Puck. I think this is also one nice thing about the TAs that a while ago you would always be able to consider going to like a single target form of control. You had that meld hit bash as well. It's very different now with the refraction charges, but Hex has never been something that's out of the question if you do lack control, and also Bloodthorn fits very nicely.
Pudge is very far forward here.
He's got BKB to play with, Tier 2 tower nearby as well. But look at the Monkey King. He's providing a lot of information to the backline, but Palace is going to try and turn to deal with DJ to start. The Curse will buy in some time. DJ hasn't been killed off just yet. They are kiting the BKBs as soon as it expires. Bob's got to be cautious with his positioning, but the backline, again, Fnatic instantly just pivoting their attention to deal with Execration supports. They're onto the Phoenix. A Supernova's going to come out, but Fnatic, they feel like they don't have the attacks to bring down the ending jabs. It's just melting to the damage as Execration. What a team fight. They stick around protecting Vincenzo with the Supernova.
It felt like they were really hesitant to want to go in onto the Pudge, right? Like, he obviously had to pop the BKB. DJ doing his job, just revealing a lot of information, but they were actually able to knock him out of the trees, which meant that Fnatic didn't have that information to be able to play around. It's like... Shank still had to use the buyback, right? That is a bit of a win, because again, Armel, he's just looking to play around, not getting CC'd. He is just popping off in every single one of these team fights where he doesn't have to worry about the puck, but... the rest of the team kind of needs to do something, right? Even without the Lion there, TB just got absolutely melted, like you said. The double use of the Supernova as well, considering the Phoenix has the... the Sunray, considering the Phoenix has the Aghanim Shard. It just feels like way too much, and well, Execration, the pendulum's swinging back in their favor.
Oh, that fell fast.
Oh, yeah.
Shard or Scepter? What are we on?
Scepter. Does the TA need anything else, really? I guess you might be able to catch out the puck from split pushing. Honestly, feels like if TA is going to go into the Swift Blink, I really wouldn't hate to see him go like a Scythe of Ice now, specifically for the puck. I mean, Puck's go to Lincoln's now, so maybe might not be as good, but like if you are able to just TA trap onto the Puck, silence, Scythe of Vice into Dawnbreaker, then you probably kill Armel, and that's significant in allowing you to go up onto that high ground.
We haven't spoken too much about Jabs this game as well, the Terrorblade. What do we need to see out of Jabs to have some stronger fights from this Terrorblade? Because it does feel like, you know, the matchup versus TA is not the worst as the game goes on, but it just feels like he's struggling to get those right clicks out.
Yeah, that's basically it, right? He's struggling to get right clicks out. That's where he's lacking so far this game. I mean, he's been popping the BKB at all right times, but he just needs to be able to stand and fight. And, you know, BKBs are still so important for Fnatic right now that with those double halberds that they've got on Execration, it's so hard for him to find a time to be able to effectively teamfight. So if they're able to, you know, just get that initial little bit of lockdown, maybe force Execration to pop their BKBs a bit sooner to allow Fnatic, because they've got decent sustain, right? They've got Sunder, they've got Spirit Siphons, they've got Cold Embrace, they've got the Winter's Curse. Puck really has no one to lock her down outside of the Lion, and even now that Puck has the Lincoln Sphere, it's going to be kind of tough. So I wonder who they're going to look to throw onto the front lines. Hell, it may even just be Jabs, right? Because he's pretty farmed up now.
Alos.
I mean, this makes things a lot
damage
easier.
to be able to blow him up. He's got Sunray to the north to provide some extra health back.
The Halbert's on
is going to even commit the exorcism as well, but Jabs uses a very early BKB. Do they want to charge up the high gun running straight to the Supernova? They might have the damage over time to kill off Palos, and now they should be able to take this team fight knowing that Palos is out of the equation along with the Supernova. As Vincenzo's going to try and dive to the north, they will not have a stun to cancel the TP, but Fnatic are able to come out on top in that skirmish even though they are down the Aegis advantage.
It was still an early-ish BKB, but that's a couple of times now that Palos has just thrown himself into a lane a fair distance away from the rest of his team. So, I mean, it's not really a risk that you need to be taking, right? Your TA is giga-farmed. You had a double damage available for yourselves. You have the Aegis. Let the TA be the one to...
Armel, they've got a Hex! Armel, no! The Hex coming out from Tino, but Fnatic is still nearby to maybe get some cleanup kills. But Bob... he's looking to jump to the backline instead, blows up Genuel, will turn to DJ Swiftblink to close the distance. Bob, what a man on a mission to take this game one here. He plays an incredible TA, and once again, that's proving to be the case.
Oh, man, Bob, how are you able to do it every single time? I mean, Grandmaster, we talk about, especially in these best of ones, just having those comfort heroes can be such a godsend, and well, clearly for Execration so far, this might mean that they're punching their ticket through to those playoffs. Something that not a lot of fans would have been expecting, considering their recent DPC form, considering the fact that, you know, they're not attending things like the Arlington Major, they're not going to be at ESL 1 Malaysia, but they're here and they're really showing up.
Just a question of, is that 17,000 net worth lead enough to go up higher ground?
We'll have that Aegis for about a minute or so. Let's see if they're going to look to try and push the advantage with it. They've even got the Fey Grenade available on the Radiant. I don't believe anyone's holding on to it right now. Maybe just thinking that with the Halberd, that's just another way to be able to pop that Lincoln's.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks.
At least have Puck for the second lane if they look to go top on Execration. Jabs is very far forward. Okay, they'll just lose a full set of barracks here. Fnatic down 23,000 gold. See how they can set themselves up. Their Aegis will expire in 20 seconds, so not going to be working with this advantage for too much longer on Execration.
They're going to be amping up their damage very shortly, though. The Terrorblade with the Monkey King bar is going to be able to, again, just dish out a whole lot more. Maybe just, I guess just wanting to be able to have that little bit extra to be able to deal with the potential for butterflies coming out. I mean, there's really no other evasion that they're going to have to contest against on Execration's side, so we'll see if with this smoke they're going to be able to find the good start to the team fight. The real target that they want to get rid of is anyone holding a halberd now at this stage.
Phoenix is on the front line. There's a big kill if they're going to be able to find it. a defensive use of the Supernova just to make sure he isn't killed off to start the fight. But now with this on cooldown, Fnatic, they might just look to charge on forward. Cole's gonna hold Tino into place. He's got the BKB. A little bit of vulnerability for the moment, but the damage stacking up from jabs onto the right side as well. Genuel, he gets the curse, taunting up multiple heroes so Jab can enter once again to pump in the damage. Shanks will end up going down. Where's the Templar Assassin on Execration? They don't have Bob just yet to arrive in the team fight, but they've got Palace, so the Pudge seems to be unkillable. Once the Dismember expires, they can kill him off, but Bob, he's also showed up to the party as well, surrounded though from Fnatic members, and Atos. It'll cancel off the projection, and now Fnatic will turn to deal with the Phoenix as well. There was a buyback coming out of Vincenzo. So Fnatic, somehow, some way, find themselves back in this game.
Lots of buybacks being used there as well. Honestly, it's so hard to find out which target should actually be the one being focused, right? Because you get in onto the certain hero, you look to burst them down, but that time around it was Masaros dealing out the biggest portion of the damage, and I suppose that's the case, right? At least until he's able to finish up this refresher. By the way, he's got it. Maybe he's the one, right? Because if you look to burst him down, the damage isn't there. Like, he can buy back for sure, but you're not going to have that sustained damage coming through from the secondary life. It's just so hard, right? You don't know what target to prioritize because they're all important.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, that might have been... I don't know if he had another Perseverance on Vincenzo, but that is at least the potential... Okay, so one Perseverance out of the count. That buyback definitely would have hindered a lot of his gold in the bank. So Fnatic, I mean, what was a 18,000 net worth lead? They pretty much cut that into half, and they are back in this game now.
For sure. Looking to take a tier 2 tower as well. Obviously, they've already got that outpost control. They really want to look to be playing around the top-hand side of this map, though. That Roshan potentially respawning in the next 30 or so seconds. Until now, it's really been Execration dominating that area, but just to be able to have that second life on, honestly, anyone. I would even value giving it over to the DP at this stage, because Jabs, he's not that farmed. Like, you pop the Metamorphosis, you die, you're not going to be able to have that same level of damage the second time. If you use the, if you put it onto the DP instead, now with the Refresher Orb that he's got, you still have that potential to be able to output a good amount of damage.
Another refresher
respawn as well, 30 seconds.
It's gonna... Fnatic are in a position where they can get multiple wards down and secure the area. Genuel with sentries, I'm pretty sure they were still holding a gem as well on the puck, so this will make it difficult for Execration to be able to contest Roshan. We've said it a lot this game, but it's going to come down to who gets to jump and that vital hero killed off first, and that's where the vision's able to come into play.
Ooh. Butterfly coming out on the TA after the MKB has already been revealed by the Terrorblade. That's a little surprising. There's no real other sources of evadable damage coming through here. Like the Exorcism Spirits, don't really care about it all that much. Puck not doing a ton. Maybe the Wyvern a little bit, but even then.
Eno. Careful now, my friend. Fnatic. Behind this T2 tower. Dab's going to reveal his main position. Oh, what a curse! Genuel, how does he do it again? A curse onto 2. Meanwhile, to the right side, Armel has been able to run into the Phoenix as well, preventing him from having any involvement. Still finds an opportunity to get the Supernova off. They need a Sunder target, but the Cold Embrace prevents Jabs from being able to get the bonus health back, and now Execration can swarm into the middle. Palace with a double kill. They're going to try and catch up to Armel. The puck is out to the right side, but Shanks finds a Hex, and Bob, he'll clean up the Winter Wyvern's life as well as Execration find all 5.
Oh man, it was a great start to the fight by Zhao there, but that Cold Embrace, it just meant that you couldn't get the Sunder off. It's one of those cases where Wyvern is super capable of winning you the game, but there are some instances where it does go back the other way, unfortunately, and, well, at least for Fnatic, they've got those full buybacks available, 4 of them already being expended. You gotta make sure you're catching someone with this, though.
And they will. There's the 5th buyback. You need more out of this. You need more out of this, and the Pudge is not going to be enough. They'll get the kill. You have to get Roche, though. He's got a buyback too.
Oh, man. 2 buybacks left.
This
having hers is obviously very important. Has a ton of gold as well, and would you look at that going into the Revenant's brooch as well on the TA. So that's a really cool item against the Terrorblade with all of his armor. Means that well, it doesn't really work with the BKB once he's popped that, but it does mean that you're able to just rip through a lot of the high HP, the physical damage resist that the TB has. Any Ghost Scepters or E-Blades right now on Fnatic? I don't think we have any. Not quite yet.
One lost fight though from Fnatic, and this game is over and done with, and that could just be them eliminated out of the tournament. Of course, it's going to be a very long duration loss as well, which you said is incredibly important if it does come down to tiebreakers.
I mean, there would be 0-2 though, right? So I'm not sure if there would even be tiebreakers coming into the equation.
Yeah, true.
One saving grace might be if Execration are able to get a 3-0 record. Maybe then it'll be like a 3-way 1-2 tiebreaker. I don't know. I didn't go to school for math. I'm not sure. But, well, we'll see. Coming through here. It's so tense for Fnatic right now. There's no margin for error. May as well just buy out everything. Having the refresher orb being queued up for jabs, he can look to get it with just picking up a couple more of these neutral creeps. They're all just clumping up together, and you can understand why, right? Unless we're looking to see like a Ravage come through from Shanks on his Lion. It doesn't really feel like you're in a state where it's bad to clump up. On Execration, it could be quite bad, right? You could get multi-man Dream Coiled, you can get Winter's Cursed, you could get, you know, multi-man Silence, Boundless Strike. But for Execration, so for Fnatic, they don't really have that same level of concern. They just want to make sure that they're always there to be able to connect through with their teammates. So with Armel down on this bottom side of the map, if they could see this, if they have their eyes peeled and see the illusory orb pushing out that wave on the bottom side of the map, that might be the case where they're just like, okay, now we've got the time to go, but he's TPing back to be able to join the rest of his team. Bob level 30 as well, so he's got to have that melted pash.
This could really be the last fight of the game here. Execration with the full wraparound. Might see Palace's position with that rot in the lane as well. They need to play with the Observe Ward on the cliff on Fnatic.
Dire are scanning.
Back up. Bob's very far on the front line. Armel gets a jump. No messing around. Looking to try and target down Bob. He's got the damage. Trying to pump in a Mastros at the moment. They need a way to be able to deal with the supernova to the northern side. But meanwhile, Jabs inside. He'll win the man fight. They get the first kill, but he can look to buy back and rejoin. Jabs. He goes down. Doesn't find a Sunder target. But meanwhile, Fnatic, though, they still have the damage without him for the moment. But once Bob rejoins, Tino as well will fly in with the Solar Guardian. And that will be all she wrote. 4 down. That's all diebacks on Fnatic and Armel. He can't do it himself. Not the lone wolf.
Yeah, the sole survivor, unfortunately not able to contest against this massive push coming in. They're going to wait until the very end, obviously realizing that time rating may indeed be the factor. The Dagon's coming out. I'm not sure who you're going to be able to kill here.
Do it!
Even, yeah, able to get the stuns in onto him.
Can he come in?
Not going to be enough.
Oh, no. Okay.
Not going to be enough.
Ah, there we go. Execration. That's a gigantic victory for them. They go 2-0 now, which puts them in prime position to move over to the playoffs, and this almost guarantees Fnatic being knocked out.
I would say, yeah, I would say it almost guarantees Fnatic. It's not 100% locked in yet for Execration because they're 2-0 right now. We could have another 2-1 situation like we saw in Group A, so obviously you need to stay tuned to watch the rest of the games. But, I mean, we saw this yesterday. How are they so calm? How are they so calm? We saw it with Polaris when they were able to beat Boom. They were just like, oh yeah, you know, that's just a thing you do every day. These are teams that have qualified to the International. These are damn good teams. And yeah, sure, Fnatic didn't have Raven to be able to play with this time around, but it's still Fnatic, man.
Still some very, very high caliber players, and it looks like Fnatic are kind of shook. I mean, taking a look at the cams at the moment, an unfortunate loss for them, but big props to Execration. This was again an really important series victory, and there's a lot of money on the line here. $150,000 for HatYai Thailand 2022, and we just see Execration once again coming out on top. And this is with on the back of some comfort heroes. We get Bob, of course, on the Templar Assassin, Palos mixing up a little bit with the Pudge as well, so proving that he also has the capability to play some unconventional carries.
Now I'm going to ask you, rather than say it was a support this time, who's the MVP? Who do you think was the game winner? Because I've got someone in mind.
Phoenix. So Vincenzo. I think Vincenzo won them this game.
Actually?
I think yeah. I don't have the capability. Actually, do I? Can I see how much damage he did? I cannot.
He did 24,000 damage.
Okay. I think he was a big reason why they're able to win team fights multiple times. I don't think they killed a Supernova. So the Supernova's incredible positioning from Vincenzo. A lot of the time, the Sunray was doing ridiculous amounts of damage onto the key components on Fnatic. I really, really felt like he was a important piece of the puzzle here, and why Execration were able to take this game.
I think they all had different roles that they played throughout that game as to why it was so important for them. You know, we just get to see Armel put her on his dancing shoes again. But I'm going to give this one over, in my opinion, to Tino. Because I think
that is
the Scythe of Vice purchase.
My God.
The Scythe of Vice purchase won them that game. Bro, it got them kills onto Armel. If you look in the team fight, the only reason TB wasn't able to get that Sunder off was because of the Scythe of Vice. If TB's still alive, they are probably able to turn that team fight around.
You probably could have said anyone else, and I would have been happy with that.
Well, so you just hate Tino then? You think
I don't
Tino's
hate
terrible?
Tino. I'm a big Tino fan.
Doesn't sound like it.
Oh, well, I don't think he's MVP this game, so...
All right. You're entitled to your opinion, wrong as it may be. But, yeah, Fnatic, they had a pretty decent start in terms of these team fights, but it really did crumble around those Roshan timings, right? It didn't work out the first time for Execration when they went for it, but they just realized, well, they're still pretty cooldown reliant on Fnatic, right? We could just look to go for it again. They looked to claim it. They got the Aghanim shard onto multiple heroes that they probably shouldn't have been able to. It was a real case of snowballing for them. They didn't even get that fourth Roshan as well on Execration. They just felt like we're in a position where we're really strong. Even some little things like the butterfly coming through on the TA when the Monkey King bar had already been purchased weren't punished enough. So, look at that beautiful Solar Guardian just saving the team fight by Tino.
Yes. I mean, you said Tino was really off the back of the heck, so what we're saying, I don't even know when he picked it up, so pretty much 45 minutes. You know, until then, he had no impact to this game, is what you're trying to say. So,
cool. Hate coming through from my co-casters, just out of control right now. It was 40 minutes, by the way, that you picked it up.
40 minutes, apologies. So the first 40 minutes, it was not the Tino show, and then afterwards it was, it's some pretty good showing in the team fights. No, I think, like you said before, everyone Execration played their part perfectly, and this is, again, not only does it give them a lot of confidence being able to take a victory over Fnatic, which is an incredible team, but also just showing that they can do it with a bit of a different lineup gives them a lot more flexibility as you're heading into the later tournament. Of course, they have one more game in the group stages. If they're potentially able to make it into the playoffs as well, then it can really help out with that drafting and make it easier to maybe get some more comfort picks in.
And this is going to give them a lot of motivation and good vibes as well, right? Because I believe the next series that we've got is Execration taking on RSG. So RSG, of course, if they're able to get the win on Execration, that's obviously a plus for obvious reasons, but it's denying that win away from one of the pretty strong teams. You know, we've seen RSG able to surprise a lot of people with some of their niche picks. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the Marcy Pos 3. Xiao Yu makes it work. So I'm keen to see what they're able to break out in this next game that we've got coming up here, because with how Execration have been playing so far this tournament, it's going to take a lot to be able to take them out.
Yeah, without a doubt. Closing in on the highlights, we finally get to see Tino's involvement and why he was MVP in Denog's eyes, but we all know what happens here for this GAMERSGALAXY tournament. It's going to be given over to Bob. I have no doubt about it. They love their position 1 and position 2s getting the MVP, but you know, I believe in Vincenzo. I felt like, again, you know, regardless, we'll give it to someone else. You and I, we're split decision, but we give it to someone that at least wasn't a 1 or a 2. So, but like you mentioned, really for Execration, are there any weaknesses though that we kind of saw in this game that they need to kind of clean up with their next series coming up versus RSG?
No, I think their draft was pretty good. I think their their laning went solid. They were able to get that first blood. They prioritized Roshan with the effective lineup. They played the side that was effective for their lineup to make work. There wasn't really too much that... I mean, maybe just going a little bit out on Palos when he probably didn't need to. When you had that Aegis, like that leaves you the option to potentially throw the game. But outside of that, they were pretty solid all throughout. We're forgetting that Fnatic are a solid team.
I'm not... Who's forgetting? What's going on?
There was a really early use of the BKB in this fight by Jabs as well, but just have a look. He gets that meld hit bash. He gets the BKB's running out now. Tino, MVP, gets the Scythe of Vice. Look at that. A+ gameplay coming through from my MVP that is almost definitely not the game's MVP as being decided by the production team. And wouldn't you know it, it's Bob. Look at that face. The face of a man with no remorse. The face of a champion.
Giga Chad Bob the Builder. He did deserve it though. I'm not surprised though that Bob gets the MVP with a performance like that. Grandmaster Templar Assassin in a game where it's a pretty good TA game and still you have to execute and Bob did just that. We have kind of seen he's a little bit hot and cold. He can have his really good games, he can have his really bad games as well, but so far in this tournament here at HatYai, he is performing incredibly well. But again, it's just a question if he can continue with that momentum along with Execration, because RSG is no joke of a team. You're someone who had a really good showing in Division 1, just missed out on moving over to Arlington, so they're trying to get some experience under the belt at LAN. Of course, some of their first LAN tournament for a couple of their members. And we do have an interview, though, with some of the Execration members. So we're going to chuck over to that one. And when we come back, we'll have our 4th series, make it 5th series of the night.
All right, we feel like you prepared so well last game. And now you collect 2 wins. So how would you feel? Like, do you feel safe after got the 2 victory?
We're so happy that we win this match. It's really important to us to win this because the Fnatic so strong.
And what about you?
We're kind of happy because we won, but we still need to fix some things because there are many messy fights. We fucked up many times, so we need to improve our team fight a bit more.
Yeah, so how will you prepare for the next game?
We're just gonna play our best again and we're gonna prepare for them because they're not gonna give up. We need to punch them hard.
Yeah, punch them hard.
Yeah.
And what about you?
I think RSG is a strong team, so we just need to play better. Not like this game.
I see. Yeah. So do you have something to say to your fans in the live?
Thanks to our fans to supporting us, and thanks for inviting here to this event. We're so happy that we're here. Thank you.
Thank you for the fans. Keep supporting us and thank you.
ค่ะก็เมื่อกี้เขาบอกว่าเกมที่แล้วที่เขาเล่นจริงๆน่าตื่นเต้นมากนะคะเขาก็มีการเตรียมตัวเป็นอย่างดีแต่ว่าก็ยังมีหลายจุดที่เขาคิดว่ามันยังทำให้ดีขึ้นได้อีกนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเกมหน้าเขาก็บอกว่าเขาจะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็ทำให้ดีกว่าเกมนี้ด้วยค่ะขอบคุณแฟนๆที่คอยซัพพอร์ตนะคะใช่ๆก็ต้องบอกว่าเกมนี้ก็เป็นเกมที่ต้องขอบอกว่าฝีมือเนี่ยเราพอๆกันแหละแต่ว่าเกมนี้มันเกิดขึ้นจากเหตุการณ์ที่ใครผิดพลาดน้อยที่สุดจะเป็นผู้ชนะนั่นเองนะครับยังไงเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่แต่ว่าคนที่อยู่ที่งานพลาดไม่ได้ห้ามไปไหนนะครับเรามีแจกของรางวัลใหญ่บนเวทีเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่เดียวครับพักสักครู่ค่ะ
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side, Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And
Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม 2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions,
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly and out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง Esports ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรมเติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาทสมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31สิงหาคม 2565สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัดมาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly, and out to the
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly, and out to the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our 5th series of the night. We're going to be following Execration once again, but they have a new opponent. They're going to be taking on RSG. Then we saw some back and forth in the pre-game lobby. Some things we can maybe mention, some things we probably can't mention as well.
Now, what do you mean? There was only wholesome stuff between these two guys.
Right,
and yeah, RSG, they were basically said, guys, we need the win. We need this win really badly. We're going to bring it to you because, yeah, it might end up being another one of these situations where you've got 3 teams potentially being 2-1, and then one team sitting down the bottom on 0-3. Wouldn't have thought that would have been Fnatic, though, going into this, because right now they're 0-2. Of course, they play up against SMG for our last series of the day, but there's water to go under the bridge until then. We've got this RSG taking on Execration to happen first, and, well, we'll have to see how the draft starts to end up with that one, because we've really seen the prevalence of this Dawnbreaker starting to break out a little bit more, haven't we? It's been kind of crazy seeing it being flexed into a bunch of different... has it been flexed? It's mostly been played as a position 3, hasn't it?
I think from what I've seen so far, I mean, we've seen SMG run a Pango 1. Look at Execration real quick. They're in some good spirits right now, these lads, 2-0, but yeah, I mean, you just mentioned the Dawnbreaker and RSG pick it up as well. So we've seen in the past, Yu has the capability to play the Dawnbreaker. I don't believe that they have ran it on Excellent, or maybe I've seen MKS play it, but I feel like predominantly it is Yu's hero.
Yeah, for sure. And what I really liked about how last game MVP Tino was able to play it, he didn't play it. He recognized what he was up against, right? You're up against a Winter Wyvern. It is one of the easiest things to counter if you just are in position on the Wyvern to be able to get that Winter's Curse off. But he never did. It wasn't like what we saw from Army Geniuses earlier on yesterday, where you're playing up against a Nyx Assassin and DB was constantly trying to just Solar Guardian in on top of a Nyx. It just isn't going to work, right? Eventually he got a BKB and tried to change things up a little bit, but I liked that flexibility. I liked that recognition of what was actually important to be able to counter. Ooh, a Viper. Something a little bit different.
Oh, is it?
I mean, who else have we seen play it? Did Boom played it, right?
10 seconds.
I want to say Boom played it.
So I don't think we casted.
Maybe
the
5 seconds.
not us casting it. It was earlier today. I remember seeing a Viper Marcy together.
Yeah. Boom played at Viper Marcy against Army Geniuses. And that is it earlier today. So okay, you are right. Sure, we didn't cast. I was thinking yesterday. I'm like, I don't remember seeing this. And well, some new heroes getting picked up, like you mentioned, right?
Some new heroes like the Puck and the Viper. Where's the Bristleback? Let's make it a nice trio coming through here. Execration could very well just pick it for themselves. They're banning out a few of these strong heroes against the likes of Bristle, right? They've picked up the Viper for themselves. No Phoenix, no Timbersaw. Feels pretty decent to me. I feel like RSG are almost definitely going to need to expend a ban onto it.
I do think the Phoenix covers some comfort for RSG. We've seen them run the Puck Phoenix before in the past. I mean, they have incredible
Dark Willow
players
as well, though.
Yep.
You got to get rid of that.
So there's a lot of comfort here. They want to, of course, look to help out and enable Mr. Xiao Bonbon. He has a incredible hero pool that he can play for the position 4. So I like the ban so far in regards to that from Execration. Timber is a little bit interesting, though. I guess maybe they feel like some of the other heroes they're looking to pick up in the second phase could be vulnerable to a Timber.
Yeah, and maybe it also leads you to believe that this Tiny might now be in the mid lane instead. You know, oftentimes you see it as a position 4, but up against a Puck, you really don't hate seeing that Tiny lane up against the Puck. So, going to give you that snowballing potential. You know that you're going to be winning the side lanes as well. Well, not winning, but you're in a favorable position whenever you're picking this Viper in the side lane.
Yeah, they've got a lot of flex. I mean, Bob's got an incredible Tiny if you want to put it mid, like you mentioned. If you put it side lane, it's really nice having a melee hero to play with the Viper. You know, we see a lot of the Marcy Viper. Of course, that's not a potential banned out from Execration, but it's very similar with how they're going to be able to play the lane. So For Execration, they at least have that lane covered and also the potential for mid to be covered. We're just looking for how their safe lane is set up. And well, this actually kind of reveals it now. So it does look like Bob's going to be picking up the Tiny. Even the coach giving a bit of fist pumps over to Bob, giving him some encouragement, saying, well, all right, you called for the Tiny, we'll give it to you. We'll show that as your hero early.
Yeah, but it's the Earthshaker though.
Oh my god, here we go.
I hate it. I hate it. Man, Shake's just had such a good game playing the Lion. Why would you go and pick something like Earthshaker, you know?
It's looking pretty good. Counter initiation versus the Dawnbreaker, long range catch, multiple stuns to be able to deal with the puck. I don't hate it. I think it is still a very difficult hero to execute, but we are starting to see the rise on it. And I have to imagine that these teams have been practicing, watching the major, watching players like Seb and Shinkyu pull it out. And yeah, they're working on their Earthshaker skills.
You'd have to imagine RSG are just going to go into this Dark Willow, right? Like, Xiao Bonbon is a great player. He is not very flexible with his heroes. Like, if he's able to pick, like, his Grimstroke, his Phoenix, his Dark Willow, he will do it. And obviously, you've banned the Phoenix. The Grimstroke really isn't in the meta right now, and we saw him dominate a game yesterday with being able to play this Dark Willow. And again, it pairs together reasonably well with the puck too. So I think it's a perfectly viable pick, and they do end up going down that route.
I was looking at actually for the Rubik for Xiao Bonbon. I'm kind of surprised they overlooked that, just with some really good abilities to be able to steal, and they do like that hero a lot. But you mentioned he's very comfortable in the Dark Willow. There's a lot of synergy that they have so far from RSG with being able to break the Dream Coil. So we'll
you think Roger could play it? I think it could be a 5 Rubik. I wouldn't hate it.
It's some great abilities to steal this game, man. Like, it's incredible. Nether Toxin, Fissure, even Avalanche is incredible. You might be down this route. It could be 2 squishy supports that could have some difficulty with a Bob Tiny. So,
I guess, but like the jump isn't. The jump is kind of good.
What is this? An Earthshaker Nyx Assassin support duo.
But like, they're not going to push you. So I don't think this matters so much, right? Like, Earthshaker, Nyx Assassin sucks against the likes of, like, you know, Beastmaster, Chen, you know, all these sorts of things. But they have none of that. It's either been banned out or they've already fulfilled those roles. So I really don't hate this. I mean, now the Puck's game becomes a whole lot more difficult. You're constantly worried and looking around for, where are these two on the map? Can I even look to make plays?
And they don't have that capability to flex maybe the Dawn somewhere else and go for like a pushing hero last. We are just stuck looking for position 5 on RSG. So it's who's got the last pick? It's who's 23rd, and it is RSG.
Execration have the last pick overall. Yep. I still think that they're going to Rubik on RSG, man. Like, it seems pretty solid to me. Nyx doesn't really jump you. Earthshaker doesn't really jump you. It's only the Tiny. And I feel like you're in a situation where you can kind of sit onto the back lines. It's also a decent enough lane, right? You've got the lift to make sure that the Blood Right's going to go off. You've got a good amount of burst damage, which is going to activate the Thirst a little bit more. I feel like it sets themselves up somewhat well. Maybe they're just looking to pick this Nyx Assassin as well as a counter to the puck to be able to just, you know, do that too. You make sure that you go inside of the... Like, could it be a 5... Shaker that we're seeing here? Could it be a mid shaker into the puck?
I think Shaker plays a little bit better in the lane with the Viper than what the Nyx does. This long range stun, being able to have full capability to chase down heroes in the side lane, whereas Nyx, I don't
even
think
just to be able to stop the Dawnbreaker, right? Like, you toss the Celestial Hammer to try and go for a kill, Carapace can't do it. You start swinging your hammer for the Starbreaker, Carapace stops it. So I feel like it's decent enough to put the Nyx as the 5.
It's definitely greedy, though, for Execration. I guess maybe you can get away with it, though, knowing that Bob's going to have a very good time against the puck mid lane. And if he can get an early Blink Dagger, then he can be the playmaker across the map. So you're not as reliant on, like, an Earthshaker Blink or the level 6 coming out from the Nyx Assassin at a quick timing.
Just trying to think what they even want on Execration. Like, what do they still feel like they need? I really like this Medusa ban. They have no percentage damage, and it's just a hero that wants to stand there and fight, not move around too much. Can they look to go down like the Luna route?
10 seconds remaining.
I think Luna or Ursa.
Yeah, Luna's very doable. Yeah, I really don't hate the Ursa either.
Ursa matches up very well versus the Puck. You can, with the Enrage status resistance, the Coil doesn't really deal with you. You're able to go into a Basher and an Abyssal Blade as the game goes on, so you can actually deal with the Puck. You lane... oh, they have Venom on RSG. So that will... Where are they playing this? Is it Dawn 5? I mean, Execration thought that it was going to be an offlaner coming out. I did see also RSG played the Dawnbreaker so far. For some reason, Dota buff is not working for this event, so I wasn't able to see where they played the Dawn. So maybe prior they did pick it up as a support.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, in my eyes, Veno is a very effective support as well, right? Because all you really need is levels. What items propel Veno to being like that Giga Chad in the late game?
Oh,
Nothing really.
Oh my god, we're gonna hear the goddamn support Veno spiel from Denok. This guy is toxic as anything. He's spam Venomancer to climb MMR. Thank the lords he's not ruining pubs right now with this hero, but any chance he gets, he will sing. He will make it known that this hero is viable.
It is viable. 13-game win streak. It sometimes is easy being green, okay?
You can't see green, what?
Don't you dare try and talk about my red-green colorblindness as a way to put me down. Oh, man. Traffic lights are hard enough. But what are Execration going to go with their last pick overall? That's what I want to know. An Alchemist, okay. I mean, how's the lane, though? That's what I'm a little bit worried about. Unless this Viper's like a... It wouldn't be a POS 5 Viper, would it? No, it can't. You would have to say that this is going to be a 5 Nyx, right? Paired together with the Alk, it's not amazingly strong.
Sounds like crap lane, to be honest. That sounds like a horrible lane.
You know what? I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, and then you just go ahead and be all negative.
Oh, it's a shit lane. Yeah. No. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I don't know how they can flex it. I think... do I like the Alchemist? Overall, I mean, you do have Chemical Rage with the... It's got a Dispel, which can be pretty nice versus the Dark Willow against the Gale as well. You're going to build BKB. A lot of the damage is going to be coming out of the spells. I think that is a lane that he's not going to get anything out of, so it's going to be off the back of the stacks to help out Mr. Palos, and I think this game is all on Bob. He has to demolish the early game, because if Bob doesn't have a good game, then I'm very concerned on how they're going to be able to make plays with an Earthshaker and a Nyx Assassin support duo, and how they can make space for this Alchemist.
Yeah, so do you think it's a case of Bob just rotating once he gets that early-ish Blink Dagger? Like, that's the thing, though. With playing the Tiny, even from the mid lane, it feels like you still need to scale. And it's not like they've got amazing heroes to be able to, like, confirm kills, right? Like, Bob might be able to get a great Avalanche Toss combo, but what are you following it up with? A Nyx, an Earthshaker? They're not high damage supports, especially early on.
Yeah, not early on. Definitely not early on as the game goes on. But I guess that's not what we're worried about. We're really worried early on and how they're going to be able to play off the back of the tiny jump. Because I was going to say, like, Nyx with some levels in Mana Burn could be nice against the Puck, like a Fissure from afar, but Tiny, once he's already used his combo, you're going to be reliant on someone else. So, you know,
you want to be maxing your Carapace, though, against the Puck on the Nyx. Yes, I don't think you can afford multiple levels in the Mana Burn.
No, so that's later on, like real later on, that they're looking for it to be a little bit different. So yeah, I think that's a really good point to bring up, just the concerns that we could have from RSG in regards to the damage. So maybe this is going to come down to Execration, come down to RSG going for a little bit of, you know, some infused raindrops, some stats as well to make sure they don't get blown up from the Tiny.
Oh, Roger. Might be in a position to be able to go on to Tino. I mean, Viper is not the speediest hero, even if he gets galed, and hopefully be able to Bob. Bob? Is he going to go for the deny? Oh, Bob. Bob, will he help him?
Got
him!
Sillin was so close to fighting that, but not going to be the case. So in the end, they will get the deny onto Mr. Tino.
There we go. We got the logos right. Easy game.
A fun matchup mid is. Saw the most underpicked heroes.
Underappreciated for sure. Yeah. Can I just point out, Veno is being played in the position 5 role.
What do you want me to say?
You were right, Danog.
Roger does play some very interesting 5s, so...
Effective.
Okay, some interesting and effective 5s. As a Venomancer player,
Specialist.
what do we look... Specialist? Thank you for correcting me. How dare I not give you the credit. What's his role this game? What does he need to itemize? How does he need to play?
I mean, we were talking about before how, like, Viper is this lane dominator, right? Veno as a 5 looks to be able to counter that somewhat, right? You just look to run into the Viper constantly. You use the Venomous Gale off cooldown. So I want to see him using a bit more of the... buying a little bit more mana regen for the lane, and then just look to consistently go in onto Tino. Because Bloodseeker, he's going to be able to sustain himself in this lane a little bit. Oh, dive attempt here by Exulern. Let's see if he's able to convert this kill. I mean, Bob's got a little bit of armor. Has to be careful with these right clicks when he's going
back up. Oh, Silent, does he go for it? Ooh, doesn't have the damage, not the Courier. Oh no, he's taking the tower. What's going on? Oh, what's going on?
Well, that's a nice little bonus.
Oh,
I mean,
the tips.
Bob is the one that, obviously he didn't this time around, but he is the one that recognizes the fact that if you're in a losing matchup, you need to try and make these next level plays to be able to turn that losing lane into an even one. And this time around, obviously, didn't work out for the Puck too well.
To take a look at this top lane, Palos going for a 0-1-1. Actually now put his first point into the acid spray as well. But feel like this is, again, we spoke about it, not the greatest lane here from Execration. But what do they need on RSG in regard to maybe levels or some early items to help push the Alchemist into the jungle?
I think it's just... You can really
Bottom
just
lane,
look to
hold
play
that thought. Tino might be in a bit of trouble here. MKS with the level 3, that Blood Right starting to stack up the damage, and you mentioned Roger can just run at the Viper and also make sure he is not that lane dominated that they need on Execration.
Yeah, he's going into the boots on the Venomancer, which, I mean, it's alright if you're looking to start...
Sillen?
It's alright if you're looking to try and trade right-clicks against a Viper.
Oh, we're not done, Danog. Palos top lane, he might go down. One more right-click and Jao Bonbon will find it, so... Here we go. It's not looking like a good start.
I mean, he's getting his last hits, that's the thing, right? But it's not the easiest lane, like we've been saying. Double melee into this Dawnbreaker, which is one of the best melee counters in the entire game. I mean, and of course, Xiao Bonbon just being given over one of his 3 signature heroes is always going to be able to trade effectively in that laning stage. So yeah, it's about trying to deny a lot of that experience away from the Alchemist. I mean, he's got the boots here to follow up on this, but like the damage isn't going to be there. I mean, Shanks surely has a TP. I mean, he does, but he doesn't want to use it. Run away.
Roger would love to force out of...
Him tanking that Gale is actually pretty good, because it means one less Gale that's going to be used on the Viper, right? And until Veno has a little bit more of that mana regen coming out to him, it's going to mean good use for Viper and being able to pick up a little bit more of that farm. I say that as Viper looks like he's taking a bit of damage on that bottom side of the map, dropping down to about a quarter HP, but I think he's been able to retreat back underneath his tower, so it shouldn't be too bad.
And look at the rotations coming out mid as well. Both supports, you've got the Nyx Assassin moving over on Vincenzo, and even Jao Bonbon looking to try and step in to try and take away the water runes, trying to do the best they can to help offset this matchup, and Bob is off to a great start. 10 denies over Sillen, and he's already used the orb as well. Sillen's got some stats to play with. Orb once again is going to be back off cooldown. He needs to land a spell to secure the kill, but meanwhile at the top lane, it's going to be Palos going down for the second time this game.
Maybe even getting a consolation kill onto the Nyx Assassin.
Mid lane, fuck! Oh, they found it. Still the kills up top. Sillen, he bought back in the joint. Oh, Sillen! Oh, all right.
Oh, don't want to die back, though.
You can't die, Sillen.
Oh, no.
No, what's going on? Tip him! Execration, what are you doing? This is a prime opportunity for you to tip someone. You guys were talking a bunch of crap in the pre-game. He bought back, he styled on you, then he died, and no one tipped him, and now Shank's gonna go down as well. What's going on mid?
I don't know.
I
don't know, man.
How are they killing a Dawnbreaker? This is an Alchemist and a Nyx Assassin.
Well, we talk about all those... we talk about all those rotations towards the mid lane. That is the benefit, right? You're going to be leaving these cores on their own. MKS, of course, on the Bloodseeker, he can just pull this wave back a little bit. He can regen up a little bit just from getting those kills. Dawnbreaker doesn't have that same kind of luxury. Luminosity really doesn't start to amp up until your damage does as well. Were they able to soak up any of that experience in the mid lane, at least on the Venomancer? Doesn't seem like he got it completely, so... just gone for the big plays. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes you just fall flat on your face.
Solar Guardian. Xiaoyu's going to look to have that +1 effect to try and help out Roger and deal with Bob. Look at all the boys show up. They're going to make sure Bob is cut down in his tracks.
Even Puck making sure to show up for that valuable XP. He wants to make sure to enable those dives in the future. With that Dream Coil now being online. It's still very poor, though, of course. Any time that you're looking to expend the buyback on a Puck that early into the game, he is nearly level on net worth with the Dark Willow.
What do you look to do now to bring Silen back into this game? Might still be in some
he's
trouble.
used a lot of spells.
Gonna have to drop the coil, though, to hold them back. Orb's gonna come up. No, not the... Alright, what do we do? How does Silen find an angle back into this game? What can they do to help out the Puck? Gale just missed this mid lane. Is disastrous. Spike Carapace toss away. Roger's not down just yet. MKS once again is going to look to try and TP in and bring Bob down. A second kill in a row is really going to slow down this blink timing on Bob.
Just checks with the freebie coming through. It's weird, right? I want to have a look at what Tiny's item build is. I mean, he's going straight into the Blink Dagger. He's got the boots of speed and the gloves of haste, I believe. But I just feel like if you're not absolutely snowballing, you will fall off. And like I was saying before, you're playing alongside...
What? Dude, he got
What's happening?
Killed. He
What's
wasn't even
happening,
level 6. How did he... Oh my god. How many deaths is he up to? Is that 3 or 4?
4, I believe. Not good. And this is a Grandmaster on the Puck as well. Oof. I mean, the consolation to him is Tiny isn't doing that much better, surprisingly enough, in terms of how much net worth he's been able to get. And like I was saying before, is there going to be another crazy fight that breaks out while I'm talking? Doesn't look like it. Unless bot. No, never mind. Playing around the Shaker, playing around the Nyx Assassin, you're not going to be able to convert those kills, right? It just feels like if you're going all in onto this Blink Dagger for an Avatos combo, the kills need to actually land. And I feel like if you don't do that, then you just don't have that same capability to be able to farm up at the same rate as someone like a Puck does.
And with all the kills that they found and on Execration, it means Vincenzo has a very early level 6, and we'll run into Silen.
I don't know if it's worth chasing this. You're already suffering on net worth as much as it is, so you just got to let the man go.
So now it's a question of how Execration can play the map, because again, maybe Bob can rotate and have the Earthshaker play mid, but you don't have supports that can play top, though. It's not like you have a Wyvern or even a Venomancer to kind of look to trying to play the safe lane. So it will be a bit awkward on Execration and how they're kind of showing their heroes across the map.
Yeah, there are very few heroes on their team that can actually look to deal with push when it does happen. Dawnbreaker is somewhat able to push reasonably well. Dark Willow doesn't do it quite so much, so we might even look to see Xiao Bonbon look to pull creep waves away just to enable a little bit of that earlier push from Xiaoyu. He's been able to secure that top tier 1 tower. And even on the bot side, right, you haven't lost Radiant tier 1 yet. But Venomancer could just look to set himself up and just place down a lot of those Plague Wards. Again, the dive is pretty lacking, right?
And I think Arshi have the capability to defend this bottom tower into a coil, into Solar Guardian. If MKS is around, they've got a crap load of AoE damage and it's
terrorized.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be very difficult for Execration to be able to kind of take these early towers. And I don't think they want to. It's not like they have the lineup. As long as your Alchemist is finding farm, as long as Bob is working towards a blink, maybe once you get the blink, you could think about maybe pushing bottom. You'll need the catapult though, and it looks like that's going to be killed off with this wave. So I do want Arsha to keep this tower alive though.
I think they will. I mean, MKS, you've already had Xiaopon Bon TP down here to make sure that's the case. He would have briefly revealed himself there.
You take it, Silen. Whatever kill you can get across the map. I mean, okay, Roger will.
It was damage over time. Uncontrollable. Don't worry about it. But I mean, this is some extra farm that you're going to be able to take. If you can start to block up some of these camps, take it away from an Alchemist, that's a nice little bonus for your team.
Even drop a ward down as well by the triangle. So Palos, he did die multiple times in the lane, but has still been able to find his farm. Very close to the Radiance being completed.
It's going to help him out, for sure. I'm still worried about what he's going to be able to do against this Bloodseeker. I feel like Bloodseeker is one of those heroes that doesn't need too much to get online. Oh, Xiao Bonbon, solo kill incoming. Is he going to get the career as well? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Should reveal the ward on the high ground. It should give them a sign. Meanwhile, bottom, Shanks was ruptured up. They killed the Bloodseeker, though. Tino gets the killing spree. Roger's going to TP down, but I think the stun's on cooldown for Xiao Yu, so even Shank's going to look to TP out as well. They will not have the damage.
Just off mark with the Bramble Maze coming through there from Xiao Bonbon. Yeah, big deal being able to take out that Bloodseeker. Right now, Xiao Yu, as he often does, topping the net worth for his team. But that's not really getting you too much of that map control.
Coil out. He's got a double damage rune as well. Bob's going to be in some trouble. A beautiful sidestep into the TP, but the Terrorize just comes out in the nick of time, and Bob is continuing to have a really rough game.
I'm liking these rotations from MKS as well. Multiple times now, he's made sure not to just stick around in his lane. Look at Xiaopon Bot as well, looking to leech some of that experience away from Palos, even take some of those last hits if he can. Might be in danger of falling down here if Vincenzo's on the mark. And he is. Although...
With the damage? Oh, with the fissure keeping into the Nether Toxin, they definitely will. They've got to be cautious because Shanks, he's looking to try and enter the fight, but the Rupture will make sure that is not a possibility. As Vincenzo, he's also denied to the Ancients, and Shanks, oh, he's not going to go down as well. So Execration, okay. Not the worst sequence of events. Palos is still farming.
I think the thing that Palos is doing really well this game is he's making sure to almost never show on the map. Surprisingly, that Observer Ward on the Dire Triangle is still available, but outside of that, he has just been jungling the entire game, maybe throwing out the odd acid spray in the middle of a team fight when it's a little bit more... You can't afford to be looking completely away from what's immediately in front of you, but that's what's enabled him to break away and be this little bit ahead on net worth, even prior to picking up the Radiance. Now that he's got it, he's just going to accelerate even further if he keeps this up.
It's like they're going to be eyeing up top lane as well, Bob, with the jump in, Solar Guardian too late. Vincenzo's even going to cancel that as well, so... Looks like that is a dead MKS, and now with the Solar Guardian being on cooldown, Execration, they didn't use too much. They're not a lineup that is reliant on these big ultimates, so they might look to go again.
I just want to see... I mean, we've been complimenting Palos about where he's farming, but this is going to be a test of the communication coming out from Execration. With that kill that they got previously with Dark Willow solo onto him, they should know that this is wanted.
Zillion tries to get the damage up for the moment. That's where Xiao Yu's able to come into play. An early BKB is going to be completed from the Dawnbreaker, so there is no hesitation as Xiao Yu continues to charge into the middle. They will lose Roger off to the side. Even MKS feels the importance of showing up to the teamfight. Once again, the Terrorize should be there fast enough to cancel Bob's TP as RSG find 3 members on Execration.
I love the little things as well that Xiao Bonbon does. Obviously, the Terrorize, he would have had plenty of range to be able to cast it so that the bubble goes completely around him when he's right in the middle of it, but he makes sure to do it just on the edge, just for that little bit of extra millisecond of travel time not being there. So able to secure that kill reliably, and he's having another great game for his team.
I don't know how Sillen's higher net worth than Bob. This is not good signs for...
Because he went Blink Dagger and he didn't get kills. That's how.
It's... I definitely do think they will be able to find kills across the map. It's nice having this Nyx assassin who can scout in front of the Tiny, and then he can also follow up. And Nyx can provide a decent amount of damage with the Vendetta, depending on who you really run into. You're not going to kill MKS, and there might be some other targets that's going to be difficult, like Xiaoyu on the Dawnbreaker, but it's kind of one thing we saw through Division 2, Apes at that time. It was, UK running the Nyx and Mamong Dai on the Storm Spirit. They would just have the Nyx being able to scout out, Storm, long zip in, and it's going to be pretty similar here with the Nyx and the Tiny being able to find pickoffs across the map.
Yeah, you would assume so. I mean, you could even look to, for example, make a smoke happen on Execration, place some nice deep wards that are going to scout out some of the movements coming through, and then have... oh, missed. Stun. Pretty rare coming through there from Vincenzo. But what I want to see...
Fight's going to break out, actually. Solar Guardian down to deal with Vincenzo. Maybe thinking that Execration were going to stick around. Even Sillen wants to show up. They do have 3 heroes here.
And they'll see the acid spray, though. So we'll see if they actually do look to commit onto it. I like it. Just put the Plague Wards up onto the high ground. You don't even need to use the active on it. Xiaoyu, looks like they're just trying to bait out a BKB if they can and keep the waves pushed in. Again, it's all about slowing down the game, making sure the Alchemist is going to be able to outscale the enemy carry. But what I was saying before is I really want Tino to perhaps be playing a little bit more on the front lines, as long as you've got vision to protect him, and then Bob there as the counter initiation, even the Nyx assassin, right? Because he's going to be able to get farm. You can't allow a Viper to just sit in a lane and look to build up the farm, because we know how scary that can be if it's allowed to happen for too long. And then you either take a tower or you go onto that Viper.
They got the jump. Shanks, Echo slams out, the chain control coming through from the concoction. The Terrorize going to be too late as Xiaoyu trying to enter the fight. They've tossed Roger into the middle as well. MKS, they can target down Palace. He's isolated from the team, but Tino is looking to clean up. They know that the magic immunity is on cooldown for the moment. In fact, Xiaoyu, no, he's still got the BKB to work with, so he will be able to TP up, but in the end, will be a 3-for-2 favoring Execration.
I'm just worried that Palace isn't farming enough. In order to win this match, you need to make sure that you're far ahead of the Bloodseeker, and I feel like MKS hasn't really made too many mistakes, right? He's, I believe, got 7 kills up to this stage, and he's already getting close to finishing up that BKB for himself as well. So once he gets into that, even Xiaoblon looking for another solo kill.
A beautiful setup. Xiaoyu joins. They didn't even need, really, Sillen along with Roger, who also TP'd up, so... This is also without the level 12 on Xiao Bonbon, which is going to give them a crap load of extra damage to work with for the Bedlam.
Really like MKS's build, going, not worrying about, okay, well, we'll wait for second Roche to make sure we can get the Aghanim Shard. Nah, he's got to get it right now. You're going up against a Tiny, insane stat gain, Alchemist, another strength hero, so you're just going to be so much more effective fighting into that with the BKB. Pretty vital that Tino looks to get the Viper Strike in onto that Bloodseeker as he's looking to try and run at you. Even just a couple of extra seconds, expend that the BKB duration, allow heroes like the Nyx Assassin or the Earthshaker to do honestly anything in these team fights, because with the BKB being used, they really does feel like they just don't do much at all.
Are you seeing these puck right clicks? It doesn't look like it should be a thing with how fast the projectile is going. It just looks silly.
Yeah. I mean, you do that with like a silencer, and it's actually kind of nutty how fast the glaives move with the Quicksilver Amulet plus the Witchblade.
It's a big tower to find uncontested. Are you surprised that Execration feel like they're not in a position to defend that tier 2?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, maybe they were just thinking that without the Echo Slam, they don't have the damage. This is what I was talking about all throughout the early game, right? You've gone for this Tiny with a pick-off build instead of a scaling build, and you have guess the Nyx is okay, but you've got an Earthshaker that needs the ultimate to be able to dish out that damage. He's got it now, and he's going to go into the Aghanim Shard next, so he's not just a walking fissure bot outside of every 2 minutes, but I'm still a little bit worried for Execration. They're barely ahead on net worth with an Alchemist.
RSG. Smoke is 3. They can always have Xiao Yu join on the Dawnbreaker. Might see this courier though. Vincenzo is in a perfect position to be able to pop the smoke, and well, Ceylon's just going to look to jump forward. He does have the Earthshaker playing to the north, so can disrupt RSG for the moment. And then well, down in the lane as well, but the Alchemist is in trouble, but a BKB TP out will make sure that Palos is A-okay.
I believe MKS has that Aghanim Shard now, and if I'm him after that experience, going into the Basher would be my first point of call.
Look at top lane. Oh, Xiao. Oh no, he got clipped by that last little mini stun out of the rock.
It just feels like this Alchemist has nowhere to farm, right? Like, he tries to go out into a lane, and he needs to BKB just to be able to run away. Xiao Yu overlapping him in terms of the levels. He's staying relatively close in terms of the net worth as well. And this feels a little bit like a desperation smoke coming out. They're saying, we need our map back. Look at the positioning.
Look at his position. They cut him off as well, so the Solar Guardian's going to land onto multiple heroes as Vincenzo goes down. Ceylon's going to take Bob out of the team fight with the damage over time. He won't be able to blink to counter-initiate. And Shanks, he's just moved into the middle, but RSG have done such an incredible job to delt the split, making sure that Echo Slam is not a possibility to turn this one around at RSG. Just read it perfectly. They know the BKB's on cooldown for the Alchemist. They look to invade the jungle to the north, just making sure he can't find his farm, and they are ready to take a fight at Execration, smoke up to them.
Alright, if Xiao Bonbon, if a support doesn't get MVP this game, I don't know when he will, because he is doing a fantastic job so far. He's been part of 17 out of the 23 kills that they've got so far, getting solo pickoffs, stopping smokes, sniping couriers, winning lanes. Like, what more could you possibly ask?
Yep, not enough. Needs to do more. Needs to go beyond gold black.
Alright, he knows now. He knows that that's what's needed for all of us support mains out there. Another desperation smoke coming out, but will they be able to get there fast enough? It's not dropping massively fast, but
they're pretty low.
Fast enough.
Gotta get out. Run, friends.
Find someone on the retreat, maybe.
Good positioning out of Silhouette on the high ground. Smoke's gonna pop.
Oh.
The timing of the TP as well, so Shanks, they get confirmation that Execration wasted a smoke, and RSG can look to recollect themselves, build up the resources. MKS, of course, with the lifesteal, going to be working on the Basher, it looks like, next item. Is there anything else you maybe feel like RSG require for this next fight, or is the Aegis enough?
Aegis feels pretty damn good, man. I mean, what do you even need? I think Roger's shaping up to go into something like a pipe, which would be reasonably effective. You know, fighting up against the Tiny, it means that that burst isn't going to be quite there.
Vincenzo Coil will have to be expended to try and catch up to the next assassin. Not the most valuable kill. It is giving Execration an opportunity to try and deal with the side lanes. They are tipping down bottom though, where they've spied up multiple members of Execration. The jump in onto Tino, a quick and easy assassination, and they're even sniffing out Shanks in the tree lane. They might even run into Bob. Oh no, they saw where he TP'd. They're gonna see Bob.
Ooh.
Oh, no coil to work with.
Just able to get away. Just speaking of Tino before, when they were going for that smoke, I know someone moved onto the high ground to be able to pop that smoke, and that's why they were able to get away. Sorry, can't take a moment when Xiao Bonbon's roaming around the map. But I believe the thing that caused them to move a bit closer to be able to pop that is that someone was actually looking and saw that Viper's Bassi aura was on the creeps as well. Like, I saw the Bassi aura on the Dire creeps at the time that they were smoking, so that's really cool, the fact that they were able to even pick that up.
Yeah, often we see sometimes people would, you know, like backpack AC or any aura you have just for that particular scenario. high level gamers, they'll always do the individual things, checking creep, seeing if any of the aura bars are showing. Anything you can do to get that advantage. Do you have the big brain plays? Can you do that, Denog? You just 2K, don't have the capability.
I am more than 2K. But I do specifically make sure that I don't get too many active items because I get too confused in these team fights, man.
Yes.
I know what to do on the map, but in team fights I get overwhelmed, you know? So I'm like, how many passive items can I get away with this game?
Has been killed.
Oh, speaking of
processing,
that's a pretty big one.
Yeah, the processing power is not really there for you at this age.
No,
it's okay.
Not anymore.
I understand. So...
You don't understand. That's the issue. You young little... Ugh. It'll happen to you.
See how this defense is going to break out. Still learn. What a jump. Making sure Shanks again can never find the opening with the Earthshaker, and the Bashes, they're out as well. Tino will not escape. They're going to be able to toss him inside the base. They're going to be cautious. Shanks has brought back, but MKS is still playing with the Aegis. Palace is going to be a difficult man to kill off. They will not be able to keep up with RSG, as the retreat is there, and all they lose is the life of Roger.
They're just, again, slowly choking the map away from Execration right now. Really, all they've got to play around is this tier 2 tower on the bottom side, but you could just see with the wards that they've been able to set up with some of these key pickoffs, even expending a buyback onto Shanks, it shouldn't be too long at all before they're able to even claim that. So... what's the status with the gem that we saw previously? Do we know who's got it right now?
Luck's got it now.
Okay, so that's going to be pretty significant in just making sure that you're putting yourself onto the front lines. It means a Nyx Assassin isn't going to be in place to be right on top of you when you're looking to farm. And again, it's just about taking more and more of this Alchemist's map away from him. Really... all they really want to wait for, I'd say, at this stage is Courier to respawn for the Dawnbreaker, get that AC back up, find a pickoff with the fact that they don't have a map to play with on Execration, and then use that to snowball into the high ground.
Do you reckon Bob's regretting his choice not going to the Midas?
Doesn't even need to be Midas, though, right? Could just be Echo Saber first item, and it's not horrible.
The only reason why I say that is because he bought into the Glover Haste and had the Midas queued up for quite some time.
Ooh. I mean, if you're buying Midas, you got to do it early, especially on someone like the Tiny. I mean, even in the laning stage, right, it's not that bad. Just means you're able to get more right-clicks off onto the puck, which is pretty effective.
I do see how... I guess Sillin, honestly, is not even looking that good in the net worth, but... We've seen his impact in the game has been much higher than what Bob's has, and they're starting to get relatively tanky on RSG. Sillin's gone for this defensive item with the Aeontis, so he'll at least be able to get some abilities off in the team fights. And top lane, though, MKS.
It's a rare time that Palace has actually gone ahead and shown on the map. Looks like he will be able to get away, but I wouldn't say Bob and Shanks are going to be quite so lucky.
Yeah, it's a big kill if they can get Shanks as well. He did buy back prior. He's going to be able to blink away, but Bob will not be as fortunate. Once again, the position too tiny does go down. Can kind of open up the map. It'll make him work for it, playing with their food for the moment, but does go down 60-second mid lane. Jia Yu.
They're a little isolated.
He's got Roger stepping in as well, but there's just no damage out of Execration.
This is what I hate about Earthshaker, man. You can call me a hater all you want, but this is what happens every single time. You can't get these 5-man Echo Slams anymore. It just doesn't happen in Pro Dota, especially with a team like this. Like, when does a Puck want to be next to a Dawnbreaker and a Venomancer and a Bloodseeker? It's not like a 5 melee lineup.
Yeah, I think it's... We did mention kind of the issues that Execration have with this double support and their damage overall. Like, they have to be ahead. There's no other way. If you're playing from behind, if RSG can get items to tank up, then... it's just really going to come into fruition on why you never see an Earthshaker and a Nyx Assassin paired together. Like, sure, they could be really good individually for the game as well. That's a perfect example of the Spike Carapace onto the puck, but on this will be activated. We're just seeing, though, like, if you fall behind, it really shows that there are going to be damage issues. This was a lineup that needed to be playing ahead. They weren't able to do so. And now it's just going to be a slow closeout on RSG. They're going to continue to put them inside the base, just choke them out, find their little bit of farm, get the Skadi on MKS, wait for that second Rosh, and game should be done.
Done might be going a little bit too far, but making it very difficult for sure. And I think what I really want to see them do right now on RSG is place some of these observe wards in non-obvious spots. As long as it's right outside the enemy base. Yeah, look at that from Roger. That's exactly what you need. And I believe they've got one in the mid lane as well, right where those creeps are about to walk over. There's a sentry ward at least, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's an observer there too. Let's see if Roger looks to place that one, if it's not there. But basically what it's going to do is, it's not a spot that's obviously going to be dewarded. And you've also got Plague Wards to just sit on cliffs that fulfill a pretty similar job, right? So it just means that you can't leave the base, you can't farm, you've got an Alchemist draft that's not actually able to catch up. And it's really obvious if they're ever going to go for a smoke. But they know that going for a smoke right now probably isn't the best option, because what is there to play for? A single pickoff into maybe taking a tier 1 tower? There's no Roshan that's going to happen. So, yeah, this is just really, really well played. Good map movement and good macro play coming through.
Yeah, you just he blinked straight on top of 3. Oh, no.
It happens.
Gives a laugh as well. Wasn't expecting 3 members just to be waiting on top of the creep wave.
And that wasn't even the dieback, I don't think. He's just actually dead for that long because of how crazy farmed he is.
Yeah, you third in net worth. I actually still feel like they're strong enough with one member in the grave to push on forward.
I think they're just wanting to push the lanes out with teammates relatively nearby. Bob's doing a pretty good job just to keep that lane at bottom shoved in as much as he can. They obviously don't want their high ground to be sieged too strongly. Oh man, even the Skadi on the Bloodseeker. He's never going to have any damage issues because of that.
Palos.
Right? Oh!
Rupture of the coil, but he's got the BKB to play with. That's a BKB expended, and now you cannot contest Roshan, which is available for RSG to take.
Alright. This is the smoke that might bring them back into this game. Like, this is what you pick Earthshaker for.
Bottom lane? Okay.
Can they make a hero play happen on Shakes? That is it. Like, he needs to win them a team fight, get multiple heroes inside the same Echo Slam, and I was saying before, when is there going to be a situation where you're going to have all of these ranged heroes, some of them that want to be counter-initiation, standing beside each other? Roshan is probably the only one. So if they're going to get this to work on Execration's side, this is the time.
They need a hero to go in.
Yeah.
They need a hero to go in first on Execration. Like, the Earthshaker is a counter-initiator. So Tiny can fulfill that role. Alchemist, once BKB comes back up, even Tino. Oh, he's gonna jump! No messing around, just gets the Echo Slam up, but the damage it's lacking. They don't have the follow-up. No one else was nearby. The communication and Execration, it's just not there in this game.
I mean, imagine if someone was there, right? Imagine if there was a Tiny there. Imagine if Viper was there just for the, the break, the little bit of extra magic damage that you're able to output. I don't know what the hell that was.
Did he just blind blink as well? Did they get any information?
They had the brambles outside the pit, so they knew that something was scouting out the pit to prevent people walking on into it.
That's, I believe, his dieback as well on Earthshaker, so he's going to be down for a little bit longer. 38 seconds without him to protect the base. Is that second Rosh?
Yeah, they gave the shard over to
Jiayu. Pretty deep inside the base. The bash is coming out as well from Palace. He's even got an Abyssal Blade to work with.
Well, that's a little deep.
The Dawnbreaker's going to go down. Roger as well, deep inside the base. So they'll get a second kill for their worth. Bajar Bonbon 2 has the capability to turn this one around. 3 points in. The Bedlam is plenty of damage. Gotta be cautious though as Palace is nearby. MKS and Scylla can re-enter though. But they're not gonna see an opening to try and kill off Palace. So the Alchemist finds a triple kill. RSG just maybe not respecting Palace and his items.
I mean, it was completely unnecessary though, right? Like, what's stopping you from just hitting this tower? You can set up your Veno wards. You don't really want to be running at the enemy team. So Xiaoyu just getting a little bit too overconfident. And with all those kills, look at what happens to the Alchemist's net worth. suddenly he feels a lot more confident. Suddenly he might be able to afford to get a few more, like get an overwhelming blink perhaps, rather than just the regular blink dagger, disable blink daggers when he jumps on in, find that pick off onto one of the key heroes like the Dark Willow, for example.
Is there an avenue in? Is that what you're telling me? Execration not out of it?
I think there's a small chance, but I think it's going to need RSG to make a mistake. And I feel like having experienced that recently, I mean, this is a kill that is just completely free. I'm not sure what Shanks is hoping to do there. Lane was already shoved in. He's not going to be available for the fight unless he expends that buyback. And now you've got the Dawnbreaker available to look to join in with the Solar Guardian. You just need to keep an eye on where the Nyx is.
Jump on bomb with the Terrorize. Xiaoyu's going to be able to follow up as well with the bashes into the Starbreaker. The BKB won't even come out. Oh no. It's Xiao Bonbon and Xiaoyu in conjunction together, killing off Palace. And Palace is even going to give some tips over as well to the Dark Willow. Well deserved here.
Man, he's got to get the MVP. Surely Xiao Bonbon. Like, the amount of damage this man has dished out is absolutely bonkers. And actually, Alk doesn't have buyback, so they're going to be pushing up onto this high ground. Again, it's a lot more measured this time. Just not standing right next to each other, allowing the Aegis Bloodseeker to hit, getting those Plague Wards up.
The damage is racking up. Vincenzo should end up going down. Silen is not respecting them as well. Look at this man just dive tier 4 towers, recognizing they don't have ways to go through the Aeon Disc. He's still next to the fountain. He's going to be able to blink himself away.
Poison Nova went onto the Earthshaker as well. So he won't be able to blink in. They know there's no initiation avenue coming through for him.
Surely though, Tino. Trying to deal with MKS's first life. There we go. There's the Echo Slam out, but it's just not enough damage. Xiaoyu already had the BKB activated, and now he could buy back, but he won't have as much involvement required out of the Earthshaker to hold the base.
I think he's got the Aghanim Shard, but yeah, like you were saying, really doesn't feel enough. And
again.
Looking for another solo. Good stun coming through, though, from Vincenzo.
And off to the right, Xiaoyu will kill off another. No hesitation. Why not start to dive them even deeper, recognizing the buybacks are lacking. But the Alchemist would have bought back by now, so they were not worried about Palos, and now they're on to the last set of barracks. Palos. Let's see if he gets the jump. It's a pretty good concoction onto 2. He needs some bashes, he needs some luck, and he's going to find it. MKS is down. He will turn to try and deal with Xiaoyu next. The Starbreaker to get some distance. So at least the Dark, they should be able to keep him alive for the moment. Dawnbreaker is out. Dark Willow should escape too with the Shadow Realm. Tino does get that last tick of the poison attack, but it will not slow him down enough. So Execration, they'll hold. They will not be up against Mega Creeps just yet.
Tino with the spider legs on the Viper. That's probably one of the most Australian things I've ever seen in my life. Just a poisonous thing with spider legs on top of it. But yeah, I mean, it shows that you're not completely unbeatable. That Bloodseeker, once you get that chain locked down, it was a really nice use of the concoction with the Overwhelming Blink. And yeah, level 25 on the Alchemist, it's a little scary to go up into. You can even see he's looking to go into that Refresher just to have the extra usage of the BKB, to have the extra usage of the Abyssal Blade. They know their only option is to just chain stun people from 100 to 0.
Are they going to try this? They've got really good vision inside the base, and they know that multiple heroes aren't behind Palos at the moment. The damage needs to come through fast, but it even looks like with the Chemical Rage regen, it's not enough to keep Palos alive, and now they're going to turn to try and deal with Tino. He's protected with the magic immunity for the moment. Bob's going to try and jump in as well. The damage, it's enough to kill off Roger, but the rest of components onto Execration are soon falling. Shanks, oh no! Oh, the Brand were just entering inside the maze. They were about to cancel the blink, so the Echo Slam couldn't turn it around.
See, I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought he was just trying to get the chain stun off, considering he's got the shard, but ooh, apparently not. And yeah, that's going to be Mega Creeps picked up. No buyback still on the Alchemist. Man, this level 25 on the Dawnbreaker has just made Xiaoyu so much more survivable, right? A secondary little bit of spell immunity coming through, all of that free pathing that you get from it as well. It's crazy how much a Dawnbreaker is able to scale if you do get to this super late game.
Dino, can he get back inside? Double. Oh my god, dude, this Talon is so dumb.
Toss.
At least they have this to work with. Put him inside the fountain instead. Involuntarily, that's a perfect way to secure the kill.
That was a short shot.
Silan's got the Aeon to work with. Waning Rift and or backup shortly. He's going to play with the Blink instead to reposition. They've ruptured up Bob so he can't enter the fight. Tino is starting to get some damage out, but as soon as MKS pops the BKB, he'll just charge on forward, making sure that the Viper turret is not enough, but it has bought some time for Palace to respawn.
It is, but you're still going up against Mega Creeps, and you've still got people hitting up onto your tier 4s, although maybe they're going to be a little bit more measured. Maybe they're going to wait for perhaps the Dream Coil to come up on the puck. It's a full-on smoke. Oh, just going on to Roger.
Is that the target you really want to jump on, though? Is Palace, meanwhile, to the wall?
The ult, he's happy.
Remnant to the barracks, trying to deal with Xiaoyu. They were able to get the poison over off in the middle of the fight, so it's going to be difficult now for Execration to take this longer drawn-out fight. They need to back off to the fountain and reset their health pool. Will come at a cost, though, as they have to sacrifice one of their supports.
And we know why they're not calling GG. They realize the importance of this time rating, because with RSG being able to pick up this win, this would put both of these teams on 2-1. So we might even get a repeat of those Group A tiebreakers coming through as the Ancient is exposed, and it just feels like a matter of time.
Again! Xiaoyu, what's going on? You guys need to just hit the throne. You need to end this game. Like you just mentioned, the time rating. Just who cares about the heroes? Deal with the objectives instead. They're continuing to waste time.
There's Bloodseeker right now. I can't even see him.
Oh, Echo Slam off to the left side. Meanwhile, Silan, though, doing a really good job to hold the Alchemist back. And there we go. Finally, MKS reaching exactly where the Bloodseeker's positioned, just charging on forward. The finishing kill onto the Alchemist. Vincenzo still trying to stall this game out. But it looks like finally the throne will explode, and RSG, along with Execration, they're going to end the group stages with a 2-1 map count.
Yeah, 2-1, same as Execration. So, kind of fitting, right? It all comes down to the last game of those group stages, with SMG taking on Fnatic. If SMG are able to win that one, then it's going to give us another one of those situations where we go into the time ratings. So, during the break, we'll make sure to go over what the situation is, who needs to win, how much they need to win by, perhaps. But yeah, it's coming down to the wire, which is what we absolutely love to see in these tournaments. And yeah, Execration, they can't be feeling all that well, because I don't want to say they were in a position to win that ever, because we weren't big fans of it, right? The lane with the Alchemist in it wasn't that solid. Tiny going into this early Blink Dagger wasn't able to connect through. Because of some good positioning coming through from Xiao Bonbon, but also they just didn't have the heroes to be able to convert some of these Blink Avatos combos into kills. And it means that he's going to fall off. He's not going to have the same level of impact once it gets to the later stages. Big props need to be given over to MKS and Xiao Bonbon, though, right? Like, only dying 3 times a piece each, I believe. MKS rotating for a few of those early kills onto Bob while he's trying to make something happen with this Blink Dagger. And if you don't make something happen with the Blink Dagger, then you just don't have any kind of comeback potential. Is this the, oh no, the first blood, the faded first blood?
I mean, it's just not even just a faded first blood, just a faded lane. Like, this is the dieback. Like, I don't know. I really don't know what words to use here to describe what the hell happened in this mid lane.
Interesting. 5, 6 tower hits, 7 tower hits. This was what Xiao Bonbon was doing the entire game, though. Solo kills. Actually, this was a big factor as to why. This was the Observer Ward that we were talking about, right? Up on the high ground, he was able to snipe the courier as a result of it, and there were 2 kills on cores that happened after that fact. One of them being the Alchemist, when he had been farming relatively well on Palace, but it just shouldn't have been able to get those free kills.
And even if you're not killing Palace at the triangle as well, just the fact that you're moving over here and stopping him from safely farming, that's the important thing. MKS, I have to give props to him. You mentioned it throughout the game as well. He did an incredible job to show up to a lot of these fights, and that is something that we're seeing at the moment in Dota, that your carries, you cannot be just farming on an island and not showing up to early team fights. Otherwise, you've got a numbers disadvantage, and it can be very difficult with the enemy team just potentially having that +1. So I think MKS, you mentioned it, did an incredible job to show up and always was looking to have some involvement, and we saw that multiple times towards the triangle.
Yeah, I was really complimenting last game Execration and being able to respond to exactly what Fnatic had to throw at them. This game, it certainly wasn't quite so much, right? Like, I've already talked about the Blink Dagger at length, but even just things like Bob going in onto the Venomancer instead. If you're a POS 5, all you need to do is press R in team fights, and then you've basically won it for your team if you're just playing it as a POS 5. Especially considering the heroes that you're up against, right? If you get the Poison Nova onto a Tiny, onto an Earthshaker, that Blink Dagger aspect that you've got is gone. Same sort of thing with the Alchemist, right? So the fact that they were just going onto him first and not fully focusing onto him to kill him seems like a huge mistake to me.
Yeah, and the Tiny's a hero that thrives in kind of long, like, you do have this burst aspect where you want to blow a hero up from full to... Yeah.
Where was the team?
Yeah, I mean, Palace is off to the triangle. You had the Tiny mid lane as well. Just the communication, unfortunately, wasn't there for them. But you were mentioning, though, with the Poison Nova. So you just stepped into the fight. You want these kind of long, drawn-out fights in the Poison Nova that make sure that's really not a possibility. If you've got the Spirit Vessel working in your favor as well. So, again, I feel like a lot of it just comes back to the draft. This could be something that we're saying for Execration. We could be speaking about them winning this game and being like, damn, if they looked really clean in the lanes, they had an advantage. If Bob was able to get kills across the map, if we saw some, just Palace on the front line and they were baiting RSG to jump in, and then it was setting up for Shanks' Echo Slams, and it could be a different game. But Execration, they had to play ahead. This was a lineup that could not be behind from the amount of gold that they were. It's a very difficult lineup to execute, and we really saw the big reasons why.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just waiting with bated breath at that MVP. Give it to Xiao Bonbon. Come on. I wouldn't hate seeing MKS get it. I think he did a fantastic job as well. But come on, man. How much more can a support be expected to do?
I told you. He has to be on godlike.
Beyond godlike. Yeah, I know.
he didn't go beyond godlike, so he's not going to get it. I just... He needs to do better. There's nothing else about it. Just next game, go in, get beyond godlike, no messing around. Of course, if they do make it to the playoffs, we'll see how it's going to happen. Again, just
it's possible.
It's very, very possible with the position they're in at the moment, 2-1, and along with Execration. So they're really just hoping that Fnatic beat SMG, and then we won't have to worry.
Are hoping for that.
Yep.
And then you also need to consider seedings as well for tomorrow, because it's going to be single elimination once we get down to those best of threes. I'm assuming it's just first seed from Group A takes on second seed from Group B and vice versa. So Boom, for those that aren't aware, are the first seed of Group A, and Polaris are the second seed of Group A as well. So there'll be some spicy matchups for sure. Polaris, they don't have some of these other big international tournaments to show their wares on. Whereas, you've got Fnatic and Boom and Talon all going to ESL 1 Malaysia. You've got Fnatic and Boom going to TI. So this is some big wins coming through. And yes,
nice.
He did it. Let's go, Xiao Bonbon. Doing it for the boys. And very well deserved. Very high kill involvement. 35, out of the 47 kills. And his presence around the map was crazy, right? Stopping a bunch of TPs, getting solo kills, just popping smokes, great team fight impact. There was really nothing that you could have asked more from a Dark Willow player. Has it gotten to the stage where you need to provide a little bit of respect ban specifically coming out for Xiao Bonbon?
No, you don't. You're not banning the Dark Willow. I'm sorry. Look, you caught it. You wanted the Dark Willow. You mentioned why it was going to be important for them in a game like this, but I do not think it's a hero that is going to be maybe second phase. Like if you go for this, if there's going to be a puck opener from RSG, and then maybe that's in the back of your mind. If it also there's another good pairing that you can play with the Dark Willow with, maybe you're considering about showing respect in the second phase. But
all right, shut up, Aries. We've got an interview going on, and we're going to throw to it right now.
Do you feel like you have a good chance to advance in the next round?
Yeah. We are quite happy like we win this round. so we have a chance to go playoff.
Yes. And what about you?
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Let's hope Fnatic wins SMG, then yeah, we'll go to the next playoff.
Yeah, I see. We hope for good luck for you. And another question I want to know, after a few days staying in HatYai, Thailand, how do you feel about holding esports tournament in Thailand like this?
Yeah, I think you should have more tournaments in Thailand. Actually, the food, the people, all very nice. So I love it here. So hopefully, Galaxy Gamers will have more tournaments in Thailand.
Yeah, and what about you?
I quite like Thailand too, especially McDonald's in Thailand.
You like Thailand, girl?
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Which menu?
The samurai burger. The pork
Ah,
one.
I see. It's really nice, right?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Okay, so do you have something to say to your fans in the live?
Thank you everyone who's supporting us. We will try harder. Thank you.
And do you want to say something to your fans too?
Yeah, let's hopefully enjoy watching us and we'll do our best. Okay.
ค่ะเขาบอกว่าจริงๆหลังจากผ่านไป2เกมจริงๆก็มีโอกาสมากนะคะที่แล้วก็หวังว่าจะได้เข้าไปในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะ
ครั
คะ
บ
นอกจากนั้นเมื่อกี้ถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงที่มาจัดทัวร์นาเมนต์อีสปอร์ตที่ประเทศไทยนะจริงๆเขาชอบนะคะเขารู้สึกแฮปปี้กับการจัดทัวร์นาเมนต์อีสปอร์ตที่ประเทศไทยเพราะว่าแน่นอนอาหารของเราอร่อยค่ะ
ใช่อันนี้
แล้ว
คน
ด้า
พู
น
ดเยอะ
ข้าม
าง กเนาะ
ด้านข้างอิงกี้นะเขาชอบซามูไรเบอร์เกอร์ด้วย
ว้าว
เนี่ยเขาบอกอร่อยมากนะคะ
ครับ
แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ซัพพอร์ตทุกคนค่ะ
โอเคนะครับ ต้องขอบอกว่าเกมตัวเดือดแบบนี้ยังมีอีกหนึ่งเกมนะ แล้วก็
ใช่แล้ว
อย่าลืมนะครับ เกมหน้าฟันติกกับ SMG ถ้าฟันติกชนะนะครับกอดคอ SMG ตกรอบไปด้วยกัน แต่ว่า SMG ชนะต้องมาลุ้นเรื่องเวลากับทีมพวกนี้อีกทีหนึ่งนะครับว่าใครจะได้เข้ารอบ แต่ว่าอย่าลืมรอบนี้เดี๋ยวเรามีการพักผ่อนก่อน แต่ว่ารอบหน้าจบแล้วเนี่ยจะมีโพลีแคทขึ้นนะครับสำหรับใครมารอดูโพลีแคทอ่ะขยับขึ้นมาข้างหน้านะ เราจะไม่มีเวลาให้เตรียมตัวขยับ
จะได้
ตัว
อ
กัน
ยู่
นะ
ใกล้ๆ
เดี๋ยวจบเกมหน้าแล้วเดี๋ยวเรามาดูโพลีแคทกันด้วยนะครับ แต่ว่าตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่เดียวครับ
ไปพักกันเลยค่ะ
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And now he's
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
มาปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก สิงนักร้อง สิงมือปราบ สิงนักเดินทาง สิงป่วนทั้งโรงแรม เติมเต็มความเป็นคุณให้สุขยิ่งกว่ากับคอนเทนต์กว่า 2,000 เรื่องผ่านแพ็กเกจ USD Plus สมัครวันนี้ดูเลย30 วันไม่มีค่าใช้จ่ายเดือนถัดไปเพียงเดือนละ59 บาท สมัครผ่าน True ID ตั้งแต่วันนี้ถึง31 สิงหาคม 2565 สัมผัสโลกไร้ขีดจำกัดกับ True ID โหลดเลย
เบื่อไหมจะดูอะไรก็ถูกล็อก
ปลดล็อกความสนุกกันเถอะ
แค่ใส่ซิม True ปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงระดับโลก ให้คุณโหลดความสุขสนุกครบแบบไร้ขีดจำกัด มาพร้อมบอลสด หนังฟอร์มยักษ์ซีรีส์ดังและอนิเมะสุดฮิตภาคไทย รวมความบันเทิงกว่า 2,000 เรื่องปลดล็อกครบทุกความบันเทิงใช้ซิม True ดูฟรีบนมือถือเปิดซิม True ID ได้แล้ววันนี้เพียง 49 บาทถึง 31 กรกฎาคม 2565
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions.
Victory is every day. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly. And out to
Seoul Dynasty will take this series.
คอมเซ็ตสุดโหดสเปคนักแข่ง e-sport ตัวแรง Ryzen 7 5800X การ์ดจอสุดเทพ RX 6700 XT แรมจัดเต็ม16กิกปกติ 45,900 บาทลดเหลือ 36,900 บาทมีจำนวนจำกัดเฉพาะในงานนี้เท่านั้น
True Gigatech Pro Life เน็ตบ้านไฟเบอร์อันดับหนึ่งที่แรงทั่วทั้งบ้านด้วยเมช Wi-Fi พร้อมกล้องวงจรปิดที่จะเปลี่ยนบ้านคุณให้เป็นบ้านอัจฉริยะครบกว่าคุ้มกว่าแรงกว่าทุกกระแสจาก True
เริ่มเพียง 599 บาท สมัครเลยถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้
สารพัดสิงตลอดเดือนสิงหานี้ สิงน่ารัก
Yopaj gets the stun. That's a good way to start the BKB. Immediately over to the side. Kuro getting brought down very rapidly, and out he goes.
Welcome back to the GAMERSGALAXY Dota 2 Invitational Series HatYai Thailand 2022. Daniel, we've got our last series of the night. 2 days so far of group stage action, but only one more series remains to conclude our Group A and Group B. We've got Team SMG taking on Fnatic. What's in store for us here for our last game?
Well, honestly, this was the series that I was looking forward to the most, right? You had, obviously, Fnatic, recently found out that they were going to TI. You have SMG, recently have Ice, as well as Polaris come in, so we'll see how that changes up the dynamic. But Fnatic, 0-2 leading into this game. You know, not really something that we would have come to expect. SMG, 1-1, respectable, and obviously they're still wanting to go ahead and get the win, but in terms of ties and what all of that means, it's pretty much already been decided, don't you think? It's like Execration and RSG, I think, going through to that next stage. It's just a matter of who's in first seed, who's in second seed. And of course, this match as well for these two teams will decide who's third and fourth. There is a little bit of extra prize money that comes with that. If SMG wins, they're third. If Fnatic wins, they're third, because then they would win the head-to-head matchup.
And just so everyone is aware as well, if SMG win this game, then that means Execration are first place and RSG are second place. And if that's not the case, if SMG don't win, if Fnatic win, then it will be RSG finishing in first and Execration second. So it's really just coming down to seeding and a little bit of cash dollary dues.
Well, how do you think that's actually going to... Because we already know Boom are first seed from their group. And we know that Polaris are second seed from their group, but there were times when it probably could have been flipped. Like Polaris looked really good, they were able to beat Boom, and Boom, they were a little bit shaky up until that series against Talon, where they just steamrolled over them in about 25 minutes or so. So I don't really think there is a preferable team to be going up against. It's just a matter of maybe how the individual teams would look to match up against them. Like, there were times way back in the day, I'm talking like TI3 days, when Alliance were at the very peak of Dota, and for whatever reason, old Fnatic, the one with like Notail and Hani and Era and Fly, they always seem to do pretty well against them, even though, you know, against some other teams, they might not have as good of a win record. So maybe that's going to be the case this time around for Boom and Polaris, as well as Execration and RSG. But still, a lot of pride to be able to play for. I'm sure Fnatic would want to go home now that they've got 2 Thai players playing for them, with Masros standing in for the unwell Raven. And they want to make sure that they're giving the crowd something to cheer about.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think Masros had a pretty good performance in the previous series. Of course, unfortunately, they weren't able to take it. But I was impressed with his Death Prophet overall. Just slipped out of their grasp in that game. So they're going to be just putting all their attention into the final game of the groups. And SMG opened up with a Razor and your beloved Earthshaker.
Moving on. What do you think about this Dawnbreaker being picked up first again?
10 seconds
Again.
remaining.
And they're not actually looking to counter it. I don't think... Like, Wyvern's been banned. They're clearly not feeling the Nyx, but doesn't this just mean that Fnatic are a lot... Oh, Puck's banned. I was about to say, don't they just go into the Puck?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the Dawnbreaker, honestly, because it's a hero that... I mean, it was picked... It was the 11th most picked hero in Arlington. I thought it was going to get played a little bit more, honestly, than what it was, but still teams had a lot of priority on it. And heading into this tournament, we've seen really day 2 is where it's been picked up a lot. We saw it occasionally in day 1, but not as much as what we've seen so far.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, I think it's a good hero, don't get me wrong. It really feels like against this Razor, the most popular hero of recent times has been the Faceless Void, just because in the lane you're able to get away from the static link. We've seen when we've been casting... well, both Arlington Major as well as this tournament, some kills being able to get set up early on because of the Chronosphere against the Razor, as long as you haven't been static linked. And then you could even look to, once the BKB does come out and he's running at people, well, you might be able to get away with a time walk, but the rest of your team might not have that luxury. Just drop the Chronosphere. It's a pretty useful tool just to be able to prevent a lot of that early BKB run at you impact that a Razor really has.
They're using a lot of reserve time, though, on Fnatic. Really making sure that they cross their dots and work out what they need with this 8th pick.
Cross their dots?
What do you mean? Cross their dots? You need to cross your dots.
No. That is not a saying. I don't want to hear it.
What is it?
Dot their I's and cross their T's. That's what it is.
Dot the I's and cross the T's. Cross the dots. What do you mean? You got
ridiculous. I mean, even just against the Earthshaker in lane, it's not that bad, right? You're not in danger of getting Fissure blocked, unless obviously the Time Walk is on cooldown. So we're assuming it's going to be a position for Earthshaker, though.
10
you would have to say so. Arfu plays a pretty good one.
Yeah, he does indeed. Well, is he one of the heroes, one of the plays, I should say? That okay, never mind. So, well, Fnatic, they've crossed the dots and they see that the Faceless Void is viable enough to pick in the 8th. They did take some time, though, with all the reserve being used up.
Yeah, kind of questionable. I mean, a good ban coming out so far with the Beastmaster, for sure, up against the Faceless Void. It's always going to be really impactful. It's one of the lanes these days that you can actually get away with going the boars. It feels like every time a Beastmaster is being picked up, it's just going axes these days because there's way too many counters to dealing with those pesky boars, but a Faceless Void, certainly not one of them. So that seems like a pretty easy one for Fnatic there. And I wonder if they're just looking to get rid of some of the heroes that Faceless Void doesn't like to go up into, like the TA, the Medusa, the Wraith King even are options. You can even maybe look to go down the Terrorblade route. Just heroes that don't instantly die inside of that Chronosphere.
I would usually agree, but I also don't know what you ban against mid one now, because their first game, their opening game, they pulled out a carry Pango. So,
well, it wasn't a carry. They had a mid laner, right?
They pulled out a mid one Pango. Of course, I understand. Lena's the win condition, but mid one played a Pangolier, so he'll play anything.
We will see. All will be revealed, and what I'm more interested in is how is SMG going to be able to follow up on this draft? Like, what are they lacking right now? They've got one really good laner, an early game team fighter, and one horrendous one in the Earthshaker. So maybe they want to amp up that a little bit with some early tempo. What are some heroes that are going to be able to provide that pair well together with the Razor? Marcy's been banned out. It's not really... Oh, is it an IO game? A Keeper of the Light. I don't want this to be a mid-coddle. I really don't. Moonplay is a good one, but up against, like, Faceless Void is probably one of the counters to Coddle. Puck is the other one. You just need some kind of way to instantly get on top of him. Even just time dilation. You don't want to buy a BKB on a Keeper of the Light, and you just time dilation him once, suddenly he can't just chain his spells together over and over again.
I'm quite surprised they didn't consider like a Chen or a Dazzle for SMG. Yeah, I'm also a little bit hesitant with the Keeper of the Light getting picked up, and Fnatic have gone in.
Great.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we're actually not seeing that a lot so far through this tournament. But for Fnatic, they've gone for the Queen of Pain, so they're under the assumption that this is going to be a mid Keeper of the Light. And
you reckon? Or do you think they just want, like, look at all their heroes they've picked so far against a Razor? They can all get away from a Razor somehow.
That's a very good point. Queen of Pain does match up very well versus the Razor. Traditionally used to be one of the big counters when Razor was being played mid, and overall as the game goes on as well, you don't want to static link the Faceless Void because he can always time walk away, especially with the early Aghanim Shard. Quap can always blink away, and now you're going to have some difficulties dealing with the Chen as well. The push can come out to help Fnatic, can really help secure the Faceless Void lane, which is solid. You've got a good laner mid in the Quap, you've got a good side laner with the Dawnbreaker. I like the draft from Fnatic so far.
Good God, give me a Clockwork on Fnatic. Like, it is a really good Clockwork game for them so far. Because Keeper of the Light, his job is very clear. Kind of the Razors as well, right? Stop this Chen push. Stop the snowball that you're going to have with a Queen of Pain, a Chen, and a Dawnbreaker. But if you've got a Clockwork Rocket, then you can scout, considering we're assuming that it's going to be a position 4 that's still yet to come for Fnatic. And you're going to be able to find people in the trees trying to push lanes out. Means that the Queen of Pain can reliably jump onto people. You don't even need to use the hook shot. We know how good Battery Assault is against that. It means you need to build 4 staffs when you don't really want to. It just feels like, oh, it's even better now. Please pick Clockwork Fnatic, or please ban an SMG.
Could even argue for a Rubik.
Spirit.
Yep, Earth Spirit, Rubik. Anyone that would like to just go in. The reason I'm saying Rubik mainly is just because of the defensive telekinesis to play away from the Razor. I also think, again, against Earthshaker, it's just it's one of the best abilities to be able to steal.
Yeah, but I think they need someone that's going to start the fight right now. Like,
okay, sure.
Sure, Quap can, but like if you could just instantly pick off Bane or Coddle or Earthshaker, you've won the fight, right? Probably Coddle specifically, because he is the one that's going to be keeping your team up, making you sustainable, and dealing a lot of this damage. Like, again, Shaker does no damage early. Bane does no damage early. It's all on the Razor and the Coddle at this stage.
Yeah, actually, I completely agree now. It's just you don't have that person to go in at the moment, and a Dawnbreaker is not someone who's looking to start fights. So SMG, they're still under the assumption that this Quap could actually be flexed. They banned out the M-Bot, they banned out the Tiny, which can be played as a position 4 as well, but it does leave the Clockwork in the pool.
We'll see if they pick it up. I have not seen a better Clockwork game in a long time. Obviously, DJ, when he was playing at the Major, had been picking a lot more of heroes like the Tusk, but that's just like one instance of getting in onto people, right? You're still going to be able to, for example, get an Echo Slam off, or a Fisher, or, you know, Bane can do something. If you're battery assaulted, you don't have that luxury. So I would be stunned if they don't Clockwork here. What would SMG do in response to that then is the better question, because they still need more damage. They need something that's going to be able to... Is Medusa banned? I really wouldn't hate seeing a Medusa here, because this is one of those games where time actually doesn't matter. You just need to win. Win and you go up 1 place for both of these two teams.
5 seconds remaining.
A Coddle to give you more mana in team fights if it does get down to that stage. There we go. Do like me some Clockwork. But yeah, I think the Deuce is fine, just because the split shot is good for dealing with the Chen army. You're sustainable into the Faceless Void a little bit more. You could somewhat stand your ground and not really care quite so much. So yeah, I wouldn't hate the Deuce. Are any other heroes really springing out to you? Gyro, maybe? Nah.
You can go in your traditional... I was going to say you can go into your traditional Wraith King counter to the Void, but I think that might be a bit too slow some of the heroes
you
on
can't do anything
SMG.
against Chen.
That's kind of the big issue, and you don't particularly have anyone else to really deal with the summons and kind of the push early. So I just, whatever it's going to be for SMG, someone that can come online early, and you kind of need a strong laning carry as well, considering you're going to be playing into the Dawnbreaker, and you won't really have the Bane as well to help out, because Clockwork should win that 1v1.
So you can go down two routes, right? You can go down something that's going to either accelerate the tempo further on SMG, just play really fast, because they don't have amazing ways to be able to deal with like you if you're trying to push on Fnatic, or you could go something that's able to respond to it. So that's why I was saying the Medusa for the latter. But if you're looking to get aggressive, I mean, Wraith King's not really the hero to do it. Could they Night Stalker on SMG, like the position 1 Night Stalker? Deals with the Chen somewhat. What else is fast? Lone Druid. Any early damage into towers. TA's banned, so not that.
Choose your hero.
Yeah, they do LD. I mean, it's not terrible. And I guess the damage is a little lacking into the bear early on. Like, you actually need to commit ultimate on the Queen of Pain into it if you're going to try and deal with him. And if you get to level 20 on the LD, then maybe the game starts to swing back in your favor. But I liked this Clockwork pick way too much to want to go away from Fnatic. So yeah, I'm going to go with Fnatic to be able to take this one.
Yeah, I think it's an incredible Clockwork pick from Fnatic. I don't hate the Lone Druid last pick, though. I think it's a really good laner. Should be able to play pretty well into the Dawnbreaker. Like you said, they're going to struggle with damage to kind of be able to kill off the bear. Mid one has a really good Lone Druid as well, so he's going to be comfortable on the hero to be able to show up to these early game fights, which is something they are requiring. But we'll see how it's going to be able to come down to execution. They do kind of have this tri-core lineup in a way where we've got the Razor being played. So if he's able to find his farm, I mean, you're going to be looking towards some of the BKBs, but it does seem like the positioning is going to be really the thing in question here for SMG.
Yeah, I mean, look at the wide peepos there on the screen right now. The wide peepo happy. Would you call Faceless Void happy? What is that facial expression? If he even
That's
has
not happy.
one?
No. That's he's not happy.
It's more of a grimace, isn't it?
He's very very, very mean looking.
I'm going to go with Grimace because Grimace is purple as well. Please tell me Faceless Void's purple and not blue.
Can't you see? What?
Purple has red in it, so I get confused between purple and blue sometimes. I think it's purple. Am I right?
I thought he was yellow.
No, don't you start. This gaslighting, I can't handle it.
Gaslighting.
Oh, yes. That's gaslighting right there, what you just did. I'm not doing this thing that I absolutely am. All right, who do you think? Do you think Fnatic are going to be able to take this?
I need to look at the heroes again.
Oh my god.
I honestly really like the Lone Druid pick. Again, like we mentioned, I think Bin 1's very comfortable on it, and I think it's you asking for maybe a hero to be able to push the tempo. Druid can definitely fulfill a role like that, but they might have some difficulties with keeping up in regards to some of the stun lock. It's going to be all up to the Earthshaker, but that's where the Clockwork comes into play. So if the Clockwork's able to kill off the Earthshaker to start the fights, and some of the control could definitely be a big issue if the Druid is not your one item ahead, where you just put him in the front line. He's got root, he's got maybe bashes to play with, and you've got to go past the Druid to get to the backline supports, the key components. So I'm going to say Fnatic, because I think this Clockwork is just going to disrupt too much of SMG's lineup, but I could definitely see SMG having a really big timing towards the mid game with, like, you know, BKB on the Razor, with a couple of items here for the Druid to play with, and early on for the Coddle, but before kind of Fnatic really have that capability to catch them on the back line.
I feel like they've got enough to deal with this Coddle, and that's the only thing that's going to be creating a lot of this early tempo for SMG. So, yeah, Fnatic's the go for me. For those that just tuned in towards the latter end here, just as a reminder of the stakes of this game. So, unfortunately for both of them, they don't have enough wins, or SMG weren't able to win their matches fast enough, and they lost too quickly, where they're basically playing for 3rd and 4th this game. We've got RSG and Execration moving forward from this group into the next phase, and it's really the outcome of this game will determine who's the 1st seed of that and who's the 2nd seed. But Fnatic and SMG, they're playing for 3rd and 4th right now.
Some extra practice, of course, for SMG.
Oh, that's cute from Jabs as well. He's got the dot Raven after his name. Just his boy. Unfortunately, Raven feeling a little bit unwell, so wasn't able to play for Fnatic. You love the entangling roots, don't you?
Oh, just love when any proc comes out first instead of a couple of hits. You just get a little bit more damage in. It just goes to show maybe what his luck's going to be in a game like this.
What, first hit every time?
Yeah, that's... Oh. I mean, that would be incredibly important for SMG, considering, again, how difficult it's going to be for them to lock in some of the members on Fnatic. So I like Masros as if he's put Fnatic in his name as well. Going back to the old time when he was played with the boys for a little bit. Didn't stay on them for too long.
Oh, yeah, not too long.
Yeah.
we don't talk about that. Actually using the battery assault within the lane there, so taking a good amount of damage from not only the heroes but the creeps as well. Obviously battery assault now dealing double damage. Nicely done by Paulson. Able to make sure he's securing that range creep for himself.
You want 2 1v1s in this lane, don't you? I don't know.
For who? Who wants it?
I think Fnatic want it. I really am impressed with Polison's positioning in the lane, because if you're playing with the creeps and playing with the bearer as well, then it means the battery assault is just, you're not getting that full tick charge over to the Bane. So I like what Polison's doing so far to start top.
I think it goes 2 ways, right? Like, I think Fnatic are really strong if they hit this level 2 timing, right? Because they're going to have the Cogs, the Battery Assault, plus Dawnbreaker with 2 spells. That's going to be able to kill anyone, as long as they're out of position. Sure, you'll have the Nightmare, but I feel like you just go on the Bane to be able to secure that first blood for yourselves.
Well, bottom lane, we got Jab stepping into the 1. Saw him have a decent performance on the Terrorblade in his previous game. Really, some of the big issues came off the back of the lane, though. And how do we feel like it's going to be different, though, with the Faceless Void into the Earthshaker and the Razor? Do we feel like Jabs will be able to have a better lane compared to his Terrorblade?
I'd be stunned if he didn't. Like, in my eyes, Shaker is a terrible laner, and you've got this Chen, which is one of the best in the game right now, so you could just look to get some of these annoying creeps. Oh, there's that level 2 timing that I was talking about.
Perfect scenario. Mid one, the only one in the cogs. They push the bear out, but it will not be enough damage for the moment. DJ's pretty goddamn speedy, and DJ closes the distance, gets that last attack, and finds first blood.
They try and get this creep aggro, but yep, nicely done by DJ as well. I'm telling you, bro, the clockwork, it's going to win him the game.
I'm not doubting you. Wait, you're making it sound like I'm doubting you. I was praising
You're always doubting me. Even when you say that you're not, you are.
No, I'm praising your capability to make a call if the clockwork's going to get picked. And Polison, well, there's the clockwork again coming into play. DJ second kill. This is... What are you going for now? You wanted the clockwork. He's got 2 kills. What's he going to look to buy with his items to make this lane even better?
Wouldn't hate to see him just go the Windlace. I don't even think he needs to complete the Tranquils right now. You just want to make sure that you're able to consistently run people down. So, yeah, wouldn't hate to see him go a little bit of mana regen and just the Windlace.
Extra level in the battery sold as well once he's able to find it, and the kills definitely will help out with finding that second point in the queue, so will make it even more difficult for SMG to play that lane. They need to be really on point with their positioning.
I was about to say the urn to eventually go into a Spirit Vessel as well, but that's really countered by the Spirit Bear as long as you're able to get into the Aghanim Shard, because the thing that's obviously it provides the Savage Roar onto both the Bear and the actual Druid himself, but it also provides a basic Dispel, which not a lot of people like to bring up a lot of the time. So you Spirit Vessel the Bear, you just Savage Roar, and then it's instantly gone. If you're going to go for percentage damage to deal with this Bear that can get pretty tanky, you need to go something that's consistently able to be applied, like, you know, a Firestorm or a Sunray or things of that nature.
Little bit of a battle breakout by the range creep down bottom. No one's going to heavily commit. Ice, of course, the new addition into SMG. It's going to be first time also for us casting him. We didn't get to cast the SMG games yesterday, so it's going to be exciting to see how he is able to shape up. You
don't really think the Razor when you think Ice, do you? Seems too normal. And that is not Ice.
DJ? Oh, Cogs even pushes the bear out, and now Masros, he can just jump inside to Paulson. DJ is off to a good start, Dan Ogden. If he can get some items, like, I'm now considering, does he go Ags at an early timing? I know, of course, we're 5 minutes in, like, maybe don't get ahead of ourselves, but the potential double hook shot to control the Coddle and the BKB piercing control versus the Razor. We're going to see them get involved once again. Dude, what was that spy? Dawnbreaker, this hero is so dumb. Mid one almost goes down. Paulson just able to TP back in and keep his lone druid alive.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's kind of nutty. There's not too much that you could do to contest up against this. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of DJ going for the magic stick, though. Like, lone druid is very rarely going to be using spells. I guess the Bane does a little bit, but I feel like you're actually holding the Nightmare a lot of the time. So that's why I wanted it to go something that was just, again, going to enable him to run people down. Even just the... I would have understood the Urn just for the passive regen coming through. Being able to stick it on the Earthshaker later on to be able to interrupt the Blink. But, well, DJ knows best. Who am I to say what's right and what's wrong against one of the best POS 4s?
Inside the mid lane, it's like he's already making a rotation coming up from the Clockwork, but this could be a big kill if they find it off the back of the Fissure, and they will. Armel, he ends up going down, and they might be able to chase down DJ. Keep in mind, he has a killing spree on the Clockwork, so
he could Cogs.
He's got to have enough mana shortly, but it might start a step so Paulson can get in range for that Nightmare, but it looks like Clock able to escape. Paulson's still chasing. Have they got a Fissure up shortly? No, not the case.
Oh, they really want to try and go for a kill up here onto mid one now. He just resummoned the bear, so I think that's really going to be the play. Get DJ to come back to this lane, get him on full HP, and oh, this would be a pretty big deal though if Masaros ends up dropping because of the movement coming through from Polo.
Even bottom lane, they might just get Ice. Yes, the Scream will catch him in the tree line. So we saw Armel go down prior, but instantly TPing to a side lane. Look to rectify that previous death in the mid lane.
Armel's level 7, but he doesn't have a point in the Sonic Wave just yet, and he also had to use the TP. So won't be able to move up towards this top side. I really think you just want to try and put mid one completely in the bin, though. You got to make sure you're getting this kill while you can. As we see a replay from that mid rotation again, it's all around DJ, but you can see what happens if you've got Moon there, allowing him just to free cast. This is one of the big reasons why I was so convinced by the Clockwork as well as the Faceless Void, because those are two of the best heroes at making that not happen.
Look at the first use of the Solar Guardian. Masaros is going to join DJ behind the tower, and they also have Armel as well, so they've got to be cautious on SMG on their positioning. Maybe they can charge up a blast with that Nightmare combination, holding Armel back, but they won't be able to find the damage at the moment. Meanwhile, Paulson still should be killed off behind the tower. Ice trying to even out the trade with getting rid of DJ's Clockwork, which is a bit of a streak. Razor, much needed injection of gold into the bank for Ice.
They're even able to claim that courier as well, so...
Afu down bottom. Yeah, no messing around. Jabs is going to drop the Chronosphere. Mastros will be nearby as well to pump in the damage thanks to Celestial Hammer. And this will slow down Afu's early game.
You got to deal with this top side, though. You've allowed mid one to just start really hitting into this tier 1 tower when he should honestly be the main target that you're looking to focus down.
Masaros, does he get enough distance away? It looks like he does. The slow... Ice cannot chase, but Moon is nearby. Should be able to blinding light Masaros back to Polis, and I don't think the Dawn will escape.
We'll see. But yeah, like I was saying, up top, Lone Druid he has spent a good part of like 40 seconds just shoving out this lane, using the Blightstone, pushing in the tower. I think he's going a Midas as well on that Lone Druid. He really values the importance of bringing himself up to level 20 as quickly as possible. For those that aren't aware of the importance of getting up to that, it means minus 50 seconds on the cooldown for True Form, which means it only has about a 10-second downtime, and it means you're basically invincible. There's very few heroes that are going to be able to take you out with all of the bonus HP and armor that it's going to provide to you.
Do you feel like as well, like how are we looking to see mid one itemize in a game like this? You mentioned kind of how important the experience is going to be and if he's able to find that, the talent, but how about his skill build overall? Oh my god.
Skill build or item build?
Item build,
because the skill build is
sorry.
standard. I mean, I think he needs a Desolator, right? How else do you take a towers? Shaker, Bane, Coddle, pretty terrible at doing it. Razor can a little bit, I suppose, but his main priority is heroes right now. So he really needs to look to itemize into this. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. You've just allowed a Lone Druid to take a tower for free after he got binned in lane. And look at what it means for the network. He's up right next to a Keeper of the Light. This should not be happening. You saw him resummon the boar as well. Boar, bear. Does it have an interesting name? That's what I want to check. No, it's just called Spirit Bear. Come on, mid one.
That was perfect.
Disappointing. You should... And how often can you change the name, though? You need a couple name tags?
Yeah, you just need a name tag. Any summonable thing that has a cosmetic. It can't just be like the base one. So I'm pretty sure you can even name like a Warlock Golem something different.
Ags Rusher. Who's rushing Ags? What did?
Good question.
Oh, I hope DJ's rushing Ags. That'll make me feel so goddamn smart.
Oh, so he already has the point booster. And can I tell you what he's got queued up?
Yeah, he's got a Skadi queued up.
He's got a Skadi queued up just to throw us off. He thinks he's too smart to say, no, this isn't an Ags. Not by any means. It better not be a freaking Skadi that he gets.
What's going on?
I don't know, man.
I was dropping some laughs, even Genuel too. Some good banter between the two teams. We saw even in the pre-game lobby, Ice was saying hi to Masros and even saying...
You thought he was my pro for 5 years? Did you see that?
Wait, no, I didn't see that.
At the very start of the game, Ice said that he thought Masros was my pro for 5 years.
What? How? What? Oh, that's a... And then he goes on to say that Masros has the best Dawnbreaker. Like, what's going on? It is...
Ice's mental game has interesting components to it, you know? It's sometimes not about clicking better than the other team. You got to get inside their head.
Maybe you should all chat more.
Don't all chat more. Chat. Be positive. Be PMA. That's the important thing.
I disagree with that. I think he should definitely all chat more. I want there to be more...
Bants?
Sure. I feel like Dota is a game where we don't get to see the personalities as much out of some of the players. Have you watched COD events?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay, well they are very, very fascinating. You got a bunch of people talking shit. They win a search round, all of a sudden everyone's on their feet, doing the choking sign, yelling across the stage. We don't have that in Dota.
I mean, we did back in the day. If you look on YouTube and you look of like ROTK when he was playing in Chinese Dota, when like you were playing literally across the room from each other with no partitions, there is a lot of standing up and yelling directly at people. I mean, you just think of Southeast Asia as well. All of the LAN cafes, like that is C Dota in a nutshell.
Yeah, but we don't have it on the main stage. We don't have it at this high level. We might have it in some pump games or some crazy stuff like that. But give me some more spirit, just banter. Give me...
What was it? Haters where you at? That sort of thing?
Give me Toronto, Tokyo just dropping the all chat saying haters where you at. Wasn't it? Oh man. Did someone on Beast Coast say something as well in all chat?
I mean, they said like for Arteezy at the end of the Fnatic series. Arteezy was the reason they qualified last year, and so they were returning the favor by beating Fnatic and making it.
Okay. No, honestly, I am one that actually wants more chatting. I feel like it gives a lot of personality, and there was, kind of the underdog story through through TI. What did Toronto Tokyo say? GGEs or something? Something like
during
that.
OG. Yeah. And
I mean,
remember, wasn't it? I think it was during the Riyadh Masters. He also, in another interview, said that he would rather play OG in the next series because they're the easier of all of the matchups that they had. I think it's specifically OG that they seem to have a beef with. And I was there casting with Seb, and he took it seriously every single time. You can tell the man has a lot of pride in his team. I'll say that much.
Yeah, but no doubt, I'm sure he has a lot of pride, and I just, there's no harm to it. It gives some flavor. It gives the fans something to enjoy. You can latch onto a person as well. In Dota, we've started getting a lot more interviews and a lot more content behind the scenes. With the
Saberlight's doing a good job of bringing some of that personality. You've got to say.
What is Mr. Saberlight doing with his streams, or just? I know his Twitter game's incredible as well, but is there something else?
His Twitter game's good. Even just saying, like, during pre-game interviews, he shows a little bit of that personality. During, like, the media days, he's always providing a little bit of this extra content, which is, like, super cheesy, but it works. He's got that charm, and we want to see that more.
Exactly. I want to be able to highlight some of the extra things coming out of the players, and whenever we get those all chat banters and everything like you said with the interviews, makes it easier to be able to build a storyline and follow them around. But for this one, it's just the storyline of the all chatting between these two teams, and hoping they find a fix not too long away.
I don't think it'll be too far away. But yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you. I want to see more like pro wrestling style, like have people that embrace being the bad guy. I think that's always a little bit of a good thing, whether you obviously want to get cheered in like your hometown, but everywhere else, you just feed off the energy of the crowd. And I feel like there's a few of those people out there, but Dota's not as interesting if there's not someone to cheer for, and the lovable villain as well.
Do we have many villains? Like, if you were...
I don't want to say it, but we might have one of them on the screen.
Yeah. Have we got some others in some other regions that we could mention?
I mean, some people would say, like, whenever someone gets kicked for someone that they didn't really deserve to be kicked for, that's kind of villainous, right? Even occasionally someone that's a little toxic.
Solar Guardian. Masteros is going to join the fray. They might be able to get DJ alive, and meanwhile the Sonic away from Armor lines it up, and DJ re-enters the fight as well as Masteros finds the double kill. Do they have the damage for Polo? Oh, Masteros does indeed, and Jabs gives him a well-deserved tip.
I mean, yeah, this is one of the reasons why Fnatic got that initial trial over to Masteros, right? He's a very individually skilled player. Sometimes you just need that person that's able to bring the team together. We've been saying, when we were covering Motivate Trust during that big up period that they had, it was really Q, in my eyes, that was the glue that really brought that team together. As soon as he left for different pastures, the results started to go down, but obviously you're going to have Raven back when you've got the capability to, but Masteros is doing his chances no harm for potential scouts out there. Or this would be a mid-kill.
Get the bear. Arthur's going to actually consider about stepping in to drop down the Echo Slam, but Newell is nearby to reset some of the damage. Even Ice wants to move on over, but the mechanism heal into Masteros. Is it enough? It's not. Ice gets the streak. Another big kill for the Razor to find. He's not sitting too high up in the net worth, but you'll take whatever bonus gold you can get.
It's always the caster curse, man. I talk up Masteros and then he just goes and dies. But, well, they are at least able to... Wait, did they get the deny there into the tower? Nicely done by Moon. And Mid-One's doing his job to perfection as well. Like I was saying before, he is the tower sieger. Faceless Void is not going to be able to take a tower anywhere close to the speed that this Lone Druid Bear is going to be able to. And he's gone the correct build for it as well, going into the Hand of Midas, like I said, trying to get up into that level 20 as quickly as he can, and then Desolator is the next one on the way, just to make sure that he is able to burst down those heroes with the minimal amount of lockdown that they have.
So they're going to look to turn it around. Fissure just off the wrong side, unfortunately, for Arfu, so Masteros going to step in, get a kill, but that was all off the back of DJ's jump once again. We're just continuing to highlight how difficult it's going to be for SMG to be able to deal with this clockwork. You already see 4 staffs are being queued up.
It's necessary, right? Like, you don't want to do it as the Earthshaker. I believe Arfu, instead of going for the Blink Dagger, he realizes that he just needs to have some kind of importance in fights, and that's going to be on the back of something like, we were talking about him before, the Seb build, going into the Aghanim Shard. I like it. It just means that you've got much more consistent lockdown, and that's what you want. You just want to enable your Coddle as well as your Lone Druid to dish out as much damage as possible without having to worry about the defensive side of things.
Armel, it's going to be scouted out with the Observer Ward placed fresh from Arfu. They're looking to play with Raven, though, who does have the Chronosphere at the ready, so SMG have to respect Fnatic down bottom.
See where the next movement is. I mean, all the vision right now on Fnatic is towards that top side, so I would think that that's where they're looking to potentially make a move. You've got heroes clumping around that mid lane, so perhaps that's where they could look to do it. And yeah, we can see Armel starting to make his way towards Clockwork and Dawnbreaker. They actually see the Razor farming inside the jungle, so that'd be a fantastic target. But I'm not sure Clockwork plus a Dawnbreaker ulti is going to be enough to be able to pick him off. You need an additional hero there. Is he on the mark with the hook shot? Can he wait for the quap? It feels like Armel needs to push that lane out a little bit more, and maybe they've even missed their timing, even using the Faceless Void to TP back to the top side of the map.
Well, look at this, the wraparound. DJ, they won't even need the hook shot. He just walks all the way around. Masteros is going to be in with the Solar Guardian, and he can now get some distance away. They have slowed him thanks to the Solar Blind. Polison's going to be able to step in as well with the Fiends. Oh no, the creeps blocking the hook shot, but at least they have pushed away SMG. So regardless, they will keep the Dawnbreaker alive.
Oh, not the Alpha Wolves, man. They're on the payroll right now. Just able to prevent that team fight from going even further in favor of Fnatic. But DJ, one of the few people that did actually have the TP there, looking to try and kill off that creep wave, but will he fall down here? I'm not sure if Moon will have enough.
Armel? Okay, look at the wraparound. Hang on, all the goons have showed up. Out of nowhere, Fnatic. Multiple members joining the fray down bottom. Ice will be able to kill off Genuel, but Arfu, he's looking to enter the lane and have the Echo Slam at the ready. Fisher's going to be able to hold back Masteros off to the left side, though. They just blow up Polison. But will they have anything in the arsenal to keep Masteros alive? He's a tanky boy on the Dawnbreaker. He's trying to scurry into the tree line. Masteros, no way! Oh my god, the jukes on this guy, and now the Chrono locking Ice into place, and they don't even kill Masteros.
Very, very nicely done there. It could have been slightly better, though. They were really wanting to land that Chronosphere to try and catch mid one and the Spirit Bear because he had just resummoned it. That would have been an even higher kill value-wise compared to the Razor, but you'll take anything you can get at this stage, especially if you're losing nothing for it.
And the conversions they've had so far with the Chronospheres have been pretty solid for Fnatic. We're getting multiple kills out of every Chrono usage, and you put it on cooldown pretty much straight away. You go back to farming. This will probably open up bottom, though, for SMG. You already see Druid still down bottom, probably going to have the rest of the team soon connect knowing the Chrono's on cooldown, but Fnatic have to be happy with the early game.
Dire are scanning.
The one thing I'm a little bit worried about, though, is not being able to connect through onto Moon quite enough. Like, he hasn't exactly had the greatest amount of kill involvement so far, but it's still just you're not dealing the damage that I feel like you need. You're farming enough, but you're not dealing the damage you need. But eventually he's going to get into that BKB, and then the only thing that he's really worried about is getting Chronosphere.
Oh, this is an early Roche. I don't know if the Observer Ward on Dyer was able to scout anyone out. Maybe the Rocket Flare is going to signal something. Nice. Scout them out inside the pit. Smoking a wrap around. No Chrono.
They wouldn't have gone for that if they didn't have the double damage on Jabs. They are a little bit disconnected now. Obviously, the Dawnbreaker can afford to play away.
They're going to be able to run into Polison. A pretty important hero to be able to take out. Will do so with ease. Fu unable to step in. Meanwhile, Jabs is going to look to enter.
He's in deep.
You
don't want to get rooted here.
Very deep, but he's got the Solar Guardian to help out.
Doesn't have Chrono, though.
It's just the two of them on Fnatic. The Hand of God along with the Mechanism giving a little bit of bonus health back, but it's not enough. They'll kill off Jabs. They have isolated Ice thanks to the cogs pushing him out to the left side, but can they continue the fight? Even Arfu is also separated from the team inside the river, so there should be a solo kill coming out of the Queen of Pain. But meanwhile, with the rest of Fnatic, they want to get some more important kills onto Mid 1 and Moon. The core's been able to reposition back to the Tier 1 tower.
The best they're going to get out of that is honestly just the D-Ward up onto that high ground. They're even going to get another kill here with Mid 1, taking out DJ, bringing him further and further away from that Aghanim Scepter. It is, in fact, in Ags. He's brought up the Ogre Act instead of waiting for the Ultimate Orb, so no Skadi Clockwork this time around. But yeah, it was a really odd decision for Jabs to go in that deep, that committal, when he didn't have the Chronosphere available for the turnaround.
They should be able to defend this, Roche. They have Chrono. Queen of Pain's getting resources back as well. I'm not quite sure if she has a TP at the rear, but in fact she does. She's going to TP to the T2 tower. And yeah, SMG, they make the executive call, recognizing they cannot just walk inside the pit, even though Roche is quite low. This would be a big kill onto Armel. Nice read.
Away. And yeah, I think Arfu even has the Force Staff for himself queued up. He knows how important it is, not just for himself, but again, this Keeper of the Light, you got to make sure that one of your huge damage sources is able to actually get everything off in these team fights.
They don't have the Solar Guardian at the moment, so Fnatic do have to be a bit cautious. They look to start the fight without Dawnbreaker Ultimate. It does just come back up, so we'll be at the ready. Sonic Wave still on cooldown, however. Very close to the Kyre and Sunge completed on Armel. He was having an exceptional game, 7-1 and 6, third in net worth. Armel, and when he plays an incredible Queen of Pain, he has a grand master, so he's very comfortable with this hero, and it's proving to be the case.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't want to make sure, don't want to be giving up too much control around that Roshan, though. I mean, they
down bottom. Polison, he's been able to catch up the Dawnbreaker, so Moon's going to look to TP in, and this is a guaranteed kill. Moon should be able to pump in plenty of damage inside the Fiend's Crypt, and Masaros will go down with the blast.
Yeah, look at the instant pings, though. They're saying, we want to Roshan. We want to take the opportunity to try and take this away when... Yeah, questionable if he has the buyback right now on the Dawnbreaker. He doesn't, but obviously SMG aren't completely aware of that. And with the Desolator that you've got on this Lone Druid, even just making a complete beeline, yeah, going to take away the double damage route on Polison, just to deny it away from the enemy team. But this should be a Roshan that melts pretty damn quickly. Gonna just be a little bit late.
Go for the hook!
They don't know.
Go for it! Oh, they might now with the smoke popping. A hook's been used. DJ, he's in the backline, he goes, but an instant Force Staff going to be able to get them away. And now meanwhile, Jabs, he's also on the retreat. A BKB expended for nothing. Meanwhile to the north, an Echo Slam dropped from Arfu. They needed something to be able to cancel the TP, and Arfu felt required to use the ultimate.
Yeah, they're just not connecting well enough, right? Like, they had the BKB used there by the Keeper of the Light. It was an instant Force Staff as well, just pushing the Clockwork a little bit further away and making sure that you weren't able to fully convert onto that lockdown onto the Keeper of the Light. So, very nicely done by SMG.
This is really the timing on SMG, but Fnatic actually want to continue to take the fight. Januel's going to be killed off for the start. Another position 5 is gone, but Jabs A two-man Chronosphere, mid one's on the outskirts, so Mastros can pump in the damage. They've killed off another support, so it's going to be up to the cause on SMG to turn this around. They know the ultimates are being used, though, so Fnatic cannot stick around for round 2. As Jabs is going to be able to jump away to the right side, but the solar bind is proving to be an issue with the movement speed slow. The bear needs to get in range. Unable to do so. Meanwhile, Moon gets somehow denied to a neutral creep, so I don't know how that happens.
Well, unfortunate. It's just sometimes a game of luck coming through, and I mean, that would have been a really big gold injection coming through for Fnatic if they were able to claim it. It's actually doing a pretty good job on Armel of keeping up somewhat in net worth when compared to this Keeper of the Light, when you think of, well, how effective are you actually at being able to clear out creep waves. So the fact that a Queen of Pain is giving consistent farming potential compared to a Keeper of the Light is really nice, but it's that Faceless Void, unfortunately. The Chronos are on point, but you've got to actually connect with the rest of your team at the right moments.
Deno, can you give me a beep boop boop?
Beep boop boop.
For SMG before that fight broke out, I wanted to mention that I thought there was going to be a very big timing for them with the Aegis advantage and being able to kind of group up with the Lone Druid in front, with the counter initiation on the Earthshaker. They had the items to be able to protect them against the Clockwork Jump, but Fnatic have done a really good job to offset that advantage. We'll see if they can go higher ground. I mean, Chrono's on cooldown for 45. You've got a bit of a window here to do quite a lot of damage. Oh my god. First stun. Second might be coming up shortly. They got all the kind of jabs. Is going to jump in to deal with the bear.
Bear gets deleted.
Bye-bye.
Am I actually static?
Are you worried about being static is what I said.
I mean, maybe.
No.
Well, this is really cool by Zhao Nuel. If you have a look at his item build, he is going into a Aghanim's Scepter, so that's pretty damn good because it provides that strong Dispel. You're going to be able to get off the Fiend's Grip pretty reliably. You're going to be able to deal with even something like the Solar Bind. Ooh. I really hope this Chen gets it. I always love seeing Chen Ags. I don't know why. It doesn't do anything other than Dispel. You think it should give a little bit more healing? I do.
Is it literally just a Dispel?
Yes. Strong Dispel to everyone.
Oh god.
But bro, Entangling Roots, Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, Solar Bind, potential Shaker shenanigans. I think they're even going a Scythe of Ice as well on the Keeper of the Light, so it could be good for that too.
It's a very good Scythe game. Against the Void, against the Queen of Pain, if you can get that initial control, they do have a lot of damage, and all they need is really that first stun. That's where the Druid kind of comes into play as well. Savage Roar into a Root, or...
Can he land the Chrono?
Bash. Oh, jabs!
There it is.
He's going to be in with the Chronosphere onto
Great
Druid
Nightmare.
Pulse in perfect positioning. It might not matter though, as Armel lines up the ultimate, the Sonic Wave, providing the damage required to get rid of Ice. Paulson's going to attempt the TP out. He will not make it as Armel, godlike streak. They deal with another summon of the bear as well. So this is difficult for SMG to play this next fight.
They had to pull... They had to use a lot for it though, right? Hookshot, Sonic Wave, Chronosphere.
Got the bear back up. Mid one. He's going to move him forward. Arfu! Echo Slam onto two, but the damage, it's not there. Mid one's on retreat. They'll be able to kill off Arfu, and now...
Well, that's the second bear.
There we go. The bear is out. That's a lot of gold being fed over to Fnatic, and that is that second resummon. So now you don't have this main damage source out of the Lone Druid here for mid one, so it's scary territory now.
I mean, you just have a look at his net worth, right? You're thinking, oh, he's still pretty good, but I mean, 99.9% of that net worth is on the bear without it being able to come back for the next, 90 seconds or so. So basically, you're just like, all right, where is the Keeper of the Light? If Keeper of the Light isn't around, we're not worried at all. Oh no, Zhao. Not your, oh, okay, just use his army. Well, what was left of the army.
Oh, God, Moon just... What sort of shambles, and he will be killed off as well. Amel pops a BKB. DJ's going to be in. He's got the Acceptor to play with, so DJ lines up a second target with the hook shot, but they're going to be cautious how long they want to stick around. Polison coming in with the buyback, but Jabs has instantly got a time lock on forward. This will be a dieback on a Polison. There's no messing around. Fnatic, they'll give out some tips as well.
You got to make them feel it, right? They feel so confident being able to fight that, even without some of the big ultimates, of course, like we mentioned, DJ having the Aghanim Scepter. Or can they find Moon? That'd be even more important than this Lone Druid at this stage, but they're just lacking the lockdown. Usually it's even the stage where I know he's going into the Shivas, but do you go your own scythe on the Queen of Pain? Wouldn't hate it.
My thrift reward.
What him? They're on the ice. Yeah, he'll play with the BKB. They're still able to steal the damage out of Jabs, so it's going to be up to Armel to be able to kill him off once the BKB expires. They have the damage. Oh, the Savage Brawl. Enough to enable the TP out. So got to be cautious. SMG, though, a solid retreat.
He was 5 mana short of the Chronosphere on Raven. Not Raven, Jabs. It's got Raven in his name. Popping the clarity. Would have been good if they were able to take out that Keeper of the Light.
Dude, Armel is giga farm. Holy. Level 20. What's that 20 talent? Again, what's the right one?
On who?
On Quap.
The Quap of Pain's right talent is extra Scream of Pain damage.
140?
120.
God damn, I don't know my mechanics.
Terrible. Go back to Dota school.
Should we have a Dota school? Should
yeah,
if there was anyone to
I'm gonna take an application.
God, hook in. DJ. Nice force and a fissure. Counter initiation's gonna be there from SMG to be able to hold them back, and they might just sacrifice the life of DJ. Fnatic want nothing to do with this skirmish. Jabs is nowhere nearby to be able to jump in to help out if a fight does break out, so I'll lose DJ down to the decks for 40 seconds, but not too much of a concern. We'll give an opportunity for SMG to get some of the lanes shoved out and try and set up for this next Roshan.
I don't think it's a concern at all. I think you're actually happy with giving up DJ for that, because it means that... How have they stopped the Faceless Void from initiating previously? It's all been on the Bane using that Fiend's Grip once he's popped the BKB inside of the Chronosphere. So now that you don't have that tool available, I think this is the real signal for Fnatic to just say, alright, let's start running at people. Let's start taking away the enemy side of the map, and let's do it together, because we know that they're not going to have a response. And, well, now, even with the Fiend's Grip, you just saw Zhao's finished up into the Aghanim Scepter for himself, so he's even going to be able to get people out of some precarious positions. Yeah, look at this. They're about to go for a smoke.
See where they look to path. They do have a really good ward around the triangle on Fnatic to play with.
Yeah.
They're out.
Lone Druid's there as well. That's the one you want.
See, they're going to jump in instantly.
Oh, he already...
They are behind on the Earthshaker, but the BKB from Jab's going to be able to protect him against the fissure and the damage. It's plentiful. They blow up one. Towards the backline they go. The buyback will come out from mid one, so all Fnatic need to do is retreat away. In SMG, they're lacking the control to hold Fnatic into place.
See if they're able to clean up anyone else. That Roshan is coming up in about 15 seconds, so... With a lot of these big ultimates being used by Fnatic, they might think that that buyback isn't going to be too bad. Clearing out the Chen creep. And yeah, that's, I think, the big impetus behind mid one wanting to go for that buyback and immediate rejoin into the fight. It's a pretty long Roche respawn, but they'll see it coming up in a couple of seconds now.
What's the call? Do you just force it, knowing Roche is on cooldown? Okay.
I think you do.
You got to go pretty fast, though, if you're SMG, you can't let the ultimates come back up. And you can't really let Fnatic get to the neighborhood as well. They do have ways to kind of poke and prod from afar. You just need to commit. You need to make a play.
See if they're able to do it. It's all about delaying right now for Fnatic. They want their ultimates to be back off cooldown. They want to try and force BKBs if they can. You've got great ways to be able to do it. Of course, Faceless Void with that Aghanim Shard can just zip in and out. Needs to make sure he's not getting caught out by the Bane, though, who does have that Fiend's Grip available. That's what enabled them to get the initial buyback out of mid one. It's the Hand of God status coming through as well. It's on cooldown at the moment, but again, even with that Fiend's Grip...
Dude, just don't say that. Just double down and say, I'm out of tips and I want to tip you again.
Mm-hmm.
2 nice jabs.
Alright, we'll see. If they don't have Hand of God, I'm a little concerned if you're going to go for this on Fnatic, unless you're guaranteed catching the Bane inside of the Chronosphere. I don't like Polaris's positioning here, but if he can fix it, then they're still in a good spot to take this team fight.
Hookshot,
great
DJ.
hookshot.
Oh, that's perfect. Hook onto 2. Jab's going to be able to have the follow-up along with Armel, but no one's dying just yet on SMG. They've done a really good job to kite the start of the fight.
Look at that
he can be
Fiend's Grip.
expended, and meanwhile, the Fiend Grip's out. Jabs has gone in, but he's got no one behind him. The long time Orc being able to reset his position down to the south, but the Fissure instantly follows in pursuit as Jabs killed off. No buyback to rejoin to help out with this Roche fight.
They go for the... I mean, they don't have ultimates. He can't even go for the hookshot play on DJ. They should be able to clear this one fairly easily. Mid one spent that entire team fight without actually having the true form off cooldown, but now that he's level 20, he's just going to be spamming it every single time that he can. Almost, let's say about a 90% uptime of that true form, where he was able to get it off when that Chronosphere went onto him previously, and it nearly enabled him to survive with all of that extra HP, as well as the, 12 armor, I think.
Armel, Arfu jumps in, Sonic Wave will get some distance. They're even going to Hand of God as well, just to make sure Armel gets out.
I think he thought he had more mana than he did, because otherwise he would have just fissured there. So maybe went for the fissure, realized a little late, and meant that the Enchant Totem stun was a little bit late.
It's pretty big though, that Sonic Wave and Hand of God on cooldown, and then knock on your higher ground, and now you don't have this defensive factor to help if they just run down Armel.
No void for 15 either. So
nice. He's popped the refresher, but once again, DJ. Hook onto 2, mid one and Arfu locked inside the cogs. Mastros is going to jump in. He'll be able to kill off the Earthshaker, but I don't think Mastros will escape as Ice. This Razor pumping in too much damage. Fnatic need to be able to respect him for the moment. Mid one might be able to get the kill into Armel, but with Jabs respawning, they'll get rid of the bear. He does have a resummon, however.
Whack the buildings, man. Why not? Whack.
He might just commit for the bear.
Bash.
He'll even drop the Chronosphere for good measure as well, so that's a resummon gone. But it's a Chrono for it, so let's see what the call's going to be for SMG.
Well, what can they do without the bear, though? That's the other thing that they're thinking right now. I really wouldn't hate to see Lone Druid to itemize a little bit more. I mean, the gunner build of going into all the Wraith bands just for that additional armor, it's not a terrible option, to be honest, right? Like, the way that Jabs has been positioning these Chronospheres, oftentimes you've got the Lone Druid on the edge, so you're even able to get that minus armor coming through.
Do you feel like the Druid needs armor, though, in this game? Isn't it a kind of a lot of mixed damage from Fnatic?
I mean, you could just get like an AC on the Druid himself and it's fine.
I thought you were kind of speaking about the 4-5 Wraith Band build from Gunner.
Oh, I mean, you could do that as well.
I don't think he needs it in a game like this, where I feel like Fnatic damage is pretty mixed.
We will see.
We've got a pretty even ball game here for our last game of the group stages. SMG with a 4,000 net worth lead, and they're going to look to smoke up and turn their attention down to the bottom. Jungle. Clockwork is the only one home. Arfu's going to be able to get the long fissure once again. DJ get some distance thanks to the hook shot, so SMG won't be able to find their pick off.
This does feel like such an SMG game, doesn't it? Just running at you, feeling like we're going to be able to out-team fight you, even if it might not be the actual reality of the situation. Mid one is going into that AC.
We'll see DJ.
Pick-up would be pretty good.
Arfu might be able to get in range for the fissure, but again, the cogs proving to be quite an issue. Off to the side, Jabs. A 1v1 onto Ice. It's going to be able to time walk away, so they've done a good job to kite the BKB. Meanwhile, in the middle of the fight, though, Ice is going to be able to fall. As RML, once again, they're completely avoiding Razor, but they haven't been able to avoid Polyston for the moment. But the Hand of God getting the Dispel, but Arfu afterwards is able to get that extra control required to get rid of RML, and that is a big streak as well. 1,000 gold given over to the Earthshaker.
Oh, yeah, that's one of those ones that you love to get, one of the supports that's a little bit greedier. He's already got the Blink Dagger, but you can just afford to go into something like a Refresher at this stage. The chain lockdown is pretty insane. You've got the Chen to be able to disrupt it a little bit, but yeah, this is what a Lone Druid does. I mean, Faceless Void going to try and push out this top lane a little bit, but again,
they might kill him. He time walked into them. First Stun's out with the Fissure, they're able to pop the Lincolns. Arfu is playing with the Echo Slam as well. They feel required to use that extra control, but Jabs still slips the SMG boys into the left side. Moon's gonna try and get there. They don't have the capability to stop the TP. Meanwhile, back inside the base. Mid one with this bear. It'll just survive, I think.
Rocket. Rocket.
Isn't enough?
No, now it's not. Oh, there's that AC as well. So Mid One himself is so much more survivable right now. All that extra armor coming through.
Not just him, but also the Razor being able to help out with his damage output. We saw previously, if they don't use their kind of abilities properly in regards to the Time Walk, in regards to the Blink, even the Celestial Hammer, just the abilities to be able to get some distance away from Ice, then he will do a crap load of damage.
And it's damage that you don't immediately realize because it's that ramping up style, right? Not just talking about the static link, but the Eye of the Storm. I mean, the bear hits hard enough already with the Desolator, with the AC, and then that Eye of the Storm. You're just looking at the Spell Prism?
Yeah, and they got an Octarine as well on Moon, so if they want to give him the Spell Prism too, he's going to be spamming abilities. Down 12,000 gold for Fnatic are, but do we feel like they have a lineup that can still combat what SMG have? Jabs?
Not if you're getting chain
It's positive. They got the Hand of God. They do. Jabs actually going to time walk into SMG. They'll get rid of Polyston to start the fight. They're going to be cautious because they're moving on forward. Jab has been able to find the location in mid one. They've got the Chronosphere as well, making sure, trying to catch up the reinforcements, and no one else is inside the bubble as mid one stands his ground. The Hex afterwards, they've got the damage and Void's gone. A buyback is available, but he's not going to be playing with the Chronosphere. Meanwhile, inside the lane as well, Mastros, he's looking to jump in, isolating SMG, but he's got to be cautious. They're not respecting Ice as again, the grip controlling the Faceless Void. That's a dieback onto Jabs. They've caught out RML under the secret shop, and that'll be all she wrote as SMG. They will take the last game of the group stages and cementing themselves in that third position.
Oh, Fnatic going 0-3. It's something that not a lot of people would have been expecting. I mean, this was really the game of the mid laners for me. Both of them having exceptional games. Amel, did he die just twice, I believe? Once giving away that huge streak over to the Earthshaker, and once at the very end of the game. And, you know, despite I believe it was a 0-2 start that they had there on the Keeper of the Light since then, I don't think he died a single time, maybe just once. And he ended up being beyond godlike at the very end of it all. So, yeah, I feel like Fnatic really did have the tools to be able to take that game. It was just, they didn't address this Lone Druid enough. He had big periods where he was super vulnerable, he had to resummon the bear, and they just put all of their attention elsewhere, which I think was a big, big mistake.
Yeah, we also saw kind of how the Tricore lineup was able to shape up as the game went on. Ice had the second most damage overall out of everyone in this game, and he was really a big issue for them to deal with. And we just saw kind of how crafty they could be in regards to the itemization, but it really felt like for me was that the fight where we had where mid one bought back and they just made the call just to go to the pit. They knew the ultimates were on cooldown. That was a big turning point in this game.
Yeah, it felt like you were in a position where you could maybe try and slow things down a little bit, but they ended up committing on Fnatic when they still had the ultimates on cooldown. They were closer to being off cooldown, but they were still on cooldown, so you couldn't effectively fight. It was a little bit of an odd decision, and yeah, like I was saying before, very unexpected for a team of Fnatic's caliber to be bowing out without a win in this tournament. I mean, that's the power of the best of ones, right?
Yeah. The power and multiple other words that you could use to describe the best of ones. Of course, unfortunately, Fnatic, you have Raven unwell, so Mastros flies on out. And Mastros, he performed well. I was honestly quite impressed with see an example there with the Dawn Break with the triple kill. DJ had a very good early game as well, but we saw just the rush of the 4-stars. Paulson got a force at a very good timing. They're able to prevent really the key components in regards to the supports getting picked off early. The Coddle wasn't controlled as well. He was able to free path through a lot of these fights, and I think Arfu also did a pretty good job. Like, it was a game where once Mid-1 was able to find his farm, you could put the Druid in the front line. You had to jump onto the bear, and that meant that Arfu could freely spellcast and freely counter-initiate.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I feel like they get to see that great Mastros Duke coming through again, but this was the key fight for me. Yeah, he gets away, but you don't kill Mid-1. He's able to get back, he's able to continue farming, and they never left top 2 the entire game, this Keeper of the Light and the Lone Druid, so it just feels like such a big mistake that there were periods where they were both super vulnerable, but they were never punished. Obviously, the Keeper of the Light, like I said, prior to getting the BKB for himself, he can die to everyone. But then Clockwork tries to jump on you afterwards. There were some great 4-staffs from Paulson. There were, just pop the BKB and then suddenly you don't care about the battery assault at all. Just things like that, right? There's good individual little plays coming through here from Fnatic, but it just felt like SMG understood what was going to win them the game a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they have a great read on how they need to play Lone Druid lineups and Coddle lineups as well. I mean, it's probably something you would expect, though, because Moon is really one person in particular that pioneered the Keep of the Light down in Southeast Asia. I know we saw, Nine, of course, really put it out a lot in Western Europe, but Moon was really the one person here to showcase how strong it could be in this region. And for the Lone Druid, it's something that Mid-1 has always had under his belt. So you would definitely expect this is a team that understand their timings, and even if they're behind, they understand the slither of windows they have to be able to potentially turn games around.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to put another SEA person out there as the Coddle specialist, you would probably say it's Armel, right? Yep. Nearly knocking OG out of the Stockholm Major. Really solid performances coming through. I mean, that's a crazy time walk range as well. But yeah. I mean, this was the fight, right? They had no ultimates, and I really like how strongly SMG emphasized that DJ's gotta die in these team fights. Every single time he hooked in, Mid-1 stopped what he was doing and turned to make sure that Clockwork wasn't freely able to just take out both supports and the Keeper of the Light from that team fight.
Yeah, we're just seeing the spell casting. The support, it's something we were mentioning earlier in the game that really Earthshaker and Bane should not be having a good game. Like, these are heroes that get obliterated to the Clockwork, and that's what we saw early on, but it just came down to maybe it has to be the positioning, I think, from Mid-1, Ice as well, just being in the front line, making sure that DJ never is able to find the angle to deal with the supports. The spell casting was perfect. We saw multiple times Paulson, Nightmare, Fiends group inside the Chronos. You kind of had to go down this Agnum Scepter route for the Chen. Arfu was great again. It's just...
It was the full connections as well, right? Like, even in that, not this replay, but the one previously, DJ hits a great hook shot, right? He gets 2. He gets Mid-1 plus, I believe it was the Bane as well. But Faceless Void had 5 seconds until he was up online. And like I was saying before, if DJ hookshots in on his own, even if it's locking multiple heroes into one position, they just turn on him. They burst him down instantly. And then suddenly you don't have that ability to remove the supports from the equation. And yeah, they just did exactly that. They identified what was stopping them from being able to come out on top in a lot of these team fights. It was not having BKBs, it was not having a save against the Faceless Void inside the Chronosphere, and it was killing the Clockwork. So yeah, big props have to go through to SMG. Would you give it to Mid-1? I guess he was doing a great job of being able to push out those towers, and I honestly don't know how they were able to get that final lane of racks so easily, because you had 3 people all focused on jabs up top, so you had the rest of Fnatic that should have been defending, and Mid-1 was still able to take a melee racks.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult call on who you give the MVP to. I definitely feels like everyone on SMG fulfilled the role they needed to in a game like this to be able to come back after a bit of a rockier early game. It wasn't too crazy, but they were definitely put in a position where it's going to be difficult to be able to battle into Fnatic, but they're going to be able to take the last game of the group stages. We get to see today's results as well. Of course, keep in mind, we've also got the bracket that hopefully we're going to be able to look at for how the playoffs are setting ourselves up, and it will be, of course, the beautiful lads on Boom and Polaris that make it into Group A. Of course, at least being able to top the bracket. Talon and Army Geniuses eliminated. Talon not able to make it through off the back of time. And in Group B, we've got Execration and RSG making it off the back of time as well. SMG, unfortunately, will not be able to join them in the playoffs.
It was really close between SMG and RSG. I think it was a matter of like 10 seconds or something like that. Ooh. That was the difference in one of their wins or losses. So that's really sad that they're not able to go on through, because both Talon and SMG have looked very strong throughout this tournament, and we can see the final bracket coming through there. So I believe first up is the other side of that. Boom taking on RSG. Am I correct? I think I am. Boom RSG first. You are correct. Execration Polaris. For one of Execration and Polaris to be able to get through to those grand finals, they would be jumping for joy. That guarantees one of those two teams $30,000, which is a big prize pool that these guys don't often get to play for.
Yeah, without a doubt, and just being able to play on the main stage in front of some fans in a best of 5 is going to be very exciting stuff. So we've got
best of 3s as well coming through for the playoffs tomorrow. So best of 3 semifinals, best of 5 grand finals. So we're going to do away with best of 1s. No more of that. Maybe give a little chance for the teams to adapt a bit more. But will the Dawnbreaker meta stay? That's another thing that I want to know. Will we start seeing a bit more Dazzle as well? So, yeah. SEA always likes to do its own thing. Wonder if that's going to continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the exciting thing to see, like how the meta is going to change, because we often do get that now going into the playoffs. I know it's not like a really drawn out group stages and playoffs that we have here in HatYai, but it will be just, that's where maybe the best of 5s can come into play, and even the best of 3s as well. We will have a little bit of difference. Teams are going to have to respect what happens in game 1, potentially what happens in game 2 as well. So it's going to be exciting to see what shapes up. But all the teams, the 4 teams over into the playoffs, are well deserved with how we've seen them perform so far in the group stages.
Yes, so that'll be 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, Thailand time, that those games will be beginning. But while we have SMG fresh off a victory, I believe we're going to go to a quick interview with them. So let's throw it over there.
อินเทอร์วิวตรงนี้นิดนึงครับเป็นทีม SMG ถึงจะได้ที่ 3 ก็จริงแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะถามความรู้สึกเกี่ยวกับการมาแข่งทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่ประเทศไทยนิดนึงว่าเขารู้สึกแบบไหนครับ
ใช่แล้วในทุกๆการจบเกมนะคะเราก็จะมีสัมภาษณ์เล็กๆน้อยๆกับสมาชิกของทีมแข่งนะคะที่ชนะนั่นเองค่ะ Okay, so right now we have a short interview with this team. I'd like to know, how do you feel about coming to Thailand for this esports tournament?
It's very fun. I like it. Thailand's a great place.
And what about you?
I don't know. I just eat.
Yeah. นะคะเขาก็มีความสนุกสนานนะจริงๆเขาบอกประเทศไทยเป็นที่ที่ดีเลย So do you have something to say to all of your fans right here at this hall and also in the live?
I would say the fans are amazing. I can hear them while playing. You know, they're good. They're great.
Yeah. All right. And what about you?
+1. Yeah, I agree.
รอคำตอบเลยนะคะโอเคเขาบอกว่าเขาดีใจนะคะที่ได้มาแข่งที่นี่แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนที่คอยเชียร์นะคะขอเสียงให้กับทีมนี้หน่อยได้ไหมคะ
โอเค thank you so much
ค่ะ thank you so much ขอบคุณค่ะโอ้โหต้องบอกว่าบรรยากาศตอนนี้ในฮอลล์นะคะคือคักมากทุกคนโบกมือให้กล้องหน่อยค่ะ
Thank you very much to the lads on SMG. Did you see 23 Savage in there. I don't know if I saw him in the front as well. I don't know if you were watching the people in the crowd. I noticed there was a lot of people, something that we've been mentioning through day 1 and day 2, that it is free entry at the tournament in HatYai. But I don't know if I saw 23 Savage still out in the front seats and watching some of the games.
Well, at the moment, I'm not sure if I can see myself. I'm I'm glitching out a little bit here, but hopefully it's not too laggy for the people over on the stream. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see the turnout coming through, right? SCA always has the best Dota fans in the world, so I'm excited to see them, of course, on the last day here. I'm excited to see the ESL in Malaysia, and of course, excited to see everyone at TI as well. So, with that being said, we've got 1 day left of this great tournament. $150,000 prize pool on the line. Boom RSG, who you got?
RSG 2-1.
Yeah, I'm going to go RSG 2-1 as well. It really depends which boom turns up. Shut up. And then you've got the next series that we're casting, which is going to be Execration Polaris. Who do you think is going to come out on top in that one?
Polaris.
I'm going to say Polaris.
2-1. I said it before. It's okay.
No, Polaris 2-0. There we go. And then who do you think takes the entire tournament? I think this is RSG's tournament to lose.
I will also agree. Sure. We'll go with it.
Cool. Well, tournament, of course, wouldn't be happening with thanks to the Ministry of Tourism of Thailand, as well as the Sports Authority of Thailand, and all of our great partners that you've seen flash through onto the screen. There's just so many that I'm sure I'm going to forget some, but Synex, MSI, Secret Lab, and True, I believe, is the 4th one. And yeah, thank you very much again for tuning in. Tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Thailand time is the time to be able to tune in if you want to catch all of those games. And I'm keen to see who's going to be the second champion of the GAMERSGALAXY tournament series. The first one was an SEA team, Boom. Let's see if they're able to retain their title.
They have a chance to be able to be back-to-back champions here in HatYai, but it's just a question of can they topple RSG and can they win the best of 5? But we have 3 other incredible teams that we'll see battle it out tomorrow. Like Denok said, come back, and we've got some incredible Dota going to be occurring tomorrow for everyone's entertainment. So we will see you guys then.
ยวนะครับผมตบมือตามจังหวะมาเฮ้เฮ้เฮ้เฮ้เฮ้เฮ้เฮ้นี่ครับบุรุษคนนี้แค่และนี่คือเพื่อนไม่จริงเราบอกออกไปการแอบรักจะดูหมดความหมายฉันจึงเลือกทางที่สบายใจเก็บความรักที่แท้มันสวยงามยิ่งได้ชอบมองสายตาเธอก่อนไม่รู้ว่าตัวฉันชอบมองมากเท่าไรชอบฟังเสียงในตอนเธอใจบอกกับฉันเป็นเพื่อนเธอคนหนึ่งมาเป็นอย่างว่าแต่อย่างน้อยก็ไม่เธอไม่ผิดหวังหากมันเธอไม่เจอหน้าเธอทุกวันก็พอจะรับไว้ทุกคนเป็นคนที่เธอไว้ใจเป็นดีเท่าไรไม่เสียกันเลยวันนี้อาจจะไม่คบกันอยากเป็นคนสำคัญแค่คืนแล้วกันเพราะฉันไม่มีเธอดีแล้วที่เธอไม่รักฉันเพราะอาจจะทางในวันไหนก็ได้ทนไม่ไหวเธอเป็นคนทำร้ายเธอให้ช้ำซ้ำในน้ำเป็นตัวเองให้ฉันชื่นชมเธอมีความรักให้เธอเล่าว่าได้เจอเขาที่ใดไม่ใช่ฉันก็คงไม่เป็นไรอยากแน่ใจว่าเธอได้เจอคนดีๆไม่มีหนทางมาแต่อย่างน้อยก็ไม่หากมันเธอไม่เจอหน้าทุกคนดีใจมากครับผมเป็นคนที่เธอไว้ใจเป็นดีเท่าไรไม่เสียกันไปวันนี้อาจจะไม่คบกันอยากเป็นคนสำคัญแค่คืนแล้วกันเพราะฉันไม่มีเธอไม่ได้ไม่เคยเสียในที่ที่แค่เก็บไว้แค่ฉันกลัวว่าเธอจะจากไปทันทีที่รู้ว่าคนที่เธอวางใจคือคนที่คิดไปไกลน้องเพียและน้องปาดังนั้นให้ช่วยใจสักคนหนึ่งสองสามเป็นคนที่เธอไว้ใจน่าจะไม่คบกันอยากเป็นคนสำคัญแค่คืนแล้วกันเพราะฉันเป็นคนที่เธอไว้ใจมันแค่ดีเท่าไรไม่เสียกันไปวันนี้อาจจะไม่คบกันอยากเป็นคนสำคัญแค่คืนแล้วกันเพราะฉันไม่มีเธอไม่ได้สวัสดีจ้าพลโพลิแคทจากค่ายสมอลโรม
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีทุกคนครับ สวัสดีครับ ก่อนอื่นเนี่ยผมขอพูดชื่องานแบบ
เอาเลยฮะ
เป็นทางการหน่อยนะครับ ผมต้องอ่านหน่อย สวัสดีครับ สวัสดี GAMERSGALAXY Invitational Series Thailand 2022 นะครับ ขอบคุณมาก สวัสดีครับ ปกติเนี่ยผมว่าขอเสียงวัยรุ่นหน่อยนะครับ
ครับผมแต่อย่าง
วัน
นี้
นี้
ไง
ขอเสียงคนรัก Dota 2 หน่อยครับ
ผมดีใจที่มีคุณอยู่ในวงมากในวันนี้
ครับผมไม่ใช่แค่ผมนะครับไอ้นู่นเหมือนกันนะครับที่
นี่ก็เหมือนกันฮะ
ผมที่บอบช้ำกับเกมนี้เหมือนกับผมนะครับ
บอบช้ำนี่คือไงฮะ
นอนน้ำตาไหลกันทุกคืนครับMMR ไม่ค่อยขึ้นครับครับ
เดี๋ยววันนี้เราจะมีเซอร์ไพรส์พิเศษนะครับเกี่ยวกับ Dota นะฮะ
ครับผม
วันนี้คุณใส่เสื้ออะไรฮะ
Fnatic ครับผมเป็นแฟน Fnatic ครับผมครับผมเชียร์นะครับเชียร์
ดีใจมากเลยนะครับ
จริงๆก็เป็นแฟนน้องทีเหมือนกันนะน้องทีนั่งอยู่ตรงนี้ครับเป็นแฟนน้องทีครับ The best carry in the world ครับ
คุณนี่เรียกได้ว่าเป็นคนที่
ติดตามวงการครับติดตามวงการ Dota 2 มาตลอดครับ
จงรักภักดีกับ Dota 2 นะครับดังนั้นเพลงต่อไปผมมอบให้เพียววัตนาเบะนะครับชื่อเพลงว่าพักดีนะครับผม
เมื่อได้ความรักมาไปมันจะไม่คงช้ำอีกนานสวัสดีข้างหลังนะจ๊ะรอคนไม่รักมันเป็นยังไงให้ดูที่ตัวอย่างแบบฉันช้ำก็เสียเวลารอการกลับมาทุกคืนวันถ้าเธอมีความรักทันทีอย่าเป็นเลยคนจงรักภักดีเชื่อฉันสักครั้งได้ไหมรักคนที่เขานั้นรักเราแล้วเธอจะไม่ต้องเสียใจแบบฉันถ้าฉันมันทำอย่างนั้นได้ฉันคงจะไม่ต้องเสียใจ
Happy birthday คนที่เกิดในช่วงนี้ด้วยนะครับมาเซอร์ไพรส์ไม่ใช่ตัวเขาโทรศัพท์ไม่มีเบอร์ใครจดเอาไว้นอกจากเพื่อนของเขาจนใครก็รู้ว่าฉันนั้นคือราชาแห่งการเก็บไปว่าอยู่กับวันแรงๆในใจและเธออยากเป็นไม่แบบนั้นเธอจะมีความรักทันทีอย่าเป็นเลยคนจงรักภักดีเชื่อฉันสักครั้งได้ไหมรักคนที่เขานั้นรักเราแล้วเธอจะไม่ต้องเสียใจแบบฉันถ้าฉันมันทำอย่างนั้นได้อยากเห็นสองมือทุกคนมองพร้อมกันจังเลยจากขวาก่อนนะครับไปเลยขวาซ้ายขวาซ้ายขวาซ้ายขอบคุณมากครับขอให้เจอแต่สิ่งดีๆทุกคนเลยนะฮะโอ้โหคนเยอะมากขอบคุณมากครับผม One, 2, 3
รักคนที่เขานั้นรักเราแล้วเธอจะไม่ต้องเสียใจแบบฉันถ้าฉันมันทำอย่างนั้นได้ฉันคงจะไม่ต้องเป็นได้ไหมคนรักดีรักคนที่เขารักคนที่เขารักเรารักเธอจะไม่ต้องเสียแล้วเธอจะไม่ต้องเสียใจฉันคงจะไม่ต้องเสียใจคนรักเดียวใจเดียวนะครับผมไม่ได้บอกว่าเป็นคนแบบนี้แล้วจะต้องสมหวังในความรักเสมอไปนะฮะมีบางทีที่จะต้องผิดหวังแล้วเป็นธรรมดาที่เราจะต้องรอแต่เขานะครับดังนั้นมีเพลงจากรุ่นพี่ในค่ายหนึ่งเพลงเขาร้องว่ารอนานๆก็อาจจะบั่นทอนหัวใจเรื่องราวที่เกิด
คืนนั้นที่เธอเจ็บช้ำเพราะรักที่เปลี่ยนไปรู้ดีฉันเองจะรอมานานให้เธอเปิดใจและรับมันเอาไว้เปิดเวลานานเท่าไรเธอยังมองไม่เห็นใครตัวเธอเองยังต้องการเวลาก่อนเฝ้ามองดูเธอที่ไกลห่างอาจจะมีสักวันรอนานๆก็อาจจะบังคับอย่าให้นานเกินไปก่อนอะไรมันอาจจะสายนานๆก็อาจจะไม่ใจวุ่นวายรู้ดีแต่ยังน้อยใจรอฉันเป็นคนเดียวที่รอฉันเองเข้าใจว่าคงต้องใช้เวลาหากรักยังพอจะมีหวังทุกลมหายใจจะรู้บ้างไหมมีใครที่คอยเฝ้ารักและห่วงใยวันเวลานานเท่าไรเธอยังมองไม่เห็นใครตัวเธอเองยังต้องการเวลาก่อนเฝ้ามองดูเธอที่ไกลห่างอาจจะมีสักวันเธอรอนานๆก็อาจจะบั่นทอนหัวใจอย่าให้นานเกินไปก่อนอะไรมันอาจจะสายรอนานๆอาจจะมีใจวุ่นวายรู้ดีแต่ยังน้อยใจรอฉันเป็นคนเดียวที่รอโอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้รอนานๆก็อาจจะบั่นทอนอย่าให้นานเกินไปก่อนอะไรมันอาจจะสายรอนานๆอาจจะมีใจวุ่นวายรู้ดีแต่ยังพบรอฉันยังคือคนดีได้แต่แดดในตอนเช้านั้นดูสดใสเธอยังมีใครที่อยู่ตรงนี้แค่จับมือกับเธอและลืมเสียทีแค่อยากให้นาทีนี้เรารักกันแค่ได้รู้ฉันเป็นคนเดียวที่รอ Yeah อยากฟังเสียงทุกคนที่หาดใหญ่ขอเสียงดังๆหน่อยได้ไหมถ้าร้องรู้จักเพลงนี้ร้องพร้อมกันไหมโปรดเห็นใจฉันหน่อยปล่อยให้ตัวฉันไปหากฉันอยากเริ่มใหม่มันต้องไม่มีเธอเหมือนเดิมโปรดเห็นใจฉันบ้างอย่าพ้องกันเหมือนเคยอย่าทำร้ายกันเลยอย่างน้อย สุดยอดมากครับวงที่ผมรักมากๆหนึ่งวงนะครับ Move and Cut ชื่อเพลงว่าปล่อยให้ตัวฉันไปครับผมสักทีเธอที่มีวิธีควรทำอย่างไรถ้าหากเรายังพบกันอยู่ทุกวันและฉันจะลืมได้ไหมถ้าหากเธอรู้ว่าฉันต้องพยายามเท่าไรสิ่งที่ฉันต้องเจอนั้นยังห่างไกลโปรดเห็นใจฉันหน่อยปล่อยให้ตัวฉันไปหากฉันอยากเริ่มใหม่มันต้องไม่มีเธอเหมือนเดิมโปรดเห็นใจฉันบ้างอย่าพบกันเมื่อเคยอย่าทำร้ายกันเลยอย่างน้อยก็คนแค่รักกันโปรดจากไปเสียทีเธอรู้ดีฉันนี่คนจริงไม่ไหวเธอหากเรายังพบกันอยู่ทุกวันและฉันจะทำอย่างไรถ้าหากเธอรู้ว่าฉันต้องพยายามเท่าไรแต่สิ่งที่ฉันต้องเจอนั้นยังห่างไกลโปรดเห็นใจฉันหน่อยปล่อยให้ตัวฉันไปหากฉันอยากเริ่มใหม่มันต้องไม่มีเธอเหมือนเดิมโปรดเห็นใจฉันบ้างอย่าพบกันเหมือนเคยอย่าทำร้ายกันเลยอย่างน้อยก็คนเคยรักกัน ครับขอเสียงให้ซับ5ของทีมเรานะครับคุณพีโอตนาเบะนะครับผม คนมีความรักเวลาเธอยิ้มนะครับผมไม่รู้ต้องโตท่ามกลางหมู่ดอกไม้มากมายขนาดไหนเธอจึงได้คลอกรอยยิ้มที่สวยงามขนาดนี้จะไม่รักใครไม่ได้อีกเลยวินาทีที่เธอเจอกับฉันมันทำจะไม่เคยได้สลายเพราะได้เจอได้ที่คู่ควรฉันขอบคุณและให้คำสัญญาว่าจะรักษาไว้เราทั้งฟ้าต้องเสียใจและไม่มีสิ่งไหนสวยงามต่อไปแต่ที่โลกนี้มีคนอย่างเธอและฉันนั้นก็โชคดีความหมายทุกคำกวีไม่มีบทไหนงดงามอีกแล้วตราบที่โลกนี้ยังมีชื่อเธอในโลกนี้ฉันเป็นคนสุดท้ายดีไหมเธอคือชีวิตและลมหายใจฉันแหลกลาดเม็ดทรายทะเลอยู่บนร่างกายเมื่อมองในตาของเธอบอกรุ้งร่างภาพคนพบเพลงหนึ่งที่เพราะที่สุดเมื่อเธอได้พูดออกมาดีใจเหลือเกินที่ไม่บังดีว่าฝันไปความไม่ได้สลายแล้วได้เจอได้ที่คู่ควรฉันขอบคุณและให้คำสัญญาว่าจะรักษาไว้ดวงดาวทั้งฟ้าต้องเสียใจและไม่มีสิ่งไหนสวยงามต่อไปแต่ที่โลกนี้มีคนอย่างเธอและฉันนั้นคงโชคดีว่าทันความหมายทุกคำกวีไม่มีบทไหนงดงามอีกแล้วแต่ที่โลกนี้ยังมีชื่อเธอในโลกนี้ฉันเป็นคนสุดท้ายดีไหมเธอคือชีวิตและลมหายใจต่อไปช่วยกันร้องได้ไหมครับผมฉันไม่ต้องการใครอีกดวงดาวทั้งฟ้าไม่มีสิ่งใดจากที่โลกนี้มีคนอย่างเธอเมื่ออ่านความหมายทุกคำกวีไม่มีบทไหนงดงามอีกแล้วแต่ที่โลกนี้ยังมีชื่อเธอในโลกนี้ฉันเป็นคนสุดท้ายดีไหมเธอจะเป็นคนที่ฉันรักใจเก็บไว้เธอผู้เดียวโทรศัพท์ใครครับให้ฝากวันนี้ให้คืนเจ้าของนะโอเคครับสวัสดีทางนี้นะครับส่งเสียงดังๆหนึ่งทีสวัสดีข้างหลังด้วยนะครับโดยการที่ผมตัวเตี้ยก็เลยมองไม่เห็นข้างหลังนะฮะสวัสดีข้างหลังนะครับผมสวัสดีครับมีหนึ่งเพลงมาฝากกันช่วงนี้ฝนตกไหมฮะและในใจใครตอนนี้กำลังฝนตกอยู่บ้างฮะไม่สบายใจอะไรก็ตามฟ้าหลังฝนมันสวยงามเสมอนะครับเพลงนี้ของพวกเราชื่อเพลงเป็นน้ำฝนครับผมบอกฉันดีกว่าว่าความรักจริงๆไม่ต้องเลยใช้เวลาเดินและนาน อยให้เป็นแบบนั้นได้โปรดฟังเสียงของเธอเข็นกาแฟคำรามรู้สึกจะคล้ายกันตรงเจตนาทำร้ายให้ใจฉันไม่สบายทั้งคู่และเสียงที่ฉันได้ฟังเมื่อครู่ชวนให้ฉันนั้นคิดว่าเธอจะจากไปจากไปกับลมบนพื้นจากตาอาบน้ำให้ชื่นเย็นเมื่อไรเธอจะย้อนคืนมาหารักในครั้งนี้ยังไม่จบลงใช่ไหมไม่ว่าอะไรบอกฉันภาวนาให้เป็นเพราะฝนยังให้ต้องเปียกเพราะน้ำตาอีกหนึ่งคิดความที่เราได้เปิดมันฟ้าด้วยกันอย่าปล่อยให้เป็นแบบนั้นได้โปรด No yeah 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 ถ้าร้องเพลงนี้ได้ทุกคนคือนักร้องเพลงประสานเสียงของเราคนนี้ครับ1 2 3มารักในครั้งนี้ยังไม่จบลงใช่ไหมไม่ว่าอะไรที่ปอนฉันภาวนาให้เป็นเพราะฝนยังให้ต้องเปียกเพราะน้ำตาอีกเพลงคิดว่าที่เราได้เปิดมันฟังด้วยกันจะปล่อยให้เป็นแบบนั้นได้โปรดถ้าหากต้องเสียน้ำตาให้กี่เรื่องราวช่างมันอย่าเป็นเรื่องเธอกับฉันได้โปรดขอบคุณมากครับ ดีใจมากๆต่อไปนะครับอยากจะฟังเสียงทุกคนดังๆมากๆแต่ว่าต้องไม่ใช่ตอนนี้นะฮะเราจะเก็บไว้ตอนอินโทรเพลงต่อไปขึ้นนะครับผมพออินโทรขึ้นปุ๊บทุกคนส่งเสียงดังที่สุดเลยทำได้หรือไม่ได้จ๊ะโอเคเรามาลุยกันครับผมขอบคุณมากจ้ะอย่างนี้แปลว่าต้องร้องเพลงเพราะแน่เลยช่วยกันสักท่อนหนึ่งนะครับ 1 2 แล้วก็รู้ว่าคนที่สุดยอดเธอได้เธอนี้ไม่อยากให้ดูโหดร้ายรู้ดียังคงไม่เคยจะทำให้เธอต้องลำบากและอยากจะให้รู้เอาไว้ทุกคนถ้าเธอรักใครมากสัก1 คนและคนที่เขาจะไปเพราะรักนั้นเธอจะไม่ยอมแม้แต่ปล่อยให้เขากังวลแม้แต่น้อยจะเท่าไรยินดีให้เขานั้นเดินไปอย่างที่ฉันกำลังที่จะทำเจ็บช้ำด้วยความเต็มใจขอแค่สักครั้งที่ยังน้อย คุณมากครับแล้วว่าจะให้เราห่างกันไปจากกันไม่อยากเป็นคนใจร้ายรู้ดีไม่มีอะไรใจร้ายทุกคนคิดจะไปแต่ปีละซ่อนมันเอาไว้เพราะถ้าเธอรักใครมาสักหนึ่งคนและคนนึงเขาจะไปเพราะรักนั้นเธอจะไม่ยอมแม้แต่ปล่อยเขากังวลแม้แต่นอนจะเท่าไรยินดีให้เขาเดินไปอย่างที่ฉันกำลังที่จะทำจะช้ำด้วยความเต็มใจสวยงามมากๆเลยขอแค่สักครั้งที่อย่างน้อยเธอสนใจนะทำได้เพียงตอนสุดท้ายจะลาไม่ว่าจะพูดอะไรคำไหนก็ยอมโดยดีร้องเพลงด้วยกันหน่อยถ้าเธอรักใครมาสักหนึ่งคนทางนี้ว่ายังไงครับและพ้นด้วยเขาเพราะรักนั้นเธอจะไม่จะใครยินดีเขาอย่างที่ฉันกำลังที่จะทำจะช้ำด้วยความเต็มใจขอแค่สักครั้งที่อย่างน้อยเธอสนใจสุดท้ายบอกมือพร้อมกันสักหนึ่งทีมาเลย 1, 2, 3 lost เจ็บแล้วเธอมาพอที่จะให้เธอเริ่มใหม่อย่างไรก็ตามที่เธอสนใจช้ำด้วยความเต็มใจขอแค่สักครั้งที่อย่างน้อยเธอสนใจแม้ทำได้เพียงตอนสุดท้ายคงจะลาไม่ว่าเธอพูดอะไรคำไหนก็ยอมโดยดีขอบคุณสำหรับแสงไฟครับเอาลงได้เดี๋ยวเมื่อยนะฮะส่งเสียงให้กับความสุดยอดของตัวเองหนึ่งทีนะครับแสงไฟมาโดยไม่ต้องขอเลยคำไหนก็ยอมโดยดีแกลองมองในตาเขาถ้ามีสายตาแบบเดียวกับฉันที่มองกันตลอดมาแปลว่ารักหมดหัวใจแกลองปลาของมือเขาถ้ามีสัมผัสไม่ต่างจากครั้งที่ฉันเคยได้จับไว้แสดงว่าเขานั้นเฝ้ารอทั้งชีวิตอยากกอดคนที่เขารักและห่วงใยมอบเพลงนี้ให้ทุกคนเพราะว่าวันนี้ทุกคนดูดีมากๆครับผมได้ดูชุดที่สั่งตัดมาพิเศษลมที่พัดปลายผมปลิวเป็นข้างคาวมีคำถามว่าดูโอเคหรือเปล่าว่ายังไงครับมันดูดีที่สุดเลยว่าแกลิปสติกฉันว่าแกเหมาะกับสีแดงและน้ำหอมกลิ่นนี้เขาชอบแน่ลืมส่งยิ้มแบบนี้ให้เขาทุกตอนจะดูดี ที่สุดและว่าแค่เธอได้หมดว่าเขามีใจบ้างไหมโอ้ที่ดูไม่อยากอะไรวันนี้เวลาได้เจอแค่ลองมองในตาเขาเธอมีสายตาแบบเดียวกับฉันได้มองตลอดมาแต่ว่ารักหมดหัวใจแค่ลองรักข้อมือเขาเธอมีสัมผัสไม่ต่างจากเธอที่แสนไม่จะไปแสดงว่าเขานั้นเฝ้ารอทั้งชีวิตอยากกอดคนที่เขารักและห่วงใยที่สุดและว่าแกตอนเปิดเพลงกำลังกอดกันเต้นรำให้สบอบสายและฟังเสียงของหัวใจกระซิบบอกไปว่ารักเขามาเท่าไรจะดุดิที่สุดเลยว่าแค่เธอเป็นวันว่าเขามีใจบ้างไหมโอ้วิธีดูไม่อยากอะไรวันนี้เวลาได้เจอแค่ลองมองในตาเขาเธอมีสายตาแบบเดียวกับฉันที่มองกลับมาแล้วว่ารักหมดหัวใจแค่ลองรักข้อมือเขาเธอมีสัมผัสไม่ต่างจากเธอที่แสนไม่ได้จะไว้แสดงว่าเขานั้นเฝ้ารอทั้งชีวิตอยากกอดคนที่เขารักและห่วงใยที่สุดแล้วว่าแกร้องมาให้เป็นคืนที่ดีเป็นคืนที่ดีกับคนที่ฝันที่นาทีเชื่อฉันคนนี้คนนี้แค่ลองมองในตาเขาเธอมีสายตาแบบเดียวกับฉันที่มองกันตลอดมาก็แปลว่ารักหมดหัวใจแค่ลองรักข้อมือเขาเธอมีสัมผัสไม่ต่างจากเพื่อนที่ฉันทำไว้แสดงว่าทั้งชีวิตอยากชุดเราเอาไว้ไม่ให้มีรักได้ที่ไหนแต่ต้องทนไว้ที่เขาทำได้คือเฝ้ารอทั้งชีวิตอยากกอดคนที่เขารักและห่วงใยขอบคุณครับ เมื่อกี้คือพบกันใหม่แล้วก็ดูดีนะฮะ
ครับผม ต่อไปเนี่ย
อยากจะขอบคุณงานอีกสักทีไหม
ขอบคุณงาน
พูดถึงงานอีกสักทีดีกว่า เราจะได้เข้าเพลงต่อไปได้
ครับขอบคุณงานช้าๆสักหนึ่งทีนะครับ ต้องอ่านหน่อยนะครับ ขอบคุณ GAMERSGALAXY Invitational Series Thailand 2022 นะครับผม ขอบคุณมากๆครับ จริงๆเนี่ยนอกจากได้มาเล่นคอนเสิร์ตนี่เหมือนสารฝันผมด้วยนะผมได้
สารฝัน
ได้มาดู
เกี่ยวกับ
อีเวนต์ได้ดูอีเวนต์โดต้าด้วยครับ จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยพวกเราเนี่ยเรียกว่าคุกคลีและก็เติบโตมากับโดต้ากันตั้งแต่ม.ปลายกันแล้วใช่ไหมครับ
ผมมีเรื่องอยากจะบอกทุกคนครับ
ว่า
เป็นเรื่องที่ผมไม่เคยพูดมาก่อน
ครับผม
ย้อนกลับไปประมาณเมื่อ 15 ปีที่แล้วโดยประมาณนะครับ
โดยประมาณ
นะครับ ผมนำเพลงหนึ่งเข้ามาตอนนั้นเนี่ยเราจะเรียกเกม Dota ว่า .A นะครับ
ใช่ครับเด็กไทยจะไม่เรียกว่าโดต้าเด็กไทยเรียกว่า .A ครับ
ครับ แล้วถ้าตอนที่ 15 ปีที่แล้วถ้าใครเคยได้ยินเพลงที่มีชื่อว่านาย .A เปล่าเนี่ย
ครับ
ผมเป็นคนทำมันขึ้นมาเองครับ ดังนั้นเนี่ยผมไม่เคยเล่นเพลงนี้ที่ไหนมาก่อนเลยนะครับ ไม่เคยร้องเพลงนี้ในชีวิตมาก่อนเลยฮะ เราจะเล่นที่นี่เป็นที่แรก
ตอนนี้มันถึงทุกว่า
มากันประจำชั่วโมงละ8 บาทมีแต่เราเท่านั้นที่กระทำ
เอามันให้น้ำใจเอามันให้ช้ำใจพวกเรานั้นชอบเล่น.A
เมื่อมือมันถึงเมาทุกสิ่งมันรุมเราพวกเราก็รู้กันว่าคนอยู่กันถึงเช้าเมื่อเราเข้าไปทุกอย่างมันเร้าใจ APSM ขีดและดอมแล้วก็ไปชอบที่จะแจกเฟิร์สบัตรเราก็รู้ว่านายก็ชอบจะแจกเหมือนกันคืน นี้เราจะคิวนุกกันเราไม่สนว่าใครจะเล่นไม่เก่งช่างมาย่อย่เสกไก่ปุ๊บแล้วก็ตีใส่ปั๊บเบื่อไหมครับเล่นกับลีเวอร์ดูบิงเกอร์หนีในจ็อกเกอร์ใส่เลนเซอร์วิ่งมาจากไหนอยากจะทำเลยก็คิดไม่ต้องรีบไม่ต้องร้อนแค่ส่งบนไปเท่านั้นตุ้ยบอกมันให้กระจายมันเป็นตัวอันตรายจะทำเราให้ทิพย์ทันมันจะกลายเป็นความตายหายนะของดอทเอชอบที่จะแจกเฟิร์สบัตเราก็รู้ว่านายก็ชอบจะแจกเหมือนกันคืนนี้เราจะคิวนุกกันเราไม่สนว่าใครจะเล่นไม่เก่งอีกเราขอนุกกันว่าชื่อที่เราได้มาชอบที่จะแจกเฟิร์สบัตเราก็รู้ว่านายก็ชอบจะแจกเหมือนกันเราก็รู้ว่านายน่ะชอบจะแจกเหมือนกันคืนนี้เราจะคิวนุกกันเราจะคิวนุกกันเราไม่สนว่าใครจะเล่นไม่เก่งฉันมาโดตาทุกคนบอกมือพร้อมกันครับชอบที่จะแจกเปิดมาเราก็รู้ว่านายก็ชอบจะแจกเหมือนกันคืนนี้เราจะคิวนุกกันเราไม่สนว่าใครจะเล่นไม่เก่งฉันมาขอบคุณมากครับผม GG Easy GG Easy เลยฮะ
ไม่ครับฝั่งมันบอกทีมผมครับ
ครับผมโดนบ่อยฮะคุณไปดูสถิติผมเลยนะครับแดงเลยนะ
หมอนนี่ผมเป็นเชื้อราครับเปียกน้ำตาทุกคืนครับ
ขอบคุณมากนะครับที่เชิญเรามาเล่นในงานนี้ครับเรียกว่าสารฝันกันมากๆนะครับครับผมโดยเฉพาะเพียวกับโต้งนะครับตอนนี้นะครับมันก็เล่นด้วยกันทุกคืนนะครับผมไม่มีคอมผมก็เล่นไม่ได้นะฮะเดี๋ยวผมจะไปซื้อคอมมาเล่นกับพวกคุณละต่อไปเอาอะไรดีฮะเพลงเร็วๆหน่อยไหมอะไรนะเอาวอนเนี่ยเล่นอยู่แล้วนะครับพวกเธอมีมาเป็นใครเอาวอนนี่ต้องเล่นอยู่แล้วนะครับเราอยากจะทำพื้นที่ตรงนี้เนี่ยเมื่อกี้เราเล่นเกี่ยวกับโดต้าไปแล้วเราอยากทำให้มันเป็นบรรยากาศคอนเสิร์ตมากขึ้นเราจะเล่นเพลงเร็วสักหนึ่งเพลงนะครับถ้าใครรู้จักเพลงนี้นะครับผมมาสนุกด้วยกันนะครับชื่อเพลงถ้าเธอคิดจะลืมเขาครับผมเวลาผมเล่นเพลงนี้เนี่ยผมจะขอให้ทุกคนชูมือขึ้นมาสองข้างแล้วปรบมือพร้อมกันตามจังหวะนะครับอยากเห็นภาพสวยๆสักหนึ่งทีเชื่อว่าทุกคนทำได้มา 1 2 3 4 จะได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธอยังฟังแต่เพลงเศร้าอีกเลยเชื่อใจฉันน้ำตาที่ย้อนมาอย่าเอามาทำร้ายใจอีกเลยเดี๋ยวตัวจะได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธอยังฟังแต่เพลงเศร้าฉะนั้นถ้าเธอไม่ลืมรักลงในโลกนี้คงมีแต่คนร้องไห้อย่ามัวแต่เสียใจอย่ามัวแต่เสียใจ Oh baby Oh yeah อยากให้เธอรู้ให้เธอลองคิดว่าชีวิตไม่ได้มีเพื่อใครจะขังตัวเองไปช้อนสมัยได้อะไรขึ้นมาเมื่อเขาไม่เคยจะมองเห็นค่าถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาฉันน้ำตาที่ย้อนมาอย่าเอามาทำร้ายใจเลยถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธออย่าฟังแต่เพลงเศร้าเลยฉะนั้นถ้าเธอไม่ลืมรักลงในโลกนี้คงมีแต่คนร้องไห้ ดังนี้ร้องว่าว้าวเสียงดังฟังชัดมากสูงขึ้นอีกหนึ่งร้องว่าว้าวแรงดีลงมาสูงขึ้นอีกร้องว่าว้าวเจ๋งสุดๆไปเลยจ้ะประโยคเดียวถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเดี๋ยวฟันเพลงเศร้าเลยแค่นี้มาถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธออย่าฟันเพลงเศร้าเลยฟันเพลงเศร้าเลยถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธออย่าฟันเพลงเศร้าเลยโอ้โอ้โอ้ถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธออย่าฟังเพลงเศร้าเลยถ้าได้คิดจะลืมเขาเธออย่าฟังเพลงเศร้าเลยเนื่องจากวันนี้เป็นวันศุกร์นะครับมีเพลงพวกเราอยู่ในอัลบั้ม80 Kids ชื่อเพลงภาษาอังกฤษว่า Friday on the Highway หรือว่าชื่อภาษาไทยว่าซิ่งนั่นเองนะครับผมย้อนกลับไป30 ปีที่แล้วนี่คือยุค 1980 ครับคิดถึงกันอยู่รอไว้ได้เจอกันแค่บนหน้าจอพอไหมทำไมไม่ฟ้าผ่าวันไหนที่มันจะรุนแรงเกินการที่เรามองตาบอกได้เลยว่าไม่ยอมแต่เรารู้ดีแสงไฟคืนนี้ต้องสว่างกว่าคืนไหนไม่มีใครเราไปกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันได้มีเธออยู่ It's Friday love on the highway me and you เปิดเพลงให้ดังยิ่งกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันได้มีเธออยู่ It's Friday love on the highway me and you อะไรที่เกิดในคืนนี้ไม่นับว่าเป็นความผิดเอาเลยที่ยกเว้นและชุดฉันใส่ในคืนนี้ไม่รู้ว่าเธอจะชอบหรือเปล่าแต่ว่าเธอรู้ดีในชุดโลกที่เธอใส่แต่เรารู้ดีแสงไฟคืนนี้ต้องสว่างกว่าคืนไหนไม่มีใครเราดีกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันยังมีเธออยู่ It's like that love on the highway me and you เปิดเพลงให้ดังยิ่งกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันยังมีเธออยู่ yeah It's like that love on the highway me and you ขอเสียงให้คริสตันไมเดนหน่อยครับมือกลองพิเศษพวกเรายืมตัวมาจากวงน้องอิงนะครับผมน้องเจไม่มีใครเราไปกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันยังมีเธออยู่ It's like that love on the highway me and you เพลงให้ดังยิ่งกว่านี้วันนี้ที่ฉันยังมีเธออยู่ It's like that love on the highway เยี่ยมมากขอบพระคุณเป็นอย่างสูง
เฮ้ยการที่เธอยอมให้เราเป็นคนคอยปลอบไม่ได้แปลว่าเธอจะรักเรา
แม้ไม่เคยทำให้เธอต้องร้องไห้เลยอย่างเขาคอยดูแลคอยเอาใจดีแค่ไหนก็ไม่เคยทำให้เธอนั้นยิ้มได้เลยอย่างเขาที่รอก็ขึ้นมาจนเหนื่อยล้าที่เธอนั้นทำมันกับคนรักเราฉันก็ห่วงแต่เธอเหมือนกับที่เธอห่วงแต่เขาแทนที่เขาไปหวังอย่างน้อยเธอไม่ลุกใจก็พอเธอเป็นคนเดียวที่ไม่ควรเสียใจ Alright จะต้องไปจนได้เจอว่าเขามาเป็นใครบอกไปว่าเขาเท่านั้นที่เธอคิดมาในใจแต่อย่าให้พลาดไปกอดเธอเอาไว้ทำอะไรที่ฉันทำไม่ได้มีบางคนรักไม่ได้ครึ่งฉันเลยด้วยซ้ำจะเป็นคนที่พร้อมใจเธออย่างนั้นมีคนเดียวที่จะไม่ยอมไม่ทนเจ็บช้ำก็คือเธอคนเดียวเธอเท่านั้นที่เธอดึงจะมันกับคนรักเราฉันก็ห่วงแต่เธอเหมือนกันที่เธอห่วงแต่เขาแทนที่เข้าไปหวังอย่างน้อยเธอไม่ลุกใจก็พอร้องมาเธอเป็นคนเดียวที่ไม่ควรเสียใจ Alright จะต้องได้จนได้เจอว่าเขามาเป็นใครบอกไปว่าเขาเท่านั้นที่เธอคิดไว้ในใจและอยากให้กลับไปกอดเธอเอาไว้ No และลองให้เธอได้ไหม No 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 กับพี่รักเธอกับพี่รักกันในฉันนั้นได้สบายใจ Heyขอแรงกันขอใส่กันเลยเธอเป็นคนเดียวที่ไม่ควรเสียใจ Alright Alright จนให้เจอว่าเขามาเป็นใครบอกไปว่าเขาเท่านั้นและเขาเท่านั้นที่ฝันในใจ No baby อยากให้กลับไปกอดเธอเอาไว้ Hey เธอเป็นคนเดียวที่ไม่ควรเสียใจ Alright จนให้เจอว่าเขามาเป็นใครบอกไปว่าเขาเท่านั้นที่ฝันในใจ No baby อยากให้กลับไปกอดเธอเอาไว้ทำอะไรที่ฉันทำไม่ได้และลองให้เธอได้ไหมฉันนั้นทนไม่ไหวเมื่อเธอร้องไห้ขอบคุณครับทุกคนครับผมเขาบอกว่า MSI เนี่ยจะให้คอมผมนะครับผม
ขอด้วยคนดี
ดังนั้นอยากให้ทุกคนขอเสียงให้ MSI 1 ทีได้หรือเปล่าครับ คราวนี้เพียวตาเบะคุณเจอผมแน่
มาครับ
ไจโรคอปเตอร์
ไดโรคอปเตอร์ครับ
ครับผม
รู้ไหมว่าเขาเรียกผมว่าอะไรรู้ไหมครับ
เรียกว่าอะไรฮะ
เรียกผมว่าเจแร็กแห่งสูตรประการครับ
เอามือขึ้นเพลงต่อไปเลยดีกว่านะครับรอเล่นเดี๋ยวจะเล่นด้วยนะ ขอบคุณมากนะครับ มาสนุกกันทุกคนเอา 1 2 3ทุกปีตอนนี้ต้องหาให้เจอ
อให้เจอแต่สิ่งดีๆนะครับผมมีการเรียนที่ดีนะครับได้เกรดดีๆทำงานเจริญรุ่งเรืองนะครับผมสุขภาพดีทุกคนเลยนะครับเดี๋ยวผมกลับไปหาเพื่อนๆผมบนเวทีก่อนนะฮะโอเคผมกลับมาแล้วครับนักกีฬาทีมโดต้าของผม2 คนโต้งไปแล้วเหรอเพียว2 คนก็ได้ปะแล้วพบกันใหม่โอกาสหน้านะครับสวัสดีครับ